So if I
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, and online store. For a free trial and 10% off, visit squarespace.com and enter the offer code PKA at checkout. A better web starts with your website.
All right, that was our sponsor, Squarespace. Thank you so much for pimping the show. Check them out. They're the best at what they do. They help you make websites. It starts at $8 a month. There's a coupon code PKA. There'll be a link on the side of the video, a link in the description, and click on it and see what you think. You'll be impressed.
You can't afford not to.
Wow, that's a really aggressive sales pitch.
Very aggressive. We treat them right here.
Yeah.
Who are we treating right?
Squarespace.
I don't know,
a good
man.
point.
Well, with it.
Yeah, so Squarespace, they're sponsoring our podcast, and we love them for it.
Did they have you do the Squarespace song for them when that thing rolled out?
They have a really professional voiceover guy. He might be Australian or British. I don't know. Kyle, do you know his accent?
I don't know. It sounds very professional, though.
Yeah. I thought I had a decent voice for radio, and this guy makes me feel like I'm still 9 years old. So yeah, he does this thing.
Are you talking about this episode of PKA? That guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking
he sounds
about
excellent.
pretty specific. They had some guy do like an actual Squarespace jingle song. They had us play it on our show and do commentary on it. It was kind of hilarious.
I would love to do that. Please give us a song. Put some bad words in it, and hell, I'll even roll video.
Not
if
too
they
many.
want it. Yeah, you're right. We wouldn't want them on the show. This is our guest.
Well, we should intro the guest.
Oh, we had the same thought. Our guest is Linus, and I would be calling him Linus because I'm terrible with names, and there's another
Wow, that's awful.
Linus named Linus.
Linus isn't even a name to mistake Linus for, though. Nobody's named Linus.
They are.
You know?
There's. Have you heard of Linux, the operating system?
Yeah, Linux.
Yeah,
Linux.
but that's not a
Yeah, that's
person's
like
name.
Linus and Unix. It's not like Linus
No,
and
His name.
Linux.
He pronounces it Linus.
Oh yeah, but he's Swedish.
That's the thing. But
I'm.
that's my struggle. There's this Swedish guy who is mega popular, and like in geek circles, he is King Geek, and he wrote the original Linux kernel, and he called it Linux, and there's this like MP3 that's been played 1 trillion times, and it says, this is Linus, and I pronounce Linux, and I've just been saying Linux for 25 years now, and I will say Linus
So we will
tonight.
excuse you when you don't call Linus.
I'm gonna go with
Let's just all
Woody
call
for you.
him Linus.
Yes, go ahead,
And
screw it up.
and let's all call him Linus, and then that way there won't be any confusion.
All right, well, tell you what, I'll switch just for you guys. I am a guest after all.
Done.
Yeah. So let's talk about you. You've got 2 channels. Tell us about them.
Well, I guess it depends on how you define how many channels I have. How many subscribers would a channel have to have minimum for it to count?
Million.
1 million? Well, then I have none, actually. Unfortunately.
But combined, how many channels do you have? 1, maybe?
Yeah, no. Combined, I have more than 1. Then I have like 1 and a fraction of 1. So mostly technology stuff. Linus Tech Tips is actually going to crack 1 million in about a week. Tech Quickie just cracked 300,000. So it's still technology, but it's a very, very different format. We do it's very heavily edited, kind of sci-show, except about like USB connectors and shit instead of things that actually matter. And then I've also got another one that we just started called Channel Super Fun, and that's 50,000 subscribers, and that's just the entire definition of that show is that we have to take something that is super fun. So that's the super fun bin on the floor over there. It has to be super fun, and it can be kind of anything. It can be like a water balloon launcher, or it can be a brazier that also doubles as a camel, drink pack. And then we have fun with it. So there's that one, and then there's another one with like videos of my cats, and that one's pretty small because I don't really maintain it anymore because the videos are stupid.
What's the best thing that you have in the Linus Fun box?
Oh, the Linus Fun Box right now? Gee, wow, that's a great question.
Oh,
We just
man.
uploaded our video with the marshmallow gun, so that was fun. We have a mini strobe, so we actually have something pretty fun planned for that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go with this. I was just browsing on Amazon, and I was like, oh my god, this is the best $3 I could ever spend. So we're just going to find some stupid-ass places to put a bunch of these, and then that'll be super fun. The entire channel.
I don't even. So my wife has strictly forbade me. I think I pronounced that right to talk about this, but
And yet,
here I
And yet
am.
here we are.
Proceeding
You're about to do it.
delicately. A subscriber sent me a robotic blowjob machine.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was expensive. I don't know what it goes for, but it's like somewhere in the neighborhood of $200. And the guy owns a small business, and he's doing really well, and he had it to blow, so to speak.
So to speak.
And like
Oh,
Jackie
you.
knew all about it. I told her, we were kind of laughing and giggling or whatever. And when it arrived, she's like, "No, no." And the big risk is that like I bring shame to my daughter who's in high school right now. And so for those of you hoping that I like play with the robotic blowjob machine on air and do that, I can't. I have kids and you know it would be perhaps catastrophic for them.
Instead, make a planter out of it and put a flower in it and put it over there on the shelf. Come on.
And the flower will just get like taller and shorter and taller and shorter.
Yeah.
You turn
Like-
it
like
on.
do
There's just
something.
that terrible ying, 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 ying noise in the back for the whole podcast as it's fake sucking a dick.
Yeah, so that would probably be the coolest thing in the Woody Fun Box that I can think of. That a sub sent me.
I don't know if I have a Kyle fun box really.
Oh, you know damn well there's a Kyle Fun Box.
That's just his phone.
Yeah, his adult.
I mean, I've got a couple of like drawers that are like full of cool stuff, I guess, but it's just a mixture of stuff. It's nothing in particular,
I
and
remember
it's
they
not
used-
all cool stuff.
We used to have a segment where it was like you'd give something away from your drawer. You'd pull stuff out, and it's like, here's a 50 cal bullet. Here's like brass knuckles. Here's I don't know what else you'd pull. I like neat
It was
stuff.
like there was like video games and like like Razer products and all kinds
Yeah.
of weird stuff. Yeah.
So Linus almost screwed it up right there. Your operation is really kind of cool. I think people underestimate what it takes to make. Like to bring the kind of production quality that you bring. I'm on a subreddit called Videography, and there was a guy who's like, what camera do I need? As if like the proper camera body would give like Linux tech tip level videos. I'm so sorry.
Jesus Christ.
It's gonna be all night. You should hear me try to watch Game of Thrones. It's the worst. But you rented a house for your business. That's what you're in right now. That's not where you live.
Yeah, I'm in it. I mean, the thing about what we do is that it actually takes up an unbelievable amount of space. I had a kind of a funny incident with BitPhoenix, their computer case manufacturer, where I think they thought they were doing me a favor, but they released a case that had a couple different variants in terms of internal layouts and colors. And they sent me what must have been about a half pallet of them. I think it was about 8 cases. It arrived at the front door, and the DHL guy's just like, yeah, there's some more. I'm like, well, how many more? How many more are in the van? And the guy's just like, I don't know, like more than what's here. Like, are you fucking serious? And so we ended up needing so much space just for storage that we had to expand into a house, and we're up to 7 employees now, including myself, because what we do is a lot more complicated than I think a lot of people guess. In the last year and a half, we've gone from kind of vlog-style unboxings to every single video we do being, an 8 to 10 minute production. So there's lighting, there's editing, there's all the stuff that I don't understand. I just have to play around with the technology, make sure that it all works, both on and off camera. The first one being the most difficult part, and yeah, so my team works incredibly hard. So we're still expanding, which is great. we're heading into next year. I'm thinking we're going to add more fast as possible. That's the Tech Quickie channel. We're going to add more segments. We're going to definitely ramp up Channel Super Fun, and who knows, maybe add another property as well. That's what I do.
Why a house? Like, I don't know. Like, I think an ideal situation would be almost like a warehouse, right? And some lights in front of a drop cloth. You record in, and I think it's a kitchen, right?
Yeah, this was never supposed to happen. This was never the plan. We were supposed to have maybe 5 people at the end of like 2 to 3 years of operation, and we're sitting at 7. And we're a year and a half in. So it was never supposed to expand like this. We were supposed to have tons of room in this house to build sets and do whatever it is we needed to do, and now everything's taken up by desks and boxes. I mean, you can look at the wall behind me here. Yeah, baby. To the ceiling.
That's like
there.
it's stressfully full of stuff, almost.
Dude,
Yeah,
every
it's like
room is like
So
that.
packed.
He has this like nice network switch and like it might be a NAS, like a network storage, in the sink of a bathroom. Do I have it right?
Well, okay, the printer and scanner combo unit is on the toilet seat. The archive footage is on hard drives that sit on the little shelf above the toilet seat. You know, the one where you rest your book if you're reading when you're sitting on the can.
Do you sit backwards? What book is above? Like, I'm not
No,
picturing.
don't worry about it. Don't think about it too hard. Then we've got I don't even remember. Yeah, no, it's actually on the sink counter where we have our 21 terabyte storage appliance with a NAS on top of that, and then a 10 gigabit switch above that. So that powers the networking here.
So does nobody use that bathroom? Or are they a
If
real
anyone
dick if
used
they
that
do?
bathroom, they would get their hands or other appendages cut off because nobody is to run water in that bathroom.
If someone were to use that bathroom, they'd get their penis electrocuted. I think that would be. It's a self-correcting problem.
Well, I was thinking you'd move the electronics and not just walk up to the toilet and pee atop them. But no, it does seem like that would be a bit of an issue.
Do you have any employees? Because maybe yours are smarter than mine.
Me?
No. Sorry, I don't know any. Funny because I'm mocking you for not being able to pronounce mine correctly. You were saying that you would assume people would move things out of the way before peeing. It's quite the assumption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you
For
were
future
going to
reference,
get
my
your
name's... Oh?
No, go ahead. I want to get your name correct.
Oh, I was going to have the names. I'm Tyler, and that's Woody and Carl. Just if you need to talk to
Have
us.
I messed up his name even once?
Somebody called me
No.
Carl once, and they were so sure that my name was Carl, and they kept saying it over and over in the presence of others, and I was just like, what the fuck? And then my cousin was with me, and he's like, all right, Carl, you ready to go? And I'm like, all right, fuck, all right. Let's get one straight. My name's not Carl. I appreciate that, Taylor. But no, I was going to ask Linus over there, if he was going to get his head cut off, how would he want it done? Like what kind of implement would you want to be used to remove your head if it was going to be done to you?
Wow. So I'm going to assume I don't have access to, I'm not you, so I don't have the same sort of level of equipment that you do. I'd say other than the suspense of, kind of hearing it coming, a train would probably be a pretty quick way.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
Probably
the
the route I would go.
Yeah, but think of the mess for loved ones.
That's not my problem.
Like that was an ordeal.
I have other shit going on.
So your loved one, Linus, he's strewn over about 300 yards next to the track here. Go about, collect him, take him to the more.
His head got jammed under the train between the rails, and it just kind of grinded for about a mile and a half of rail line down through there. So
Can I go next?
Yeah.
absolutely.
I'm thinking det cord, right? That if people don't know.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
What? It's outstanding. It's a
You're
great
thinking what?
choice.
No, through mechanical force, your
I
head
couldn't-
must be removed. No explosives. No.
Okay.
Really,
Well,
your rule is no explosives? Your rule.
yeah, it's a terrible rule coming
Wait, so it
from
has
you.
My rule.
Okay.
So det cord would have been great. You could just wrap a few loops around your neck, and in literally like a thousandth of a second, it'd just be clean off.
Gone.
I like it, but if that won't do, then I don't know. Ned Stark and a broadsword? Does that work? Can we go fictional?
Sure.
Yep.
I'll allow it.
All right, yeah. So Ned Stark, he really prides himself on doing a single cut. If people don't know, he's a Game of Thrones character, and he prides himself on a really big sword. It was made out of Targaryen steel, whatever makes that so wonderful. And he could cut a head in one swipe. So that's my pick.
Yep. What about
Pretty
you, Taylor?
good. Kyle? I would want to be strapped into a chair on a runway, and I would want, it'd be like one of those crazy person chairs so you couldn't move.
Yeah,
and I would want about 300 yards of piano wire tied around my neck, and the other end tied to a Lamborghini Gallardo right in front of me. And someone would have to just floor it, and there'd be like 6 seconds of everybody watching, like, and then it would just instantly, boom, just head gone. Family's ruined.
I like this. Kind of a
Kids
cross
scarred.
between Ghost Ship, the movie, if you've ever seen Ghost Ship, that scene, and like every YouTube video where they pull some kid's loose tooth out, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Yes.
Did any of you ever
It'd just
try
be a
that?
little more.
No. That I would be scared to death of that.
Of what?
He was asking if anyone's tried the like loose tooth thing where you attach it to like a door and slam it or something.
Well, at least with the head removal, fast car thing, there's no way for it to go right, so you don't have to be anxious about it. You know what's going to happen. Maybe it'll miss.
What if this happened? What if the piano wire just went in and just below the skin, and it just pulled all your skin off and just like off your head, and you were just like it was like
I'm not going to be pointing my head like this,
and then it takes off, and when the piano
have a
wire finally goes
headband.
taut, and just no skin.
Dude, you just
It
did.
was like that liftless look.
Yeah, like the Red Skull, just no skin, no scalp, and you're just eyeballs and screams.
That was an amazing R2D2
Oh, Jesus.
impression. Can you do it twice?
I think I would want like a really good samurai sword operator to take off my head. Like I would
think
want a
he
legit
copied
like
me.
samurai.
Can I present that to the jury? Was that a copy?
Well, it's what I had from the beginning. If you would like, I will come up with a new alternative since you picked Ned Stark with a broadsword.
Okay.
I guess, I guess the guillotine, right? That wouldn't be so bad.
I think that is a humane pick. I like it.
Like a modern guillotine, like modernized, all carbon fiber and super
I
sharp.
think you want it to be lighter.
Yeah, ceramic
Yeah.
blades, and maybe it's hydraulic,
I don't
maybe it's
know.
just cha.
Oh, hydraulic, yes. But I was going to say a light guillotine might be a problem.
Like
It would, yeah. It just cleaned it into your neck. It's not what you want.
What if
You
they
want a
fired
clean cut?
What if they fired a ceramic blade like super fast and it was just chop? It was
Right.
just gone.
Is that even a guillotine anymore, or are you just firing blades?
It's,
Like,
it's
like,
my
the thing of a guillotine is
it's my guillotine, okay? It's my personal design of head removal device. That's what it is.
another good one. It would make your head
know what you
explode, but
don't
now with
want?
explosives.
You know what you don't
What?
want is some guy wearing a black mask over his head to saw it off with a fucking knife.
You're
this
talking
long.
about
That's what
ISIS,
happened.
right?
Yeah, because that's what
Yeah.
happened to that poor journalist.
So I was thinking, in terms of YouTube channels, I think ISIS has reached new ground, right? I don't really see anybody else competing in the beheading category of YouTube. So they've got it to themselves exclusively, but they need to pick up a knife sponsor or something, right? Because they're
Maybe if
using
they had more competition, they would worry about the quality of the production values over there.
Dude, those production values are good. They got a slider and everything. They got crossfades. Like if you watch one of these beheading videos, and you probably shouldn't. People say you shouldn't, but I don't know why. It's not like this AdSense on there, and ISIS is getting any money when I watch it. I just wanted
They
to know
are
what
pretty horrifying, though.
Yeah,
Just,
there's
not pleasant.
Dude,
they're not pleasant at all.
There
They
are
should,
MCNs
Home
out
Depot
there
as a
that'll
sponsor and use one of their.
there are MCNs that'll pick up any channel, right? So I don't know why they're not monetized yet.
Because somebody would
you know,
have to be going to the bank and picking up those checks.
This is terrible.
Like, I think Google would rat you out. But no,
I'm
seriously,
sure they have a direct deposit set up.
seriously though,
They
I
wouldn't be
watched the
going to
video and it does have good production value. Like these aren't guys out in the desert with a shaky cam. Like There
That's
was a
how they used to
legit
do it.
shot where there was a slider where like he presents his case. He's like, Obama, you did this and that, and I warned you, blah blah blah. You know, since I cut the last guy's head off, and then he makes the like American guy say a few things, and then he like cuts his head off. Like he starts right here and starts sawing, and then they fade away, and when they fade back in, it's literally like a crossfade slider shot. It's like sha, and you're just like fading in, and it's his body laying on the ground with his head sitting on top, and then it fades again, and there's a graphic, and it's just like there's some production quality in this beheading video that I'm just not used to out of these terrorist groups.
Were they good fades, or were they like late '90s style, like fade in and then
ISIS has some good editors on board with them. They are to be feared.
Terrorist video. I think VHS cams and shaky video.
Yeah,
and
the
stuff
flag
like that.
behind you, and everybody with the masks and everything. Maybe a few AK-47s.
Doing everything they can to like mask their location. Yeah.
These guys are just out in the desert, like cutting people's heads off, and really thinking about and there's a lot of cinematography involved though, so there's that.
I wonder what it's like between shots, right? Like, all right, I'm gonna need an over-the-shoulder shot on on me talking about Obama. Can you zoom in? There's like some guy with a follow focus, like working it out as they rehearse. They're like walking from spot to spot.
I wonder if they stop it in the middle.
I imagine there's a guy there with
and the director's there, just kind
of
Ahmed, get into it.
like if you guys have done shoots, right? You have like spots on the ground that you like mark with whatever, like spray paint or something you find on the I put sticks on the ground and you're gonna go from here to here so that the cameraman can properly work the follow focus. I wonder if they're doing that out in the desert.
I don't know. It looked like pretty standard, but there was definitely some production quality there.
They need to get like SOG as a sponsor or something so they can cut heads off better.
I heard they bombed and got a lot of the leadership out of that thing, like the top 5 guys they killed yesterday or something.
So I spend a lot of time in these right-wing circles, right? Because I have a lot of really right-wing hobbies. Guns is the one I'm thinking of most, and they're all strongly disapproving of what Obama does. And but as much as I don't think of myself as an Obama lover, I think he's mostly on target here, right? Bring in some airstrikes. Make the leadership regret their decision, and don't commit 100,000 troops to this thing. Please don't do that.
No, you know what? I think he should take a different route.
Mm-hmm.
Step back and tell the entire country, you know what? We don't understand their beheading culture, and it's a bit intolerant of us to pass judgment on it. And, it's just...
Step 1, you leak their nudes. You leak all their nudes out.
Live and let live.
That's what I would do first. I would go to ISIS with a wave of terror of my own. You release all their girlfriends' nudes on the web immediately. That's step 1. And then I don't know where you go at them from there. What are the things that they hold dear? They come from all different
You haven't gotten to step 2 yet.
No, not really. I was counting on you.
You find Osama bin Laden's daughter, who I'm hoping is over 18 for the purposes of this joke.
He's got lots of them.
And leak her nudes, the Fappening Stage 2 Middle East edition, and just
a bunch of really lewd ankle shots. Knew what it was.
But I like the bombing. For one thing, we usually get some good footage out of it to watch. I saw a video a couple of days ago of a lot of people dying. I appreciated
20,
that.
Right?
My government. Yeah, I like to believe that some of my tax dollars paid for that ammunition or maybe the fuel or something. Those are always fun to watch whenever we're blowing stuff up. The entertainment value grows. But also, I think that's the way to deal with these people, right? These ones in particular. It seems like if you just went in there and invaded, that's what they want, then they could shoot Americans. But what are they going to do, shoot those fucking drones out of the air?
It would be demoralizing for me. The one I saw, which I thought you were seeing too, seemed like it was a helicopter, but I could be wrong.
Apache. It was an Apache.
Yeah. I thought it was an Apache. And the video said they killed 20 of them. I didn't count. It felt like more than that to me.
I lost count.
Yeah, I lost count.
It was pretty hardcore.
The one guy runs out of ammo.
Was it an actual high-quality video or one of the night vision ones where
It's
you
a
just see
night
the
vision
light?
one, but you can really see it. So it's a night vision thing, and it's thermal.
720p.
And,
yeah, it's just night vision 720p. It looks good.
You'd shoot a guy, and then afterwards you'd see splattered human remains. He would turn from a really human-looking silhouette to something that is
more like Gumby.
Ex-human. Yeah,
more like Gumby with pieces hanging off.
And when you
And oftentimes they'd be moving in unnatural ways, like after they've been shot, so they'd be like crab walking away and stuff, and then they just hit them with another wave of gunfire.
there's two helicopters going around. So at one point, our helicopter runs out of bullets. There are these big. Were they 20 millimeter rounds? Do you remember what they were? They look
Probably
like 20
so.
millimeter
I don't know.
explosive rounds or something, which is a really big bullet. And they'd fire and hurt them bad, and then they run out, and all they have left are rockets. So you can see they're working with the other helicopter so that they fire rockets and try to get as many collaterals as they can. And I don't know how you fight that. It feels like a video. They're poning noobs. It's so lopsided.
It's not a fair fight. I think that's kind of the point.
Exactly. Yeah, they're not going for fair, and they're like,
Yeah.
if
Just
Activision
spawn
made this,
trapping
we'd
the
never
shit out of
forgive
them.
them. You know, like, oh my god, the Apache's so OP, I can't win against him. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of machine guns that thing has, because I actually am curious.
Is there a 30 millimeter or just 20?
There are both.
I think it's the 30.
I don't think so, if I'm guessing.
Okay.
It is the 30, though. It is.
Okay. Yeah. It.
I just don't want to breeze past it, but Linus, what do you find your favorite things about execution videos to be?
Absolutely nothing. I'm from Canada. We're all very mild-mannered here. We actually avoid execution videos if we can, or at least I do. So no, I can't speak to the excellence or terribleness of any particular one any more than they all already are.
Is it Canada that's actually joined us quietly in like every war that we get into? Wasn't there a thing?
Yes,
recently?
every single one. Thank you, Canada.
They don't really
Yes.
have a choice in it. They're kind
We
of
are
like,
your
hey,
hat.
we're just going to do our own thing, and we're like, yeah, no, you're going to go ahead and come.
When I
along.
We're America's gigantic hat, and I believe we have one submarine.
When I think of America's closest allies, it's UK and Canada. Like that's it. If either of them were to get into any trouble, the entire United States population would line up in favor of helping. You get like
Who
a
would start a
Mexico
war
in
with
there.
Canada?
You get a Mexico in there, and you're like, I don't know. How does this impact me exactly?
I don't know. Who would start a war with Canada? It depends on the resources in the north
Eskimos.
and who thinks they own them. So
The Eskimos,
yeah,
they would finally come down from their hidden lairs. You guys thought they were all extinct, but they've really been living under the ice, building a super Eskimo army. They're going to come riding walruses and shit
On
with
the
lightsabers. And, well, maybe on the undead walruses. You never know.
Not like Game of Thrones.
We don't know if they've made any deals with the Dark One, so we can't make that assumption just yet. But it might happen. And when that hour comes, the United States will be with you. I don't know about Mexico, though. They've got their own problems.
Yeah, Canada's going to be attacked by White Walkers from the North Pole.
And most of the Canadians will come down to the U.S., but there will be some stubborn bastards up in like Manitoba somewhere who
Not
don't
the
want
French
to come down and try.
Canadians, though. We don't want the French Canadians, though. I'm sorry.
No, they can stay. All those Montreal Canadian fans, they can stay over there. The rest can come down though.
Do you guys believe in any like mystical monsters or beasts, like the Mexican chupacabra or Bigfoot or Loch Ness monster? Do you think there's anything to any of that, or is it all just bullshit and wives' tales?
Yes, all of it.
All of it is bullshit and wise tales, but I believe in some stuff. I believe in some government conspiracies, and I'm convinced there's aliens out there, and I'm open to the idea that they've been here. But I'm certain that there's life on other planets.
Okay.
Yeah, there have to be aliens out there.
I'm with you 100%. I think. I think Woody and I agree completely. I don't believe in any monsters. I just don't think they're real. I think we know about them. I think there might be some shit at the bottom of the ocean, though. Like some.
Sure.
Those old maps where they show like the fish that's like 3 times bigger than the big whaling vessel, and you're like, haha, that's how they show South America with a big fucking fish next to it. Maybe there is one of those big fucking fish, and they meant it. Maybe they're like, yeah, that's where the giant fish lives. Don't go there. Like, it could be true. They could be down there on the bottom somewhere.
You go deep enough, and all of a sudden, there's like a 1,000-foot long jellyfish that we hadn't met before. And
there's a completely different set of rules down there. I mean, for a long time, I think giant squid were an urban legend type creature, like a Bigfoot, until they finally actually found a few of them.
Yeah.
And what do those suckers get? Like 40 feet long for
100, over 100.
Hold on. I'm gonna test the voice
I have no
recognition
idea.
on my phone. This is a
But at the
perfect
bottom of the
question.
ocean, there's a ton of shit we don't know about. But what about stuff like
Yeah.
Bigfoot?
No.
Do you think
that's
there's any
stupid.
possibility of that?
You know, so there used to be an ape that would match the description of Bigfoot. Like Bigfoot used to be alive, but not any time recently.
Yeah,
And
I'm not saying like one mystical creature named Bigfoot. I'm
Well,
saying
I-
like a species out there. Sorry to
I
clarify.
know, I know, but I just think it's important to throw it out there that hey, well, you know, this isn't a magical thing we're talking about. What we're really talking about is it possible that this crazy big species from 20,000 years ago, there's still a few of them alive somewhere in the north? I don't think so. Somebody would have shot one. I promise you. I see Bigfoot, I'm gonna kill it.
How long is a giant squid?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Someone would have killed one by now,
I
or at
would
least
imme-
seen
I
one
wouldn't even hesitate.
verifiably.
Like I've been
Anything
sitting.
on land would have been encountered by someone like Kyle.
43 feet. That actually worked out really well.
Bullshit, they're bigger.
I just asked my phone how long is a giant squid.
Yeah, are you
Giant
smarter
squid
than a
live up to their
phone?
name. The largest giant squid ever recorded by scientists was 43 feet, 13 meters long, and may have weighed nearly a ton. You'd think such a huge animal would be hard to miss.
Isn't it disappointing when like you have a picture in your head of what a giant squid is, and it's like 1,000 feet long of sheer terror, and then you find out it does exist, but it's like the size of a bus, and even that huge thing is a disappointment. Like, fuck, I thought it was going to be a legit monster.
So
It's
you're
not.
right. It's 46 feet, and there's a cool little graphic here on Wikipedia, like an image of the giant squid next to it, like a diver to give you a comparison, and that's pretty cool.
Huh. So
Think it's
46
friendly?
feet. I'm somewhat jealous. And now I have giant squid envy. Kyle's is 3 feet longer than mine. Horseshit.
Oh.
I'm like that chick's husband.
What about ghosts
there
and
is-
spirits?
I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. Do you?
No? No soul inside you? No way some energy or some life force could hang on to this this physical world after you leave it?
You know, right? As science based as I like to think of myself, are we really just an ongoing chemical reaction that just ceases to react and turns into dirt and then eventually into another thing? That's everything?
I think that's a very unfortunate outlook that people don't like, but beyond that.
So that's where you are? We're
Yeah,
just
makes the most sense.
We're just a collection of chemical reactions. So that leads me to another thing. I'll ask this. Like, if we are just a series of chemical reaction, that means that your free will is just an illusion, right? You know, like if you don't believe that you have some sort of soul and choices and whatever, then what I'm about to say and what I will do next and all the things that happen to me going forward aren't really decisions that I'm making or, well or not. This like decision to lose weight or whatever was really just predetermined and it like what you feel as discipline is just chemical reactions.
I don't think that sentiency requires that you have a soul, though.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
I don't think
so.
that you need like a ruling being to have
I
free
think
will.
you can be self-aware and without having a soul. I think we're
But
gonna
I
have
think
some
that-
virtual.
No, I get it. I mean, the argument that Woody's making is that if you have a starting point for the reaction from the moment life begins when the gametes meet, it is predetermined in the sense that that reaction with those stimuli and the experiences that that individual has can only go one way because that was the way it was going to go. That was the way that they were going to decide. That was how their sentience was going to work, and their self-awareness was going to lead them down that path no matter what. Is that kind of what you meant?
Yes, and to take it a step further, if we were to somehow take all the data on the Earth or in the universe, right? Like you guys get a snapshot, we could theoretically use some sort of math or equation to figure out how they will all react, and we would know how the rest of the universe would play out. Like, bam. If this is nothing but a series of chemical reactions, what I'm saying, what I'm doing, what you're thinking, what you're doing, what I will do to react to what you did, if that is all just chemical reactions, and it's not free will, and it's not soul, and it's not spiritual. It's just atoms reacting with each other. We could, in theory, grab the universe at a particular point in time and then figure out what happens going forward, and we would know everything forever, like predicting weather.
I think it has a lot to do with the brain chemistry. Like, you wouldn't say that a reptile has free will or even the capacity for it, because it just has the hindbrain. It's just reacting viscerally to stimuli around it. Oh, that's a hot female alligator. I'm going to go try and have sex with her so I can propagate.
We've all had that.
But once you get up to like even a dolphin or a human, like, we've got full frontal lobes. We can think on our own at a level that it's not even comprehensible to any other animal out there. Like, most of them don't even know they exist. Like, we're so much better as far as intellect goes that almost like we're in a different equation with a couple other animals that have self-awareness as well. But I also don't think it's like a dichotomy of like you need free will or no free will at all, because like, doesn't that kind of run into the problem of like you can't be given free will, so it would be intrinsic anyway?
And I think you could make the same argument about the soul. The soul is going to have some kind of a predisposition to whatever it is. So is it any chemical soul then, whatever you want to call it?
Taylor has said.
Yeah, but if you get into like a chemical soul.
So Taylor said,
sorry,
look, a lizard doesn't even have free will. A lizard just reacts to what it's going to do. It doesn't really think things through, etc. There's probably some higher level being that feels that way about us. And he would say, humans just don't even operate. They hardly have a frontal lobe compared to cyborgs. And they're just, stuck reacting to what goes on around them in really predictable, simplistic ways. We are...
But there is a critical mass there where you are sentient, and below that point you're not.
Sentient compared to a lizard, but not a cyborg.
Well, yeah. But as we can't talk about things from the perspective of some fictitious alien race, just from what we can see. And from what I can tell, we do have free will. There's no way to prove it, I guess. It's unfalsifiable.
Do you believe in ghosts? Dear God.
Right.
Well, we said no, and then we moved on.
I didn't feel like we had properly covered it.
Do you believe in ghosts at all, Kyle? Anytime you did? Good ghost stories?
No.
Tales of horror?
No, I don't think so. No. Although the prospect of a ghost is terrifying. Like, what if they could enter what if they could enter your body and control you like a marionette, just making you dance, making you sing their ghost songs and dance their ghost dances?
Do you actually get scared by ghost or spirit movies at all? Because I find that the scariest movies are ones where I feel like it could happen, like a serial killer or a creepy, or I guess murderer. Those are pretty much the real ones. But do you ever, like, even if you're scared in the moment...
The scariest ones to me are things that I feel like are not only possible, but that I feel like I have no defense against. So, like, if you show me, like, Freddy Krueger, I just can't really suspend my disbelief for that, to be honest. This guy that comes in my dreams, it's just bullshit. I know it's not real. And the same's true for like Jason and Michael Myers and most of the big ones for the most part, zombies and all that stuff. But what I'm actually afraid of is the alien abduction movies and the movies with like demons / evil spirits that are like trying to take your kids away and shit. That stuff actually scares me. Even though I don't believe in the ghosts, I know that they're a hell of a lot more likely than, like, I don't know, Freddy Krueger. And I have no defense against ghosts. I don't think you could shoot a ghost, you couldn't beat one up, you couldn't stab one, and I don't speak Latin, so...
I mean, come on, no defense against ghosts? Really? Bill Murray would beg to differ.
Well, some defense against ghosts.
I think I've got a Ghostbusters uniform somewhere around here. I'm pretty sure yeah. Like the whole jumpsuit that zips up.
Hey, another thing to add to your fun box. Ghostbusters outfit. Very, very fun.
So Woody put up his video of us starting a pretty nice fire, and it got picked up by theblaze.com. They did a little blurb about it, which was pretty funny.
Yeah, and
what did they say about it?
Go ahead, Kyle. You lay it out there.
I think they thought we were idiots. But in truth, like everything we did was completely safe, and everything we did was completely planned. And the way I put it to Woody was like Dragon's Breath is those are the shotgun shells I use when I want to start some stuff on fire, and that grass over there in that field, that's my stuff. Like so, setting that stuff on fire with the Dragon's Breath was exactly what we were hoping for. Like that's always fun, and he hit the paint can. So they said he didn't hit it, and they were pretty confused about what kind of bullets he was using. I think they thought that like he was shooting the paint can and like sparks were like coming out of nowhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, so they gave us a hard time over on Glenn Beck's website, but he's a little nutty anyway.
Oh,
so
is that what the blaze is?
Yeah, that's Glenn Beck. That's Glenn Beck's place.
Yeah,
I mean, Glenn Beck's website didn't do their due diligence. They didn't look through everything first.
It was poorly written as well. I'll say this: it was poorly written. I could have written a better article.
I have to say, in terms of hating the gun guys, you're really gonna have to step your game up. I don't mean to brag, but I'm outstanding at collecting hate, and what I saw on the blaze didn't really catch my attention. So
They didn't hurt your feelings when they said you were a bad shot.
They were
wrong
when
they said that you weren't performing gun safety.
They were wrong about that. They're like, oh yeah, the whatever. They thought they were bullets. They weren't. The sparks hit the grass. Right. That was the other thing I was aiming for. Yep. Everything went exactly like. I guess I'll say it all. I mean, the bit was, I was shooting at the can and then I accidentally started fire. The truth is, we had started some fires earlier and I was like, oh, that's amazing. Can I do that too? And then we filmed it and it was fun. And it went exactly like it was supposed to.
And sometimes we start big fires down there. This goes up Saturday, right?
Go on. Yeah, something, whatever. Saturday works.
All right, so there's also an FPSRussia video going up Saturday where we start a big fire. Like that's the kind of fire that I've got like a water truck type thing that's like PTO powered and it's like 600 gallons. That's the one that like so we have big fires.
It's huge. Yeah, he has it. So I asked Kyle, like after I finished or after the camera wrapped, I was like, how does that one compare? Like, because I was kind of exhausted. I ran up and down that hill several times, and I've much less leg hair than I did 2 weeks ago from stomping out the fire. And he's like, yeah, sorry, Woody, that's it's below average. So
yeah, that's a small fire. Like that other fire, it really got out of hand. Like we were driving around in circles. There were 3 of us spraying it with a big high pressure hose. That was a good fire. But we had like a Justin Bieber mannequin and like this horse head mask mannequin standing in these tall weeds, and then we just soaked everything in fucking gas, and then we shot him with a silenced shotgun with Dragon's Breath, and we burnt every fucking thing.
Just as a thought, I don't know how that's getting edited into a video, but you might consider putting less edited stuff on the more FPSRussia channel, because I've had a really good response to doing that. So just an idea that you may or may not use. Yeah. Just like,
that's true.
There's some people who will want to watch.
I'm gonna see if we've got the footage of us putting it out, because like it literally took us 10 minutes and it was pretty fun.
Yeah. If there's like literally 10 minutes of like fire extinguishing going on, it's probably not a good fit for your for the premiere channel. But on the behind the scenes shot, that sounds awesome. I would get a big kick out of that.
The I intentionally left that part of the grass like really tall so that I could burn it. But you saw the area we're in. Like if you started a big fire, like where's it gonna go? Like those green trees over there, they're gonna burn down. Like we're in Georgia. It's there's dead grass on the ground, but everything else is green.
I know how comfortable you are with it. I was having flashbacks to that fire I started at like 10 years old that it went 5 alarm. Like I was like, this is exactly what happened.
This is how it went last time.
If people don't know that story, the fast forward version is we were playing war in this field with I don't know, 3-4 feet tall dry grass, and it was super windy, and somebody else lit the grass on fire on purpose because when they tried to light the wick on a smoke bomb, it kept blowing out. So he lit the grass, held the smoke bomb up to it, and they said, Woody, put out this fire. And I was like, no, it's so great. It was like fall and it was getting chilly, and then not like 45 seconds later, it was like chest high, and we're like stomping on it. Somebody more resourceful than me was like slamming his coat on it, and we couldn't get it out. And in no time at all, it was like 40 feet tall, taller than the trees that surrounded it. Fire departments came from everywhere. It went 4 alarm, 5 alarm, one of those two. I'm not sure which. And And
Lots of alarms going off.
I think a 5-alarm fire means 5 different like fire companies came like from neighboring towns and stuff to help out. And yeah, and like even to this day, I look back and think, man, you know, he asked you to put it out when the fire was. You guys can't see my hands, but when the fire was a foot long, you know, a foot tall, I could have put it out, but I did this stupid thing where I, you know, warmed myself up just a little bit, and we lit acres and acres of dry grass on fire.
Wow, so the precise meaning of an alarm varies depending on the fire department. In New York City, dispatchers send out 25 units and 106 firefighters for a 2-alarm fire. For a 5-alarm fire, we're talking about 44 units and 198 firefighters.
That's
okay. That's much bigger than we had. I mean, I would estimate there were like 8 to 10 trucks there. And I don't know how many people are on a truck, like 8 maybe. So there were maybe 60 firefighters there.
Probably
and
a
8
lot.
trucks.
I'd never started a big
Sounds like
fire
it was
like
a
that.
real clusterfuck.
Yeah,
I
it
always
wasn't a
started small
joke.
fires.
Yeah, and what it was dry grass surrounded by what we called the woods, like a really small forest. And then came like a medium density suburb, like houses and stuff.
So
That's where we
So
lived.
when you saw those flames out there in the field, you were thinking like flashback, like here we go again.
Yes.
Gonna burn Kyle's farm down over
totally.
here.
Now you're like calm about it. You're not even jogging to help.
Yeah, I'm like operating the camera to like the only reason I came to help is like I even said it on the camera. I'm like filming all this, and I told them I'm like, you know, when I start fires, everybody usually runs out and helps me. they're like, yeah, that's you. I'm just like,
Yeah.
I guess I'll go.
Yeah, so I'm out there like, you know, putting it out. And that's why I uploaded the full footage to my outtakes channel, just because like I heard it afterwards. You know, I had hearing protection on for most of my firefighting thing, and like I didn't hear anyone laughing or giggling or whatever. I was just working on it. But yeah, it was.
So
a good
how
time.
did you get conscripted as the firefighter guy in that situation? So this other guy just started a fire, just started one, and was like, "Hey, you're up," and then ran off.
No, he started
Basically,
the fire.
I think he's talking about the childhood fire.
yeah, the childhood.
Yeah, we were just like on the same team. Like there were the nearby houses I mentioned were Beth and Mindy Drive, and based on which street you lived on, you determine the teams. And he lit the smoke bomb. Said, "Woody, take care of the fire," and I didn't do what
And
he
you
asked me
failed.
to. Yeah, I had a
Failed
better idea.
horribly.
I was gonna get
Cost
warm.
taxpayers hundreds.
That was good. And also Woody put up the rafting / ziplining montage. I've got similar footage to what he has. And I wanted to see what he was going to do with his first and let him do his thing. And I just didn't want to do what he's going to do because I've got a smaller audience over there on the FPS channel. But what I'm probably going to do is put like clips of it and do like voiceover or maybe some video and talk about like what was going on when we did stuff. And hopefully I captured some cool audio too. Oh, and I recorded a short little video with my phone when we were playing poker. We finally all play poker for money, and I took everyone's money, so we'll put that whole video up too.
Through sheer skill and determination, I've heard. Not because everybody else got lazy and just went all in out of boredom.
You know, or you could say that everyone else was just poor poker players and they lost to me.
We
because they're
cleaned
not
you
good.
out 3 times before we were like, fine, take it.
I rebought twice, and then I took all of your money, and then I took all of Chiz's money.
That's right. He did a rebuy twice.
I
but
think of
his
going all
second-
in as like an end the game fee. Like just fucking
Why
end
would
it.
you want to
We're
end the
done.
game? You play the game for fun, and you want to make as much money as possible.
No, going all in poker is about like flipping over the board in Risk.
Kyle,
Exactly equivalent.
And that
Well, it
happens
depends on
too in
kind of-
Risk, because it's a 10-hour game and it's bullshit. You just gotta end it sometimes. So there's
Poor
always that one
Kyle.
guy who's like
Like,
sequestered
fine,
in his
have Africa!
lose.
It was within
Ah.
like 10 minutes. Like I think I was out first, and then Chiz didn't want to play either, and we had only had $10 in. It was just like fine. You know, it was
I
it.
wanted to play for 200. No one wanted to gamble.
Oh gosh, if we played for 200, I'd have just walked away when I was up 600 or whatever the parallel would be.
You were never up in the triple your money. And
Yes, I
you
was.
wouldn't
I absolutely had $30 at one point. I think I had 40.
Everyone's
at one
up.
point.
I don't know about that. And even if you were, perhaps you wouldn't have been up 30, 3 times your buy-in if it were real money instead of dollars and cents.
You were never
never
up,
know.
says the guy who had to rebuy in for quadruple the
I-
initial buy-in.
In the end, I had all the chips. That's all I knew. That's how I remember.
Uh,
But the
I
zip
actually
line
need to
video looks
admit,
cool.
Kyle, I did watch some World Series of Poker. There's this guy called like Daniel
Negreanu.
however you say his name. Negreanu. That guy's cool. All his reads where he knows what the other guy has beforehand, and he's like calling him out on it, like, I bet you got 2 kings.
Wait, was
And the
that a
guy's sitting there
montage?
like, no. Yeah, there was like a Sports Center top 5 of it or something like that. But it was really cool. Like I don't know how he knew.
I just don't trust montages at all. I mean, heck, we were doing that in our game too. Like, he wants to raise after that card. Does he have another 8 too? You know, like, what just happened there?
I feel like I was right a lot of the time. I feel like you can look
He
at
was
the
right a
possibilities
lot of the
for-
time. Not every time, but he was right a lot of the time. We could have made a montage out of Kyle if we just cut out all the other times. That's why I don't like montages, right? It's not, whatever. I could make a montage and I'd look like the best COD player in the world. I'm not. But if you take my best moments over the course of a year, I'll look pretty damn good.
That's true. Negreanu's particularly good at it though. Like I've watched a
Yeah.
lot of cash games that aren't like a lot of times on ESPN it'll be like one hand. It's basically a montage of hands. But when you watch a cash game, a lot of times you just watch all the boring hands and the bullshit hands and everything, and you'll see him doing it in that too and being pretty accurate. Like in unedited footage, an unedited format. He's good at it, but he's not. He's no magician.
Well, yeah, he plays cards.
So.
But what's the difference between a cash game and those buy-in games, aside from obviously using cash? Like, is there a difference
Yeah, so like
for how many you bet or whatever?
Yeah, in a cash game, it's completely different because the chips are representative of dollars and cents. So if you have a $1 chip, it's worth $1, and you can leave the game or enter the game at any time. So you can sit down, win $200, and leave, or you could sit there, lose $37, and then leave. But with a tournament, you buy in for a certain amount, like you buy in for $1,000, and they give you a bunch of chips, and then you play with a big group of other people, and you're paid out based on the
placing.
Your placing, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so when those guys are like up $1 million or something, they're not up $1 million. They're just they paid in to play for $10,000 or something, and they could possibly win $500,000. But like the chips aren't dollars. They just talk like they
okay.
are.
Because I always wondered why when it was
Well,
like
there are.
up $800,000, I'm like, why doesn't he leave? Because you can't.
No, yeah,
There
the
are-
object is to
No.
be the last one standing.
Games though, I like the stuff I like is the cash games when they're actually playing for cash, and they'll have like big wads of money, like $50,000 wads of money, $100,000 wads of money, and then they'll have chips and stuff, and they'll bet $50,000-$100,000 on a card.
Is
And
poker a
sometimes
sport?
people-
No.
No.
Okay, so is Call of Duty a sport?
Call of Duty
No.
is an e-sport. Well, actually, Call of Duty is not an e-sport. Call of Duty is a casual game for casuals. But you could make you
might as
can
well
make
call
the
them
argument about
filthy
video
casuals.
games. Sorry?
You might as well call them filthy casuals.
No, I wasn't gonna call them filthy. I just
It came through.
did it. Oh, must be a problem with
Call
the
of
mic.
Duty's for casuals. Fuckers.
So you
That's
could
how
make you could make the argument that there are other games that are an e-sport where it's not a sport. Let's all be honest with ourselves. It's not a sport. It's just not. But you can make this new definition of competitive games that exist in this virtual space. But I don't think you could ever make the argument that poker is a sport any more than chess is a sport. It's just not.
Is golf a sport?
Oh wow, golf straddles the line, doesn't it?
I don't think it is. I think it's an activity, a game.
The problem I have with golf is actually the scoring, because in golf you never play against anyone, not really. You play against yourself, and you win a tournament by playing against yourself better than other people played against themselves.
I disagree
And
with that.
you can make arguments all day about the psychology of whoever you're paired up with and how well they're doing or whatever else the case may be. But at the end of the day,
that's not my
you're
argument.
you're playing with yourself. Come on.
Okay, first of all, I support that. Second, I'm coming at it from the angle of a swimmer, where really you're playing against the clock anyway. Like all the other people in your race are irrelevant. You're completely playing against the clock. And one of the things I always thought was neat about swimming is I can take my time and tell you exactly how I would have done in every race. You know, it's like, you know, I'd look at other schools or, you know, schools that had better swim teams and like, you know, I'm the star of my swim team. But look at this. If I was on this elite swim team, I'd be their third best. You know, like I wonder if I'd do better, you know, under their practice schedule. But you
I don't know if I think swimming is a sport.
Really? You think swimming might not be a sport?
Swimming is a sport. If swimming's not a sport, then running isn't a sport.
But hold on a second. The thing about swimming, and I don't know if I'm going to win this argument for running, but the thing about swimming is that there are actually advantages to be in a particular position within the pool with respect to wave resistance from the other swimmers and whatnot. So in a way that golfers cannot affect each other physically, swimmers can.
I mean,
at least a little bit. Might be subtle, but it's there.
For running, I think it's subtle too. I think people draft off one another in running. They'll let someone else break the wind and follow. I'm not a runner, but
I think it's more of a concern with long distance running and far less with short distance running. But the thing about running too is that you can at least see all of the other competitors on the field, whereas with golf, you're on your phone like checking the standings as opposed like there's a guy next to you, but he's not necessarily or she is not necessarily that relevant.
It's hard to draw the line. Like for me, golf, swimming, running are clearly on the sports side, right? Those people are all athletes in some way. And I'll get that some golfers don't look like, I don't know, Kobe Bryant or whoever perfect body you can think of, some wide receiver. But football players sometimes don't look like them either, right? Football players can have, American football this is, you know, great big bellies and stuff like that. And they're still athletes. They're just a different kind. Like powerlifters can be fat too. But somewhere between like, you know, what a pro golfer does and what an esport athlete does, like I shift it away from what I consider sports.
What about bowling?
You convinced me on the running, swimming thing, but still no to golf.
Bowling's a sport.
No to bowling.
Sorry, was that no to bowling, Kyle?
That's a yes to all. Yes to bowling and yes to golf.
All right, let's come up with something that isn't a sport. Here we go.
I'm saying no to bowling and no to golf.
Archery is also a sport. Archery's a sport.
Skeet shooting.
No. What are the qualifications that have to be fulfilled for it to be a sport in your head, Kyle?
I think you have to be exerting physical prowess in a game or a competition.
Okay, so then is League of Legends a sport then?
I know, that's where I am. So I'm sorry, I know you want him to answer that.
No, and here's why.
Like boxing tiebreakers.
Because they're operating a controller, which is in a way an instrument. You wouldn't think of a really good jazz musician as an athlete. They're operating a controller too. It's an instrument. The controller.
Well, I would argue a bow is an instrument or a gun is an instrument.
That's why. But I separate gun and bow because the bow is physical. The bow is difficult to use. It requires physical talent.
But the mouse and keyboard is difficult to use at that level too.
It is. It really is. Like, mouse and keyboard skills. Like, I'm competent because I do it almost every day, but I'm not good. Right? I'm just like, I know how to move. And I'm having a hard time drawing the line myself because is a skeet shooter and is that a sport? Yeah, I think it is a sport. I think it's not that far from hitting a baseball.
No one's going to argue biathlon isn't a sport because they have to ski. But you could make the argument that just because here we can draw some analogies here between golf and shooting actually, because you can say, okay, fine, playing in a golf tournament against other people is definitely a sport in the same way that a biathlon is definitely a sport. You're cross country skiing and you got to shoot, your arms are friggin' tired. Mm-hmm. But then you could kind of go, okay, well hold on a second then. Is hitting balls off a driving range a sport? And then in that case, is skeet shooting a sport? Whoa.
Well, right. I know that's somewhere where the boundary lies. I'm thinking, is a home run competition a sport? I would argue it is. If that was a
It's
sport,
a contest. That's a contest.
huh? I don't.
Because that's a word we haven't used yet. Contest is a thing. That doesn't have to be a sport, but it can involve physical exertion and a test of skill.
Yeah, somehow I don't know why I'm just not giving it up to esports. They're waving in the background. Oh, they're saying goodbye. Yeah, somehow I'm just like, well, when you get all the way down to just thumbs and index fingers, I can't give you that anymore. All of a sudden, you're not an athlete. Yet I'm happy to give it away to someone in a home run competition. I can't.
But then again,
the
so
home run competition isn't even real competition. The pitcher's lobbing them up there. They're just it's definitely a contest.
If it were hypothetically a game
not
in itself,
a sport. It's just not a sport. You should be able to get winded in a sport. Okay, how about that? Because
bowling or golf.
Yeah, bowling. If you get winded bowling, dude.
Here, you could get winded bowling if it weren't for the reset times in the groups of people. If you were just hitting set after set, you could get winded. The reason you don't get winded is the same reason that you don't get winded golfing if you have a golf cart.
We need to do a live stream, last man standing bowling, endurance bowling.
Endurance bowling. It goes on for 5 days, and everyone who's not a complete tub of shit is still fine.
I don't
That's
like
basically
bowling.
what it would be.
I really don't like bowling.
I hate it.
I don't enjoy it at all. That was one of the reasons I enjoyed it, and I hated that. I hate what bowlers are anyway. Like when I go to buy bowling balls I've got a cannon that shoots bowling balls, and I have to go around every now and then to get more ammo. So I'll have to buy a lot of bowling balls, and people are like, "Oh, big bowler, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's why I'm buying $7 worth of bowling balls at Goodwill, because I'm a big bowler." What are you thinking, dude? Like I got one in each hand, like throwing them both out there, because I'm
gonna have your little homeless fingerless gloves. A little bit of powder on there. Throw it down, get really intense.
Yeah.
I like bowling just for the outstanding footwear.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
It's a silly.
Was anybody in here trying to make the point for video games being sports? I couldn't really tell.
No,
but we did try to make the point of determining where that line is. Is there something slightly more exerting than gaming that you still don't consider a sport? I didn't come up with anything.
Calling gaming a sport would be like calling masturbating a sport. Or I guess that would be like calling swimming or running maybe, because you're just competing against yourself, Could be.
I don't know. To me, they're solid sports.
I know, and I mean, okay, if you're going to make the argument then that, you have to be winded or that you have to you move more than your arms, then is F1 driving a sport?
Ooh, that's a great one.
That is a good
F1
question.
NASCAR or something.
Yeah, because I
have no idea.
I would probably argue they're not a sport, and I think that the general population, even if they don't necessarily think about it this way, probably thinks about it that way too, because we call them specifically motorsports in the same way that we'll call a game specifically esports. We actually subconsciously almost have categorized out some of these things as not sports, but I think a lot of people, without really thinking about it, would classify motorcycle racing as a sport. Okay, it's a bad example because that actually is extremely physically exerting. But then NASCAR, then. Where it's more of a reflex game.
Is really physically exerting as well.
It's exhausting, I'm told.
But you're feeling just trying to hold the car on the road.
But I've
never done it, but I've heard it's exhausting.
Playing CS:GO for 6 hours consecutively is also exhausting. So.
Yeah, right.
But very different levels of exhausting, I would think.
You can get very tired by mentally exerting yourself for a long period of time. There's no doubt about that. I mean, for me, I could be having a conversation with someone for an hour and not get tired, whereas if I'm on camera and I got to be on point for an hour, that's extremely fatiguing.
Yes, it is. Even more so with 4 hours.
Don't be up. All right, you want to roll out that second sponsor?
Yep.
One moment.
So
Go,
our
baby.
second sponsor tonight is appwin.com. They are returning again. I'm a big fan of appwin.com. For those of you who don't remember, that's the site where you go and you rate their apps, and you win prizes. There's different prizes for different apps, so you can kind of look around and see what you might want to win. And they give away lots of cool stuff. It's everything from Xbox Ones to all kind of iOS devices, iPads and iPhones and shit. And I like the website. It's how I get away with gambling these days. My sponsor allows it, so I go over to AppWin and spend a few hours doing that.
Awesome. Appwin.com. Link in the description.
There's,
annotation on the screen.
Isn't there a special giveaway they're doing or something?
Tell me more.
I think they've got there's one lethal. What? Excuse me. 1 week.
You're breaking up.
Left to enter. It's an
So
Xbox One.
I think Kyle's breaking up, but the deal is Xbox One. You can win an Xbox One and a game of your choice. The contest is being held to all users. All you have to do to enter is download and rate War of Nations on their iOS device. If you don't have an iOS device, you can complete the steps on iTunes using your desktop computer. So, the idea is that you download and rate War of Nations, but if all you do is rate it using iTunes, you can still enter to win an Xbox One and any game of your choice.
Wow, you'd be a damn fool not to take advantage of that.
There's a link. There's a link they're supposed to click, right?
Yeah, and we'll have that in the description and an annotation on your screen right now.
Yes, you need to click.
5 easy payments of $29.99.
Not at all.
I hate it when my guests dick around during the sponsor spots. Assholes.
So
I'm trying to support my family here.
That brings me back to you. You are the sham wow of YouTube, right? Like in all these videos.
Am I? I don't have the puffball headset mic.
You need it. You need that. But it's not even the verbal stuff. It's like the sort of, there's a level of excitement and enthusiasm around whatever it is that we're reviewing this week. Like, this thing is really cool for these reasons, or not cool for those reasons if that's where the product falls. But I don't know. There's a vibe there, a certain enthusiasm.
Well, making videos is a sport for me. I find it very physically exerting to be that excited about anything for that kind of period of time. Because there's all the outtakes that nobody sees, right? I don't know. That manner of speaking has always just been something that comes very naturally to me. If it's something that I'm amped up about, like technology, I'll just start going on about this. Oh my god, I mean, this thing's amazing. Holy shit, look at this. Okay, this motherboard has a chip on it that actually stands physically between your keyboard and your USB port so that you can remap keys in a motherboard hardware to execute macros even on keyboards that don't support it. Did that not just blow your mind? How excited are you about that?
Actually, that particular feature is not one I love. But I've got questions for you. To me, this is the time to build a PC, right? New CPUs have just dropped. New motherboards have just dropped. DDR4 RAM. Did I say it right? DDR4? Yeah. DDR4 RAM just dropped. And everything is sort of coming together. New GPUs will be coming out in a few weeks from NVIDIA, or at least announced.
Can neither confirm nor deny, although I am going on a trip soon. So... to California. I'll say that much.
Heck, I think it's confirmed they're announcing them on September 9th, but we don't know what they're announcing. New GPUs on September 9th. So I come to you, PC building guru, probably the very most knowledgeable guy on YouTube about this. Is now the time to buy? Will that motherboard with the encoder be a big deal? Because I watch your videos, and you had one that had an AverMedia H.264 encoder built into the motherboard. I have a Titan, which also has that encoder. Is that still useful to me? I tried live streaming with that encoder once, and it wasn't as good as XSplit native.
All right. So do you want me to talk about is now a good time to buy a PC? Hold on a second. Wife's texting me.
All right.
Oh, women, am I right?
And she murdered him for always being at work. So, okay, where was I going? Right, okay, is now a good time to buy a PC? Oh, I don't know, hard to say. Because if you're building a very high-end computer, honestly, it's a time to buy a PC because there's new high-end stuff out and it's super fast and super amazing and all that. But is it the best time? Actually, probably not. DDR4 is still very, very expensive for no real tangible performance benefit. And this is something that we've seen time and time again. DDR2, when it first came out, very expensive, no tangible performance benefit. Same thing with DDR3, and now we're seeing it again with DDR4. It's just super, super, super balls expensive because they're just not manufacturing very much of it.
Because I'm sorry, I just want to go back and forth a bit. But the reason that the DDR4 isn't helping much is, one, DDR3 wasn't a bottleneck. Two, they ramped up the frequencies, but they ramped up the latencies to go with it. So am I on target?
Yeah, this happens every time as well, where latencies go up, frequencies go up. The issue is that particularly on the LGA 2011-3 socket, where you've got quad channel memory, so that is 4 sticks of memory all running concurrently, so you read and write to all of them at the same time, what DDR4 is going to do is it's going to increase bandwidth, which is what running memory in quad channel already does. So we've gone and thrown so much bandwidth at this platform that it doesn't really know what to do with it at this point. I mean, we might get faster CPUs in the future or with more cores that are going to help us take advantage of it, but right now, especially if you're running in quad channel, DDR3 is enough for any sort of modern CPU. The issue then is that if you want 8 cores on your system, you're just going to have to go with the new platform anyway, because Intel only supports up to 6 cores on the previous generation one, unless you want to buy a Xeon, which is kind of a funny story. We ended up with a 12-core Xeon in one of my editor's rigs. Man, is he having a lot of fun with that. 2 Titan Blacks, 12-core Xeon, Quadro, 64 gigs of RAM, and he just sits and exports things in After Effects so that he can see how fast it goes when he tries different settings. It's kind of hilarious.
What's the clock frequency on the 12-core Xeon? Is like 2.7 or something?
No. 3 stock, and we got it overclocked to about 3.35.
I saw that video. You did it in a video, right?
Yes, I did. That was fun. If you're into that sort of thing.
Nerding out right along next to you. What motherboard was it that had the media encoder on it?
I don't remember. I think it's some ASRock one or something like that. That's actually a new thing, and it's got a built-in AverMedia H.264 encoder. So what you can do is you can output from your graphics card directly into an HDMI input or something along those lines. I think that as a stopgap solution, there's a value to it, but I still don't think it makes a ton of sense. You're going to save a couple bucks because instead of buying, for example, actually I've got one running right here because I'm doing some capture while you guys are talking about things that I don't understand, like guns. So you save yourself the trouble of buying an external capture card, I guess, but it only works on that motherboard, and you can't really use it. It's not portable. So you save yourself a bit of money now versus buying that other solution now, and then in the future, NVIDIA is going to make, I predict, because they're much smarter than a lot of people give them credit for, they're going to make Shadowplay, which is that built-in H.264 encoding hardware on their graphics cards. They're going to make that much more user-friendly in the future, I would certainly hope. Because right now, if you want to stream to Twitch, for example, you have to do it through their Shadowplay interface, and they give you a couple options. Yeah, I want to put my webcam here, I want to put here, here. But that's not really robust enough for a lot of streamers who want to have sponsor integrations, or they want to have lower thirds, or they want to do all this stuff, right? So they've got a lot of work to do, but that's gonna come, that's gonna happen, and we're not gonna need.
I think you're missing something. So OBS uses NVIDIA as its encoder already, which to me...
Yeah, it does, but it's OBS. Every time we try to use it, it's,
Have you tried lately? Because I agree with you completely until I tried it. I started using it again a month or two ago, and I'm getting the knack of it.
I haven't tried it in the last couple months. So, okay, if it turned amazing all of a sudden, then...
I think partly it turned amazing, and partly I had coaches that I didn't have before, and they're like, oh, yeah, this is tricky. You need to hold, like, Control-Shift-Alt-Enter and drag the red box that now appears. But, once you get a couple coaches, and now you know what you're doing, which is what it took for me, suddenly OBS isn't so bad.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of silly, personally. I feel like things should be usable. If they're going to gain mainstream acceptance. Like if we're going to talk about, is this an important piece of technology? The iPhone was important, not because it was the most functional phone at the time, but because it was usable. That's why it's important. So to me, OBS will be important when it's easy to use. I'll take another crack at it, though, based on your suggestion. The last thing you asked was whether or not a hardware H.264 encoder is going to give you the same quality as the pure software solution in software like XSplit, and no. I would estimate that that will not happen for a very long time. Pure software encoding is better. And you can make it betterer and betterer by throwing more and more hardware at it. I mean, that is one of Intel's big pitches for, their 8-core Extreme Edition desktop processors. Like, look, you need two cores to run your game. We all know this. 2 cores to run your game. You know what? Throw a bunch of CPU power at having like the best looking stream ever, or the best looking gameplay videos ever. You can be outputting a video that you were just working on while you live stream, while you game, because you have all these processing cores.
But do you apply that same logic to the GPU processing? Because they seem to do as well as CPU to me. Maybe I'm missing something subtle.
The GPU H.264 encoders? No, they're definitely not able to deliver the same level of fidelity if you are willing to let the CPU do its work correctly. But the thing is that a lot of people dial the CPU back because it's so intensive to do it that way.
But wait, what about like Premiere Pro encoding? That you use your NVIDIA card to, you think it's not as good, the final result?
Using CUDA cores to process something is not the same as using that built-in H.264 encoder. Those are actually 2 different pipelines. So utilizing CUDA cores to brute force process something, like say for example you add a denoising filter to a video, you can use CUDA cores to accelerate that. That's not the same as if you were to use it's actually the same H.264 encoder on any Kepler GPU. Going to a higher end GPU doesn't get you a better one. It just is what it is. It's fixed function hardware. So if you use that, you're going to end up with lower quality, just like with Intel's QuickSync. Whereas if you use CUDA or if you use the CPU, then you can do all kinds of amazing things.
Huh. I wonder which
Hopefully
one OBS
this was
does.
Interesting to someone.
Yeah, I don't know. I hopefully some people. I would guess there's some people watching this because they're fans of yours and they'll love this talk. And then there are other people who will fuss at me.
Where did you get this guy on? That looks dumb. I hate his hair.
That's
We like
not
the-
gonna
I haven't
happen.
understood a single thing you've been talking about for like the last 9 minutes. No idea. So how does the HDMI 2164X3 compare to the X1? Is the quantum mechanic in that one, is it more compatible with the new USB? Like I don't know.
I could actually talk
What
about
are we talking
HDMI
about?
for a while if you really wanted me to.
I would prefer you didn't.
Okay, that's fine too.
I can't go toe to toe, but I bet I know enough to learn from him. That's
Yeah.
I know enough
This
to
is
feel just really ignorant.
this is both the advantage and disadvantage of existing in this weird niche. I mean, we're almost at 1 million subscribers, so obviously somebody cares.
Uh-huh.
But we're going to saturate it at some point, I guess, although it hasn't happened yet. And it's so inaccessible to anyone else. We're stuck in this sort of weird content creator thing. Where if we simplify it, then we're gonna be off-putting to our existing viewer base, and if we make it more complex, we're just gonna go further and further down the funnel of how many people could possibly exist on the planet who care about this enough to watch a video about it.
I hear you, man.
Apparently
been
almost
obs-
1 million. So that's good news.
I've been obsessing lately over the idea of starting a new channel, and the biggest thing I'm trying to decide on right now is how tight the niche should be. Should it just be this one thing, or should I expand it to some effect? One of the issues I had on my last channel was like when it was only COD tips. Well, Call of Duty tips run out. At some point you're repeating yourself, or you're, like it had to expand to be almost like an opinion advice / COD tips / I don't know. Some videos were just like, hey, I like Woody. I wonder what Woody's doing today. And I would tell them, that there was meant to solve that. So on this new one, it's like, wow, should I make it just about like, widgets and cover nothing else? And, people who are interested in that will love it and know what to expect in tomorrow's video, or should it be something a little broader so that I don't run out? I don't know.
One guy I respect a lot, Lewis from Unbox Therapy, he just started a new channel, and it's like it's the most obvious thing in the world, where no one's really been doing a great job of reasonable production value friggin' top 5 videos. He started this channel 3 weeks ago and has 85,000 subscribers with an average of around 100,000 views per video, and he's done 3 videos. I mean,
that's great, but he's already what does he have? 1.2 million subs, something like that.
Something like that, but he hasn't pushed it that hard.
Okay.
He's pushed it a little bit, but we were not able to grow a channel like that either. Mind you, we pushed it less than him, but this is still a pretty amazing result. I mean, he's getting similar per video views as on his main channel.
I watch a lot of your videos, and I wasn't sure what your second channel was called. So, like, to me, you're not really pushing it. Either I'm watching the wrong videos, or you're not pushing it much at all.
We don't push Tech Quickie at all. We want a different audience. It's a very different audience. I mean, Tech Quickie it's still technology, but it's like tips for how to, improve your wireless network. It's not like, oh my God, here's this CPU. It has 2,000 pins on the bottom of it, and they're small.
Okay.
So it's a little bit less hardcore geek and a little bit more shareable. So we weren't necessarily trying to.
I really want to see more of it. I think I might still fit your target audience. I haven't been sold enough. Maybe that's what it is. I need to see more of it. What was I gonna say? Oh! How's your audience? I'm curious about that. People who watch expertise videos or people who have expertise, like they're always nitpick. Gun videos are a great example. If you make a mistake in a gun video, like I think one time I called a striker a firing pin or vice versa, and there were like 6,000 comments saying I misnamed this component of a gun. It's the thing that hits the back of the bullet and makes it go bang.
Yeah, I know enough about guns to know that, but thank you.
So, I think it's called, I'm going to still screw this up. I think it's called one thing in a shotgun and a different thing in a pistol, or I was just wrong. But the comments were filled with like, I gotchas, I know a thing that you didn't know. That must happen on your tech stuff.
You know what? It does, but we've done an amazing job, I think, of creating a culture within even our YouTube comments that is very positive.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, go through any. We don't filter anything. I don't block anything. I have no blocked keywords. I have no blocked users. Everyone is free to say anything they want on any of my videos. Go and find some negativity. It's hard because we have a very specific strategy that has worked incredibly well over the years of completely ignoring anyone who is unnecessarily negative, and then taking real criticism very, very seriously, apologizing for it and correcting it in the future. And it's worked amazingly well. I mean, we actually say in every one of our videos, like if you liked, dislike if you disliked. I think we're one of the only channels on YouTube to say that. And even so, our like to dislike ratio is, I think, an average of about 100 to 1.
I copied you on a couple videos because I like that.
Wouldn't it be easier to just censor everyone with an iron fist, though? Just
no, it's not easier at all. I mean, I don't want to, group you guys in any sort of way, but you are all American. Do you really think that oppression works? Isn't that the foundation of your country? That it doesn't?
So it must be working
Oppressing
pretty well.
people, yes.
Yes,
yes, oppressing people is the foundation of modern America.
We're very good at it.
And you might think it doesn't work, but that's because you didn't hear their voices.
We know how to keep them down where they belong, and you know who they are.
Yeah, you know what you're doing is the model, and
yeah, that's the way to do it.
It's I don't do it as well as you do, and it's an area for
improvement.
improvement.
A lot of discipline. I mean, for years, you could go through any one of my videos, and it would be, he's gay, he's gay, he's gay, he's gay, he's gay, he's gay. And you know what? The philosophy that I had about that was, well, this is great, because every comment on my video is engagement. So I intentionally never acknowledged it. I never confirmed nor denied. I completely refused to talk about it, because eventually people tired of it.
That's also a good oppression card to have in your back pocket. If you never outright denounce it, if someone ever uses that against you, you can be like, I never even brought up that I was gay, and then everybody's going to take your side. So just keep that tucked away for a rainy day.
Yeah, I see no reason to acknowledge trolling. I mean, we all know this. It's in
Neither does Woody.
It's in the anti-trolling handbook. It's like the preface. Don't acknowledge them. Don't feed them.
So you'd say that giving them attention every week is a bad thing?
Yeah.
Lots of attention.
Oh,
yeah.
gosh. You guys are all right. You're right. So I give my trolls too much attention, and I'm nearly famous for doing it. If I were to try to...
You and guys like Total Biscuit. Total Biscuit creates so much more negativity. I mean, he's very opinionated, so the negativity was going to come for him one way or another, but I think he amplifies it. And I think he knows that. He just is in this...
He can't stop, and I empathize
he's in
with
this
him.
trap.
And I bet if I talked to Total Biscuit... And by the way, I know that it bothers him sometimes. We had him on the show one time, and he was in the heat of drama. And he almost came... I don't know if I read him wrong, but he almost came on the show, like, sheepishly, like, like, I'm having a hard time. Do you still like me? Yes, I do. I totally like you. I don't care that you, like, said a silly thing in a comment. That's what happened. He replied to someone, and they didn't like what he had to say. And I don't know. I bet if I talked to him, he'd be like, you have no idea. I ignore 99.9% of the fussing I get. I just get more than you. And when I respond to even 0.1, it looks like I'm responding to him all. I bet he would think that. And I understand where he comes from. And I need to shift to exactly where you are, which is perfection and not replying. And
I do it sometimes too. I'm not going to pretend I'm perfect
there
at
are people
all.
that are.
I do it sometimes too. Some guys do a really, really amazing job of it though, and you can really see it in the quality of the comments under a video. You can tell who does community management and who doesn't.
I think Linus just really has the likability factor going for him.
Lots of people hate me.
Where, really? I can't imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Just
They
the
do.
cadence of the voice, your body language, it seems like...
To me, he's completely likable. I'm gay for him. But
No. This guy has such an annoying voice. Oh my god, I hate him so much.
Oh, it's...
Well, that part's rough.
Are you familiar? I forget if it's... I think it's Gaming PC. Do you know the Gaming PC subreddit on Reddit? Have you ever heard of it, know it?
Yeah. I mean, there's there's Build a PC, there's Gaming PC, there's PC Master Race. I'm aware of them. I don't really troll them. That's another thing is, like, rule number 2, never go on Reddit.
You do... Yeah, you're right. You do give them stuff to celebrate, though, sometimes. Like, you'll refer... Sure. You'll put, like, console peasant things on there, and
yeah, of course.
They take it and run with it. But, on there, like, fussing goes your way. Of course, you're brilliant in not acknowledging it. But I'm like, stop it. I like him. But anyway, we should do a new topic. I totally don't want to be talking about this like this. I just acknowledging. Go on, please.
I was thinking, like, what are the benefits of some bad habits? Like, are there any benefits to some of the
Smoking
main bad
makes you
habits?
skinny.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going.
Smoking looks cool.
Wow.
Smoking.
It does.
Smoking does
Definitely
look
looks cool.
Wait,
Yeah.
are you serious? I think
I watched The
Kyle's
Godfather.
serious.
No, I watched The Godfather last night. Michael's constantly lighting us. All the characters are smoking, and I'm just it does look cool.
It is cool. Watching those old Band of Brothers World War II right after a
They're
firefight.
constantly like
Smoking their filterless Luckies. But
Okay,
I don't know,
wait.
it's cool.
I'll go
Not
on.
good
Let
for
me
you, but
get
it's
my,
cool.
my 2 cents in on this. Smoking in movies does look cool. They usually do something amazing with, like, the smoke itself, with, like, top-notch videography, and they make smoking look neat. Also, the character will, like, use the cigarette as a prop in such a way that makes him seem like he doesn't care about anybody or anything. And I get what they're doing there. But smoking in real life, to me, looks like...
Even cooler.
Trailer trash. Like, that's what I see when I see some guy buying a pack of cigarettes. I see a guy who doesn't have his life going. Like, he's got an aspect of him that is controlled, and most smokers I know wish they weren't, right? Like, given the option, if they could just stop, they would take it, but they can't. And so smoking in movies, amazing looking. Smoking in real life, it like knocks a point or two off your 1 to 10 how classy are you scale. And yeah,
Depends what you're smoking. If it's just a Pall Mall Red, I agree with you. But if it's a nice stogie, you can look pretty fancy with that.
What if it's some Winston 100s?
Or it's a pack of parliaments. Like a real class act.
No, cools. No, just cools.
Linus,
In a slop
thoughts?
pack.
What? Sorry.
What are your thoughts on? Have you been listening? Are you working?
Oh yeah, no, I'm totally listening. I mean, for me, smoking is one of those things where it's it's how they popularized it in the first place, right? By association. So the reason smoking looks cool in movies is because super cool people are doing it. That's why it looks cool. I don't think it really has anything to do with the act of smoking. Whereas when you see someone who's been smoking for 10 years and it aged to them 25, that's why it doesn't look cool. Not necessarily because they're any less, skilled with, looking like they don't care about anything with the cigarette. I think you just can't take it as seriously because it's not someone who just, blew up 300 bad guys or whatever else doing it. It's pretty straightforward for me. I mean, yeah, that's it.
So what are some of the cool things that come along with drinking? What's the benefit?
That's what I can't
if you're an alcoholic,
figure out.
let me rephrase.
So we're talking about addicts to these
Yeah,
things.
sure. I mean, yeah, whatever. If you're an alcoholic, for example, what are some of the benefits of being an alcoholic? Someone who is addicted to alcohol, spends a lot of time drinking, has a high tolerance to it, etc.
Well, they don't realize how awful their life appears from the outside. So ignorance is bliss.
I was
in a
going
lot
to
of
say
ways.
they're not embarrassed by what happened the other night.
Yeah, they don't know.
Right.
Other than that, it doesn't seem like there's really any positives of that one. Did you have one in mind, Kyle?
No, maybe it acts as sort of like social lubricant. Maybe you're a really likable guy when you get wasted. There are a few people who are like that. Most of the time when someone's drunk, though, I hate them. There are very few likable drunks now that I think about it. So maybe that's not even a thing because whenever someone's drunk and they're trying to talk to me, I just despise them and hope they fall down a flight of stairs.
Well, all right.
Or an
Now we know
escalator.
how you really feel.
You know how an
Or down
escalator
in-
has those really jagged edges? I've always thought that'd be the worst kind of stairs to fall down.
What about pot?
Especially if you fall down one that's an up escalator, so it adds like 6 more feet to your total fall.
What about pot?
The benefit of a person who smokes pot, I guess, would be that they had some pot on them. You'd be like, hey, Mike, yeah, he has pot on him. Oh, cool. Like, I guess that comes along with smoking pot. I don't know. Like, I don't think there's anything that like from smoking pot that someone gains.
I've got one. It's a performance-enhancing drug for an eating contest.
Sure, yeah. If you had an eating competition or something, like maybe it's a performance enhancer there. Maybe somebody like Furious Pete or something. If you're a competitive eater, maybe some marijuana would be key to victory.
It doesn't seem like there are any big positives because, going back to the addiction point of like someone being a total pothead, like
The trouble I have with pot
no cool parts for that.
is hardly anybody's interesting while they're on pot. Suddenly they're very content with very uninteresting things. And it's like, oh, well, okay.
And if you get like a true blue pothead, the kind that never shut up about weed, those are the worst. The absolute worst. I got some new weed, man. You want to come try it out? It's different than the other one. It gets you high differently. It's just like,
Yeah.
I hated that. I had a couple friends who wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. Like, it's just annoying after a while. It's like, it's not that cool. Chill out.
The different strains of weed are a complete mystery to me. Because if someone told me that beer drunk is different than vodka drunk, which is different than wine drunk, I'd be like, I disagree. The hangover is sometimes slightly different, but the drunk is all the same to me. Now, a pot, I'm kind of uneducated, but like there are all these like, well, this pot is actually a downer that's an upper. And this pot,
This pot.
Yeah, all right.
Such an old man.
This strain makes you like.
There's a bit of reefer.
This strain makes you intellectually curious. This is the greatest. This strain does this to you, and this strain does that to you. And I wonder if it's right on target, and it actually is just like that. If it's a placebo effect, or if it's like alcohol, where to me anyway, the high is all the same.
I can see with some drinks how different drunks are different, definitely. But
It
there's
always-
also not as big a difference as people pretend, where they're like, "Oh man, keep me away from tequila. I'm way different on tequila." It's like, no,
Yeah,
you're
what's
not. You
that
just had
about?
one night where you got fucked up on tequila and you
That's
got
what I
a
like-
little too crazy.
yeah. I
If you
feel
got
the
drinking
exact same
vodka, you would have done the same thing.
Yeah, I've had tons of chicks say that, like, no tequila for me, brown
That's
liquor
a
makes
chick
me
line.
crazy, and I'm just like, yeah, because you drank too much of it when you drink it, like, because you're fucking
No
stupid.
tequila for me. That causes me to totally outsource responsibility for my actions. Will
I
not
mean-
do.
I don't
mean,
think anyone's ever said that until just now.
Like, I don't drink vodka, but the reason isn't because it makes me drunker than tequila. It's that the last time I
icky.
drank vodka, I vomited, and I don't like the taste of vodka because I associate it with that night that I was vomiting on the side of the car.
Was I there
So-
that night?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that night.
yeah. I was vomiting out the side of the fucking car going down the interstate. Who was sitting next to me? It was a chick. Oh, it was Tryhard's girl. The
yeah.
The cute, the
She's
cute
really
Asian
nice.
girl. Yeah. What didn't she have like a dude's name? Like, wasn't it like Sam or something?
She did.
Yeah, she was cool as
she
fuck.
had-
I liked her.
Yeah. They're still together and they're happy, so I'm happy for them.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
talked to him the other day. Yeah,
Me
that's
too.
that's really cool. She's awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad for him.
Yeah. Anyway, I puked over her, and she was cool with it.
See how cool she is?
I try not to drink anymore. Like I don't remember the last time that I like actually drank a lot to the point where I was drunk. Really.
Yeah, that's where. So I think I got to the point where I was making looser decisions on a drinking episode of PKA, but like I can't remember that. I don't think I've been sick in a long time.
We were in Austin, Texas, on 6th Street. That's the bar district, excuse me, the bar street or whatever. And I had tweeted out something like, "Hey, I'm on 6th Street. We're partying. Come out and hang out with us or whatever." And I didn't think anybody would show up really. It was just I do it a lot. And but these people drove like an hour and a half. Like they were and they were wearing uniforms too. They were the Zombie Defense Squad or something. They had bracelets. They had T-shirts. It was like I think it was 3 guys, maybe 2 or 3 guys, and a girl. And the girl was like dating one of the guys. And they all came in a van, and they came to fucking Austin, Texas, to drink with me. So it's me, my dad, my cousin Scott, and my other friend, and the Zombie Defense Squad tags along with us, and we're driving around. And so I'm doing the Russian accent the whole time to keep the gig going with them. And they're going with it. And they're buying me all this vodka. They're getting me wasted. And I'm just like shot after shot. And I'm not a big drinker anyway, so I'd had like, I don't know, 8 or 9 shots and 3 or 4 beers, and I'm really just incapacitated drunk, like doing stupid things.
That is a lot. Even the 2 low numbers add to 11. That's a lot of drinks.
And it was in a short period of time, like 3 hours. It was something like that. I'm pretty fucked up. Like I remember at one point, those things you put money in that you punch and it tells you, how hard you hit.
Yes.
Someone else had paid for it, and I punched it, and I was just like I had already turned into that douchebag. After I punched his thing, and I was like, yeah, 97, and I'm just like, you're a douchebag. I was like, I gave him $1 or whatever, and I felt bad about it. But anyway, so we're wasted walking up and down this this street with the Zombie Defense Squad, and I really had somewhere I was going with this. Oh, I'm trying to think.
You tweeted, people came, you drank too much, Zombie Defense Squad. You're getting kind of ignorant.
Oh, okay. Oh, so my dad. Oh, the funny thing that I thought was what my dad was doing. So obviously I was speaking in the Russian accent, so my dad was pretending like he wasn't my dad. He was pretending like he was my cousin Scott's dad to like keep up this ruse with these fans. And but meanwhile, my dad is talking shit behind FPSRussia's back. Like he keeps going to the fans and being like, I can hear him like way out of the corner of my hearing, and he's like, I hate that son of a bitch. He treats us like shit. You know what? I'd like to go over there and just smash him in the back of the head with this beer bottle. And the girl goes, don't do it. Don't do it. He'll kill you. He's like a fucking commando. He'll kill you like that. And Dad's like, I could take him if I sneak up on him from behind. And they're like, don't do it, man. Don't do it. They're warning my dad about even touching me from behind. So we got completely shit-faced, way drunker than I wanted to be. And the coolest part about this trip was that we rolled up into this hotel there. It's right at the end of 6th Street. It's like the Waldorf or the Waldor or something like that. And they have what's called the Cattle Baron Suite. It's on the 2nd floor of this place. And the deal was that this rich cattle baron guy who owned the hotel and had it built, the first thing he had built was a giant room for himself to live in while they built the rest of the hotel above him. So the most immaculate, amazing, beautiful suite in this whole hotel is right there because it was his. And apparently nobody had been buying this thing because it was so fucking expensive. It was like $3,000 or $4,000 a night. And we started haggling with them about it because they already had some deal where it was like half off. And we were like haggling back and forth. Well, maybe if you knock this much off and blah, blah, blah. So long story short, we got the fucking Cattle Baron Suite. I'm talking like 15-foot ceilings and a library. There was a dining room that looked like from Beauty and the Beast, like super long and full of like silverware already on it. Like places are set for 30 people or something. Beautiful suite. I spent the night vomiting in that bathroom. Didn't even get to sleep in this like in the biggest like extra large king bed I've ever seen with like drapes coming down around it. I slept in the bathroom, pillow against my head against the shower. 1 foot on each side of the toilet so that I could just do a sit-up, vomit, and then go back to sleep. I wake up at about 6 a.m. in the morning, and I look, and keep in mind there's 3 or 4 of us in this suite. It's a multi-room like thing that we've gotten here. And my cousin is in the bathtub over there, like up to here in the water, and it's 6 in the morning, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing in the bathtub in my bathroom? And I throw up a little, and he goes, I was so fucking cold, dude. I was so fucking cold, so I had to pour a bath. And I'm like, how'd you end up in my bath? He's like, I don't fucking know whose bath I'm in, man. Like, we were all so shit-faced from these fans buying us drinks. So we left this like $2,000 a night hotel that we had gotten in the worst condition it's ever been in. There was literally a scenario where someone vomited on the floor, and then they just put newspapers over it, like that movie Big Daddy with Adam Sandler. Like
at least they tried.
It was awful. I felt really embarrassed about what we did to that suite, and it was a real fucking mess. But yeah, that's what happens when I drink. Like every time I drink, like it snowballs into a thing, where like I end up surrounded by nefarious types and like hookers and fucking.
Well, nefarious is the wrong word. Just people buying you shots. That's pretty nice. Not like, I'm going to get him so fucked up he's vomiting on a marble floor surrounded by nice Corinthian pillars all night. Can't even enjoy his nice room.
That was oddly specific.
Mean things.
That's exactly what happened. There were Corinthian pillars. Have you been to the Waldorf?
Yeah, saw the vomit everywhere from you.
They're still there.
Oh, that was awful.
Still there.
But it really does
Russia's
happen.
yak.
Every time I start drinking, like I don't know, I get to a point where I'm like, I feel really good. I'm glad that I'm drunk, and I'm like, you know what would make this feeling better? Another drink.
I need to be more drunk to feel more better, and it makes sense.
Exactly that. If I were more drunk, I would be even more better.
So I'm not a drinker, but isn't that what Bloody Marys are all about? Isn't that the drink you take to relieve yourself from the hangover?
That's like the hair of the dog drink that old women in menopause drink after a hard night of hitting some red Merlot or whatever.
So I don't get hangovers. I've only ever gotten one hangover, and it was honestly after that night I described in Austin, Texas. That's the only hangover I've ever gotten.
Are you sure you weren't hungover in one of the paintball days after the truck?
I wake up the next day, and I'm just like, take a shower, and I'm like, okay, here we go. Like, no headache, no groggy feeling, no nausea, anything like that. But after that Beale Street thing, I had like the worst indigestion and nausea and just like discomfort and fogginess ever the whole next day. It was awful. But I've gotten wasted, just completely trashed before, and I wake up the next morning and I'm pretty much good to go. Like, as soon as I sober up, I'm good to go. I used to drink a lot. Like, when we were traveling around a lot, like when it was like we'd do PAX and VidCon and 2 or 3 things in LA, and then we'd be back in LA for something else. Like, all those nights we were drinking hard.
You used to do a lot of camera work in like Arizona too.
Yeah.
Like, you do shoots out there and driving across the country back and forth, which to me is crazy, but you do it?
I'm trying to think of a fun story from the desert. The one where I was sick is kind of funny. Should I tell that one?
I would love that.
All right, so
Like to hear it.
I got the flu. I was really fucking sick, and it was leading up to this thing where I had to fly out to Arizona and do some filming. We were going to film with like a sniper rifle and a cannon, and then we were going to go to New Mexico and we're going to film with like a minigun and some rockets or something like that. And I knew I had all this important filming coming up, but I was sick. Like I was getting sicker by the day. So I go to my doctor and I'm like, I explained the scenario to him. I'm like, this is important. There's a lot of money at stake. I need to be at my best. I'm going to be on camera. Can you hook me up? Like, I don't need the standard thing. Like, hook me up. Like, give me what you would give a soldier who's going off to war. like let's fuck this flu up. And he's like, I got it for you, man. So he gives me this Z-Pack, which is like this, this pack of antibiotics, I suppose. It's supposed to knock this stuff out quickly. Gives me a shot in the ass, and gives me a bottle of, what's this stuff? Codeine. A bottle of codeine syrup. Yeah. A big bottle, like the kind your granny used to have. Like, not even kidding. Like, it was like 24 ounces or something. And I had no experience with that stuff before. But I had a couple of different things going on. Like I had the flu, I had strep throat, so I was coughing up some blood. But I also had something else that was making me nauseous, so I was throwing up a lot. So I knew I was going to need some assistance. So I was going to fly from Atlanta to Albuquerque, New Mexico, home of Walter White. But I wanted to have a girl with me, so I flew from Atlanta to New Orleans. And I picked up a stripper from New Orleans, and then we flew.
As one does.
As one does.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny because I had a first class ticket and she had a coach ticket going from New Orleans to Albuquerque. And so I'm sitting up there in first class, and there's actually an empty seat next to me. And I'm like, hey, could we move my girl like from the back up here? I was like, and everybody's kind of listening, and they're like, yeah, that'd be cool, right? And they're just like, we can't do that. And I thought about it for a second. I'm like, well, I think I'm going to go back there and sit with her. And everybody was like, that's a good guy right there. That's a good guy. Like, they're applauding me, and I'm just like, if they only knew this is a stripper that I stopped and picked up along for the ride. Like, I just don't want to feel like a douchebag. So I went back and hung out with her, but she actually had a whole row to herself. So anyway, we get to Albuquerque. We were doing our film, and we're hanging out with this crazy eccentric millionaire guy who builds miniguns, and he's kind of a nut. And I don't want to go on any of their adventures with them. Like I don't do that when we would travel. I would just bring my own girl with me so I could stay at the hotel and not go out and get into trouble. But my friends and family, they go out and get into trouble. So I'm at the hotel with my girl, with my codeine, which I loved, by the way. I needed it. Like I wasn't abusing this codeine. Like I had such an awful sore throat, and I was so out of it. Like I was just sipping this stuff the whole time, and I didn't even realize it was like a thing that people take to get high or whatever. Like, I just thought it was medicine. So I'm wasted off this stuff in bed with her. It's 4 a.m. and the door's kicked open. Boom! Like, I didn't latch the door. I was so messed up from the codeine. And it's all of my friends and all of their girls, and they run into the room, and the girls jump into the bed, and they're jumping up and down on the bed. And one of them is a really big girl. Like, she's like 200 pounds. And the other one's like a hot chick, like this hot Hispanic chick. And they're dancing on the bed. And then they start telling me the story. They had went to the bar, and this is when my cousin had the flower behind his ear that this Mexican chick had given him at a bar. He goes to the bathroom to pee, and this guy next to him goes, they're standing there pissing. He looks next to him at the urinal and says, "You look like a faggot with that flower behind your ear." And Scott's like, "Don't call me a faggot." he's all right, well, whatever. But seriously though, you look like a faggot. And the Scott just like lays him out right there, knocks him unconscious at the urinal. Guy hits the floor, dick hanging out, still pissing, like he's pissing himself.
Still
that doesn't
peeing.
stop. Yeah, that's
impressive.
Stop. He hits the ground, his dick's still pissing. He's like pissing on himself.
Like a fire hose that's just sort of flopping around.
Or maybe I don't know how big it was. I'm giving him a lot of credit here, right? Like it's just going everywhere.
Like a baby's
You're making
arm.
it seem like one of those blow-up car lot things that's
like
like that.
No, it wasn't like a Medusa head or anything, but he pissed all over himself.
Okay.
And there's witnesses. There's 2 more guys who were standing there waiting for these 2 urinals that are in the restroom. So Scott's got to book it. So he goes, collects my other friend, collects the girls. He's like, we got to get the fuck out of here. So they go out in the parking lot, and they get stopped by the victim number 1's big friend. His big friend is like a Jordanian. Now I don't know how they knew he was Jordanian. He must have said it at some point. Like, I am Jordanian. I kill you. He said something like that. And at some point, Scott said something like, I'll just, he's like, I'm gonna knock your fucking teeth out. Just some whatever threat. And the guy says back to Scott, I'm a faggot. I'll push your shit in, boy.
Oh, that's perfect.
It's Mike Tyson.
There's no
tough
coming
talk.
back from that.
So it's at that point where the story gets foggy. I don't know what exactly happened, but the end result is this, to release myself or any others of any liability. The large Jordanian man was hit in the head with something. His car keys were stolen from him. His car may have been backed into by another car, and my truck had a big dent in the bumper. And that's the story they come back to me with, and that's day one of our trip to fucking New Mexico. So we get out in the desert, and I'm not getting any better. I'm not getting better at all. Like the shot in the ass, the Z-Pack, it's not doing shit. I'm out in the desert, and it's literally 104 degrees. I'm vomiting behind a truck, like I'm bent over vomiting, and I finish vomiting, and I like wipe my mouth, and then I start coughing, and I can't stop coughing, and I cough up blood. And I'm like, shit. As I'm like spitting the blood up and like getting the blood off my teeth. And they're like, hey, Kyle, you ready? We got the 500 Magnums loaded up. They want me to shoot a 500 Magnum in each hand at these steel targets out in the desert. And so I go out there and I'm kind of coughing and wheezing. It's hard to breathe. It really was. My throat was really ragged. If you go back and watch those videos, you can hear my voice is weird.
What's the name of the video? But it's the one with this 500 Smith & Wesson?
Yeah, I'm in the desert. I'm using a big chrome-barreled, integrally suppressed 50 cal. It's kind of a mishmash video where I do like 2 or 3 weird things.
Okay.
So were you just guzzling codeine regularly this whole time, just every few minutes? Then you were just in like the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas status, just barely with it.
Lots
really
of
knowing
Gatorade. I would guzzle like a whole thing of Gatorade, and then I'd vomit up 3/4 of it, it seemed like, just trying to stay hydrated. So I get out there. I got these big fucking guns in each hand. They're the most powerful production handguns in the world, and they're short barrels, so they're going to kick like a motherfucker. And I've got to hit the targets, or we just have to do it over again, I guess. And then I hear the grenade go off. My friend shot a tear gas grenade, a CS grenade at me, and it exploded next to me. And started like shooting CS at me, so I kicked it, and that's when I spoke too soon. It didn't explode. It landed next to me and started hissing. I kicked it, and then it exploded, and it goes poof, and I'm like covered with the CS while I'm sick. So
what is CS?
I don't remember what it stands for. It's tear gas basically. It really fucks you up. Mucus, membranes, all that stuff.
Good
so
if you're sick
all that.
in the middle of a desert.
It was awful, the worst thing possible, and that's what I said. I was like, "Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like, why? Anybody but me." But yeah, they tear gassed me, and then we had to keep going and finished. So that's my New Mexico story. I don't think there's anything else. We got caught in a flash flood in the desert, and
why were you in New Mexico? Is it access to the guns or the land or
minigun? Yeah.
Oh, the minigun.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't just ship that to you.
They could, but they already had previously. I filmed half the minigun thing in Tennessee, but I wanted more footage, and I wanted to shoot it standing up, like Schwarzenegger did.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to go do it with him. So we got up on top of a mountain, like in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico, on this like government property, and we were really far out in the middle of nowhere, on like 4x4 style, and we got on the mountain and shot it from the hip. And actually, while I was doing that. One of the rounds exploded in the belt and shot me in the thigh, and it looked like he took a cigar and like put it out on my inner thigh. And I just kept shooting because I wanted to get the thing done. I wanted the clip done. But as soon as we put the gun down, like I dropped my pants. I thought I was shot, but it was just a really bad burn. It was gross.
If people don't know, a minigun, it sounds like nothing, but if you Google image search it, or they're seeing it on the screen if they're watching a video. If you're watching iTunes or listening to iTunes. It has like 6 barrels that spin around. It's a fully auto thing. They're usually in like Apache helicopters or like something like that. What round does it fire?
Them in both 7.62 and 5.56. The one I was shooting was 7.62. 30 caliber, 308, and you can adjust the speed. So that one was turned all the way down, and it's 4,500 rounds per minute.
That's a lot of rounds per minute.
Necessary.
Yeah.
Well,
Depends what you're shooting at.
It depends how quick you're moving. According to me, I'm not an expert in these things, but if I'm shooting out of a moving helicopter, I need a rope of bullets. I need a laser beam. If I'm shooting from the ground, I probably would like semi-auto or something, that my bullet should hit. But if I'm, if you're driving along in a Hummer and I'm shooting out the side, I need my bullets to be close to, one after another so I can hit something.
Miniguns are fucking cool.
Yes, I fired one out of a helicopter once. It was
that was cool. I saw that.
Yeah, it was. That's. I don't know. Put that one
it's
on
like shooting,
my bucket list.
It's not like shooting anything else though, because like a 50 caliber machine is bop 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 bop, and like an M16 or whatever. You feel it, like each bullet coming out. You feel each impulse of the round. But with a minigun, it's just like you're holding onto a weed eater. It's just like it just kind of vibrates.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
very
really
very cool stuff.
It does sound like it'd be a lot of fun. More than any other kind of gun, really.
No, that's not true. You might think it, but it's not. It's not fun, to be honest, unless you've got.
I'm just saying from what it looks like.
Oh, you could have a lot more fun with a saw, I think, than a minigun. The minigun's just too expensive.
All right. Oh, so since there's a break here, let's pay the bills. First of all, Linus, thank you for coming on the show. We appreciate it. What's your channel? Say it loud and slow so people know where to find you.
Linus Tech Tips, in case they care way too much about computer stuff.
All right, your mic, is it off?
No, it shouldn't be. I switched headsets. My other one ran out of batteries.
Okay, so we effectively can't hear you. It's very subtle. But this his YouTube channel is Linus Tech Tips. He does reviews on almost anything electronic. It has a heavy focus on PCs, but he'll also cover things like stereo speakers. I'm making stuff up, but like Roku devices.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, sorry. Speaking of, tips for technology, yeah, basically it's technology, heavy emphasis on computers, just like you said. If you care about that kind of stuff, it's Linus Tech Tips.
Very cool. Hey, thanks for coming on, man.
Awesome.
All right, thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you.
Have
All
a
right,
good
take
night.
care.
Have a good night.
And and then the other thing, hold on, let me fix this. New overlay. And back to Squarespace. So, we just want everyone to remember that this episode of PKA is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, and online store. For a free trial and 10% off, visit squarespace.com and enter the offer code PKA at checkout. A better web starts with your website. It's simple and easy, beautiful design, drag and drop content, 24/7 support through live chat and email. Plans start at $8 a month and include a free domain name if you sign up for a year. Response design, commerce ready. Every site comes with an online store. So whether you're starting a business, building a portfolio, or just expressing yourself online, remember to sign up today. Go to squarespace.com/PKA. That's squarespace.com/PKA. Don't miss out. So, yeah. All right. A word from our sponsors.
Thank you, Squarespace.
Thank you, Squarespace. We freaking love you. And
Thank you, Squarespace.
proud of you. Like you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
go on.
I was thinking our next topic could be Wings of Redemption.
I was thinking that too.
Yes.
I believe
What about
you
this
owe me
time?
money. Didn't we specifically say we actually pay out on this bet?
Yeah, I'll pay up.
Yeah,
I'll
me
pay
and
up.
Woody won.
Yes.
Yeah,
How much did we
I-
bet?
$10.
Okay.
$1,000.
So I would like to make a new bet. I would like to make a bet for a month from now and bet on the weight loss or gain in 30 days from right now.
I would like to catch
Anybody
people
else with
up
that?
on the
Right
previous
now?
bet. For
What's the
people that
weigh-in?
missed this part of the show last week, I think the over-under was 3 pounds or something like that.
Two and a
Like
half.
2.5.
2.5. You're right. Thank you. And I bet that he would do 2.5 or better. And Kyle bet that, and Mirka and I bet that. And then Kyle bet, the opposite, that he wouldn't lose his 2.5 pounds. And I think it had something to do with like him falling in depression, Bastard Brook related, or maybe whatever. But Mirka and I, who thought Wings would get it done, were right. So, woo. $10.
How many pounds did he lose? Like 3.5 or something?
3 or 3.5?
I have no idea.
Oh, whoa, 3.5. Yeah, he went from 111.5 to, 411.5 to 407.
Okay.
So he lost
so
3.5. Definitely over the 2.5.
So if he did that for 4 weeks, that'd be like 12, 13, like 14
like
pounds,
14
right?
pounds,
For a month.
14 pounds.
So do you want to use that as the over-under for a month of weight loss or gain?
No.
Wait, so we have to guess a month from now, is he going to be 14 pounds down?
Wait, let's do a week. I like it if it's a weekly thing. Let's do next week. What do you think's going to happen? So this week he dropped 3.5 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think next week?
I'm thinking he'll still drop the 2.5.
Yeah, that's
Why,
right
do you
where
not?
the over-under belongs, right? Because I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's tough.
5 is really aggressive. I think that he could do it, like if he were properly motivated, but the bet isn't that.
What if the fans sent him food? Would that be cheating at the contest? Like if they
No.
sent him like a Zaxby's gift
You mean
card?
Look, we all
like
live
heads of lettuce and baby carrots?
No, I mean like if you send him like a Zaxby's gift card, or like you send him like cookies, or really gift cards. I think for fast food restaurants like McDonald's, Zaxby's. What else does he like? Wendy's maybe.
I'm not going to do any betting if you're going to send him hundreds of dollars of free fast food
I
money.
think you still do the bet. You just account for that.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I'm going to do anything. I'm just saying that, maybe some crazy fan does. I'm just saying that that's a possibility.
Right.
That the fans would get together and get a certain amount of money together and send Wings some Zaxby's gift cards to his residence.
You know what? We should get like Cheryl's.com as a PKA sponsor. And then, with like a
Those
coupon code.
cookies are so fucking good.
I've never had them.
There's a buttercream one that's got like buttercream frosting on it. There's a peach cobbler cookie. It's so good, dude. These cookies are amazing.
If people don't know this story, Paintball Kitty is very helpful on WoodyCraft.net. And as a way of saying thank you, I signed her up for a Cookie of the Month Club. So now, I guess for a year, it's almost over, I think.
It's like 144 cookies a year, like 12 a month or something. And every month here's a box of these cookies that show up, and it's always a different flavor.
They're all different, and they're I haven't had them, but they're supposed to be these amazing high-end like super cookies.
Very good cookies.
And so it seemed like a good present, and so I did that to show my appreciation for her help. And Kyle benefits from it too.
Apparently. but you could just send Wings like I don't know if there's a way to ship him boxes of Oreos, but like that would be the way to go.
Jesus.
If you could just those are Coca-Cola products. Like his address is right there on the internet. I'm sure he'd appreciate the food.
He seems to like ragu on his pasta. I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're such an ass.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not betting if you're gonna be actively sabotaging his success.
Hey, I'm not actively doing anything. I'm talking about hypothetical scenarios in which the fans rally together and send Wings fucking snack foods.
Hey,
That's what
let's
I'm
bet
talking
on how long Steve the alcoholic remains sober. Hey, everybody, send him bottles of tequila and gift cards to drive-through liquor stores. Send him a bunch of 40s and malt liquor, some Mickeys. Oh, it'll all be good hoot.
You know,
Just a
we do
goof.
evil shit on this show every week. I think we may have reached a new high or low depending on what you like in the show.
Come on, this would be fucking hilarious. Come on.
No, don't sabotage him. Let him continue to succeed.
You gotta toughen him up. What if he had a video where he's like pouring out the Coca-Cola and like smashing all the snacks?
That would be awesome. I
just
would love
dumping
it
it all into
if
the-
people sent him
Oh.
what is a package of Oreos called? Like it's not a carton. I don't know. A
Sleeve, I guess. I don't know. A roll, a package, a bag. I guess
box,
it's a bag.
a bag. Okay, whatever. You guys probably everyone knows what Oreos come in.
Carton.
If he were to get like a big
Oreo
Gallagher like
receptacle.
wooden sledgehammer and smash the food and I cast out your demons and
No, I want to see him sprint up a bunch of stairs in like a hoodie holding 2 big things of Coke, and it's playing like, I'm the best around! And then he gets the top
Yeah,
all
just
the
pours them.
Coke. Yeah. Like that music video from Woody's era.
I love that. I think I sang it in a video once.
I really couldn't
I did.
believe
Yeah,
he lost that much weight this week. So I think he
I knew
needs
he would.
some. I think if a Zaxby's gift card, I feel like would be the ultimate weapon. I've really put some thought into this. You send that man $25 a week of Zaxby's, he ain't losing no weight.
I would love to
Alright,
see
well,
him
barring
take the
that
Zaxby's
tomfoolery.
gift card, go to his backyard, and use his striker to start a fire and burn them.
Chicken fingers, please. Chicken fingers and fries. Chicken fingers and fries. That's what he'll do with it. Because that's what I fucking do with it. Have you ever had Zaxby's? It's so delicious. Those chicken fingers and fries and the hot
Is it
wing.
kind of like Popeyes?
It's better. It's much better than Popeyes. It's
Or
greasy.
Churches?
It's better than Church's. It's a different kind of chicken.
Here's why I think you might be wrong. I'm still team wings on this. It's because everybody lives in a world of temptation. The reason he's not eating fast food isn't budget. It's discipline. I have cookies downstairs, and I think my wife made pudding. I'm not eating it. I know, right? And the pudding has smashed Oreos like as a layer and whipped cream on top of it and a cherry because that's the kind of dessert. You've seen the desserts she brings me.
What's that called? That's called like Dirt Road Pie or something.
Oh,
like
An Oreo cream pie.
What did you say?
An Oreo cream pie, I thought, maybe.
something.
I don't think that's what it's called. An Oreo cream pie sounds like a sex act.
Yeah, but
I want you to go get it and eat it while I watch.
I'm not gonna, cause I think my weight loss isn't interesting to people, but I lost 11 pounds, and then I went on that the adventure trip, ate like a fat kid, came home when I was only down 7, and now I'm currently down 11 again, headed in the right direction. So
still, it's mind-boggling to me that you guys gained weight on a survival trip.
Well, it wasn't a survival trip. It was the survival trip's coming up though, which we need to start talking about, I guess, at some point.
For what it's worth, I passed my online hunting course, and I booked myself for the first available, like in person. Like there's an in-person section of getting your hunting license, and it's September 12th. So come September 12th, I'll have done everything I can, and I'm gonna look into expediting it. I don't know if I can walk away with a license that day or if it comes in the mail or what, but it shouldn't be more than 2 weeks.
The fall's gonna be good because we're definitely doing the helicopter hog hunting too.
Yes, I don't know if I need a license for that. But either way, I'll get my license situation squared away. You think I do? Maybe I do. Okay. Yeah. Well, either way, I'm getting that squared away.
I know we have to sit through like an hour-long course, but it's a course about shooting pigs out of a helicopter, so it's fun to watch.
Okay. So anyway, I've got that squared away. Joe fights Friday, which for people watching this as it comes out yesterday. And so I think he asked for a week or 10 days or something to heal. Even when you win, which he usually does, they punch back, and he just wants a little time to recover, and then we'll do it. So it should all come together at about the same time.
Oh,
the second half of September. Go ahead. You're busy?
Like the 26th of the month, I think I am.
Okay.
And here's the other thing. It's just a minor thing, but... So I just did a bunch of paperwork for silencers, so I won't have those, but they take 45 days to go through. It would be really cool if we had silencers, because you can hunt with silencers in Georgia. We could have silencers for the trip, like ninjas. That'd be really cool.
It would be super cool. I'm gonna do that.
And I'm gonna have like I'll have every single silencer that Silencer Co makes. They're sending me a bunch. I'll have the 12 gauge silencer. Which is in the video that goes up Saturday, the time that this goes up.
You need a 12 gauge that accepts a choke and then it just kind of screws in? Is that how that works?
I didn't look at that part of it. We never did take it off the gun. He explained it to me, but I don't remember now. Okay. It wasn't that big of a deal to do it.
So we'll sort it out. I think if we push it a little deeper, like first, the challenge is, like if you wanted to go, I'll exaggerate and say late October, then it gets kind of chilly. Right.
But I'll also have 2. I was going to finish the silencer thing. I'll have at least 1 or 2 22 silencers, which is what we would want on the trip, I think.
Depends on what we're shooting, I guess.
Yeah. Now that's another thing. Like, now that the Patreon's a thing, we could use that to make this a really hardcore trip. Like, do you want to go to like Kodiak, Alaska? Like, do you want to go to like, fucking Saskatchewan? Do you want to go somewhere where there are grizzly bears and like you do need like a fucking like 300 Wellerby like big game rifle? Do you want to go to the deserts of Mexico? We could do something crazy like that. Although, of course, an easy and simple fallback is the woods of Georgia.
I'm open to all those things. That some of the very north stuff you mentioned, I worry isn't a fit for October. Like, for example, if we were going to go to Alaska and hunt grizzly, then we couldn't go up there with no tent. We probably need real shelter.
We would kill a bear, and we would crawl inside for warmth.
Yes, like Star Wars.
Like Star Wars.
Yeah. But more seriously, we would need more equipment if we were to go in the cold like that. Whereas we could go to Georgia and, just like show up with nothing but the type of competitive swimsuits I wore in the 90s.
Let's see what when deer season starts, because we could make it like a fully armed survival trip if there were deer, just bring an AR-15 all jacked out and. Or the 50 cal. We could shoot a deer with a 50 cal on the survival trip. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to take it to the place where you get the deers processed with no head, and I'm going to film his reaction. And I'm not going to show anyone except for maybe you two, and then that's going to be it, because it's going to be fucking gruesome. But I don't think it's inhumane at all to like overkill something, like especially if you're taking it to get the meat.
Overkill it.
To overkill it, that's all I'm doing. Like I'm just using, like 8 times too much bullet and shooting it in the head.
October 18th.
I doubt the deer minded. That's deer season?
If I understand this thing I'm reading, Georgia deer season with firearms is October 18th. For archery, which you could do probably, but I have no skill with, it's September 13th.
Okay.
Probably better to overkill something than to underkill it.
Archery I can do. If I got within 30 yards of a deer, I can kill it. But it's hard to get within 30 yards of a deer. They're like ninjas. And you really need a deer stand and a lot of commitment, and you have to be in the right area. And I haven't bow hunted in a long time. But I shot a bow last year, and I was still pretty good. I could still hit the target at 30 yards plenty accurately for a deer. But if we do it after rifle season starts, we have to figure out where to go so there aren't any other hunters. That's a thing, too. See, that's a problem now that I think about it. Like, you really don't want to be surviving in the woods when they're deer hunters. You know what I mean?
I do. So maybe there's private land that we could use.
Yeah, I could. But see, the thing about private land is a lot of people who are interested in letting people use their private land are already letting deer hunters use it. So it's kind of a hard thing to find. A little worried about that now.
We'll sort it out, I think. We'll find a way. And then we have to make sure Joe can actually really travel.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he's all talk, our fans will let him know, right?
I'm sure they will. They don't put up with disappointment well.
They're not good at disappointment, are they?
They suck.
No, they'll be understanding. They're pretty mature when it comes to stuff like that, I think.
But yeah, so the next PKA adventure, I think I did a pretty good job with the videos this time. I mean, I wanted to do a good job so that people felt like when we do these things, they get something from it too. Like
aside from the stories, of course.
Aside from the stories, yeah. But if they do this thing, then they'll make it there. And people don't. I don't want to complain because it's the greatest job in the world, but I will say that when you're on vacation with the motivation of capturing footage, it's something that's on your mind all the time. Like, you're not just out there experiencing stuff. You're focused on lighting and audio and battery life and, the execution of this thing all the time. It's a very different experience than just going out there and living it up. Although, like I said, greatest job in the world. But I don't know. I'm psyched. We're gonna do another thing, and I'll make the best videos I know how to make, so people get to see it. The next one will be a lot more audio based. I think it the stuff we did with the shooting and the rafting and the zip line was more like look at it, and the stuff that's like survival trip is experience this with us. So no music.
I agree.
Montages.
The survival trip's gonna be really good. And I think we just need to figure out what and where. You know what I mean? Like if it's gonna be like bare minimum, or if we're gonna take some guns, or and you know where it's gonna be, because we need to have a plan for survival. If you can't just go out there and be like, yeah, there's probably squirrel. Like it'd be nice if we picked a place. I'm just saying that it would be nice if we picked a place that was within some range of one of us, probably me, so I could go and look at it and be like, yeah, there's lots of squirrels here. This will work. This will work great next month.
Yeah, we were surprised
if I go
when we
there, I'm
went
like-
to Uari. Like, Kyle was popping squirrels like they were Tic Tacs in Georgia. Then we go to North Carolina, and I don't remember seeing any squirrel. Like, not even one. There's zero squirrel.
There were no fucking squirrels in those woods, and the pine trees didn't have boughs until like 35, 45 feet up. Like there was nothing to make shelter out of, and there was nothing to eat, except for toads.
Toads would have been great. I know
turtles.
you're looking at toads like this isn't a good thing. I think that if we could get like frogs' legs, that they would have been actually solid, tasty, welcome meals. Turtles, I didn't
Here's the
realize how toxic and ugly turtles are to eat. You know, I'm sitting there thinking there must be something good inside a turtle to eat. Apparently, we were wasting our time with the turtles. That they're just not good food.
You can eat the legs.
People make
Just eat the
turtle
legs.
soup. You have to be able to eat it to survive.
And
no
the
way
thing
you
about the toads is, like, you hear about people eating frog legs, but they're talking about frogs, like bullfrogs. They're big, like as big as your hand.
Right.
But those toads were going to be tiny. Like I felt like it was going to be like nibbling. There was some food there, but it wasn't the kind of food that I wanted. I was throwing up.
Yes.
That was awful.
Yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't fucking happen again.
I
and,
think that's unlikely.
I hope so. But I'm looking forward to doing it again. We just need to establish some rules, and I think it'd be cool if we came up with a game to like determine the rules. You know, exactly what we can bring. They gave us a little bit of shit about some of the tools last time, so maybe we do scale down on the tools. But I think, you know, come up with a list of things that are acceptable, basic things that are not acceptable, and I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it, definitely. I hope it's cold. I hope it's not hot. I would rather be cold than hot.
One thing I'm going to bring for sure is some way to charge batteries. You know, we weren't in the woods.
I had that last time.
Remind me?
I had that power pack thing. Yeah, I had a
you
power
brought
pack.
an
that's
extra
like
battery. Right. I could
No,
see it.
no. I had a power pack that you like plug USB devices into, and it's like a ton of power. It's like a big NiCad battery.
Yes, which
Or
okay, I said extra
IR.
battery, but that didn't quite describe it. It was like a super battery that you could use to charge other batteries. I was thinking like they have devices where you can like start a fire and it becomes a little energy source. You can literally use
Really?
like
That's
fire
cool.
and water, and then it powers your USB stuff. I don't know how you don't melt the cords and such. You need to be pretty controlled, but that's a thing. It looks like a coffee pot almost. You know what?
That's
I could
cool.
probably find it on Amazon.
I wish maybe we should reach out to some sort of survival product place and maybe get a sponsor for the trip. That'd be cool.
I like
If
that
it was
idea.
like, I'm sure there's some sort of survival gear retailer, or perhaps some sort of survival product manufacturer, someone who
Maybe
makes some
somewhere
sort
like
of-
Cabela's.
No, that's way too big. We need something that's more mom and pop. Somebody who's like got a
Oh.
water purification thing that they want to get into the market, or somebody who's you know, maybe a knife sponsor, something like that. It was cool of SOG to hook us up with some free stuff, but it'd be nice to get paid.
Yeah, and maybe we could do a giveaway too. See, this is the thing I was talking about. It's called a BioLite wood burning camp stove. And what makes it interesting, I think
That
it has
is
some sort of
cool as shit.
it has some sort of cooking capacity, but also it turns that heat into something that charges your phone.
Very cool. Yeah, it's got a portable grill attachment and a kettle pot.
I
This
don't
is a
know.
very cool little gadget.
I
Yeah.
think it'd be funnier to watch if instead of going into a bear, you guys just had all of this elite equipment that made it so
Well,
easy and so
See, that
not
was the
difficult.
original
Everything's already
That-
prepared.
That was the original idea. The idea was that we would have Wings of Redemption in like a motorhome, like with all of the like anything you could ask for, microwave dinners and like television and air conditioning, and then you'd have like one of us like in a tent, and then you'd have another one of us like really seriously roughing it, surviving, and we thought that would be funny, or just Wings in the tent, or I mean just Wings in the camper over there while the rest of us like roughed it. That was always a funny joke. But I think it would be funny to. There's a lot of different ways we could do it, and I think all of them would be entertaining. We just got to figure out which one is going to be the most fun for us, and the most entertaining for the fans.
You could have like a drawing for which one of you gets different bits of equipment, something
What
like
you-
that. So some
what
of you
we
get
should
really
do-
screwed or something like that.
What we should do is find a way to get you out there.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That's what we should do.
Wow, Kyle just
We'll
froze
have
in
to
a
work
really
through the
menacing.
days.
Find a way
Yeah.
to get that.
He's like, we should find a way to get
Yeah.
Merc out there. I'm like, whoa. It's okay, I'm down. That's fine. We'll make it happen. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that'd be fun actually.
That's actually I think that should be a primary goal when scheduling this thing. It'd be great if we had myself, Woody, Joe Lozon, Mercadurka, and Chiz out there. That's a lot of people. That's 5 people on this thing. That's a lot of cameras moving around. That's a whole community of
Yeah.
survivors.
And with that many
I like
people,
this.
it's more ways to get hurt, more ways for something to go wrong.
Shelter.
No,
better.
it's a
tricky.
big shelter too. We'd be
That's
building a big
that's the
fucking
thing
shelter.
that has me, right? I felt like I had watched some YouTube videos, and if people didn't see our original Survivor stuff, I think there's a playlist on my channel. But we had, I think, a decent shelter, the basics of one that was really going to get it done. And I mildly cheated in that I brought some like Mylar blankets to use as the waterproofing. But the whole like structure and stuff, we took this chainsaw and axe or hatchet and chopped down trees and made it. We did a really good job. When you get 5 people in there, suddenly I'm expecting Gilligan's Island level shelter.
It's got to be a big
Well,
A-frame
hopes up.
lean-to. It's got to be a big lean-to. You probably want to just find 2 trees that are like this big around, that are spaced, the appropriate distance, and then find a log to stretch between them and make that your A-frame, and do a lean-to.
Does
off
Joe
of
know
that.
anything about survival?
No, not a thing.
Seems
He's from
like
fucking
that'd
Boston.
be one of his hobbies.
I expect...
No, he's from fucking Boston. He knows nothing.
Apparently, Joe is a master fisherman. That's like a thing that he's expert in. So
Well, I wouldn't
Okay.
tell him no to his face. So
yeah, I know. Kyle knows very little about fishing, and I know less. Yeah,
I don't know shit about fishing. Like,
Yeah.
if it's catfish and they're in a pond, like I got that covered. Like you just put like something gross on a fish hook and throw it out there, and it sits on the bottom, and they grab it, you yank it, and reel them in. But like we were
Or just
trying to
noodle
fish
for 'em.
off the side of the. Yeah, well, I guess you could. That's not my. I've never done anything like that. But like in that river, like we had all these rubber worms and shit, and we're like casting it out and pulling it back. We're like letting it sit for long periods of time, using floats, using sinkers. Nothing ever bit. I think maybe once. I think I got something and I was like yes, 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 and then it got off. But it was probably like that long anyway.
I know nothing. If it's clownfish, like Finding Nemo, and it's an aquarium, then that's a piece of cake. You just take the net, you chase them around. That's where my fishing ends.
I would like it if there was some hunting to be done. I almost imagine it like this. All right, so stick with me here for a moment. If the survival trip if there was a hunting trip within the survival trip, if it was known that like okay, what we do at night is we go hunting, and like I don't know if I know that like some of us won't be licensed. You and I will be. Merca, do you have a hunting license?
I think I need another one. So I need to look into that.
But did you ever do like that hunter certification test when you were a kid or something like that?
Yeah,
like
just the little training day thing.
You've still got that card
Yeah.
somewhere? Yeah, okay, so you're good. So
Probably.
you could also hunt. Yeah, so you could hunt, I could hunt, Woody could hunt. I don't know if Joe's ever gotten one of those, and I know Chiz hasn't. So the 3 of us could actually hunt. It'd be cool if there was an actual hunt like built into the trip where like, it was a known thing that like we go deer hunting at night and hopefully we kill a deer. It wouldn't be that hard or that out of the way to kill a deer. And we could even use primitive weapons. We'd use black powder rifles. That'd be cool.
I think we should set up really elaborate traps in the
You
woods that are just way too complicated. Clearly not going to work.
Kyle's like, you can't. But no, Kyle, these traps don't even sound that lethal, the way Merca describes
No.
it. Like Rube Goldberg
It's like
machines.
the deer walks by something and then it trips a wire and a scary ghost drops down. We try and freak it out or something like that. Any kind of trap. Wouldn't have to be lethal, just something to set up. I don't know. Just
Yeah.
spitballing here.
You'd be surprised how much trouble you can get into doing something silly like that for fun.
Like driving a
game,
tank through a drive-through.
You can't get in any trouble like that because you got a tank. So like they need a tank destroyer to even really say anything to you. So they
Tank destroyer.
yeah they need something big. Like, what are they gonna do? Like pull up and like ding 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 like sir please you're operating your tank the wrong way. Like nobody says anything. When someone sees a tank drive through their neighborhood, they just assume that no one's allowing him to drive that tank. Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
They just assume that you have permission, that you're supposed to be doing it, because how outrageous would it be to do it if you didn't? And as far as I know, I don't even know who you'd ask about that sort of thing. So it was always just like, hey, you want to drive the tank to McDonald's? And they were like, fuck yeah! And like everybody just went. Like, there's no planning, no permissions ever asked, no coordination with the retailer or the store, the manager, or the brand. We would just kind of pick a restaurant and go.
And like you said, you don't really need permission to drive a tank because
No,
you've
you
got a
make your own
tank.
permission.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, a cop saluted me one time. Yeah, I think I said that last week, but that was just absurd. It always sticks in my head that the cop.
He saluted you.
Yeah, I was wearing a green shirt and I was just up there on the gun and everything, and he saluted me as he went by. I guess he thought I was National Guard or something. Fuck, it was embarrassing. I didn't
Even the
salute
cops
back.
just assume you should be there. The cops are like,
Yeah,
well, he
the-
wouldn't be
the
just
cop-
driving it around.
Exactly,
Excuse me,
the
sir, will
cop-
you get your 9-ton war machine out of the drive-through way? Like, nobody's going to
Because
ask you.
Because the tank has Army written on the side of it and a big white star. Like it's an Army tank.
That's all it takes to to copy the tanks we have in the Army. Just paint Army.
Because
Big
there's a lot of
star.
guys out there with bootleg tanks.
One
know, I
guy
guess
at
they
least. You.
Yeah, there's definitely at least one bootleg tank operator out there.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got to there though. From the survival trip.
Oh yeah.
I'd like there to be some hunting. I'd like us to kill something and then eat it. It would be good if like daily food wasn't such a struggle. Like if we killed a pig on like the first night or two, and then like we salted the pork or something. Like we preserved the meat and we like had salted pork like fucking dwarves in Lord of the Rings for like the rest of the trip. And we were making like salt pork soup, fucking like eating it off skewers in our 5-man hut. That'd be cool.
Bunch of
I'd like
mead.
that. Yeah, with a bunch of
that'd be-
mead that Chiz would brew. I imagine Chiz brewing the mead, and
Yeah.
and
Chiz Brewing is a mean honey mead. Goes well with salted pork.
I would like that. Like that would be an ideal trip for me, and I'd like to kill something. I'd like that a
Seems
lot.
like you're really optimistic about getting big game quickly. Like I wouldn't. Seems like
Well,
that's
that's
a
what
big
I'm saying. Like, it's not if you put the legwork in beforehand. Like if you scout the location and you don't go in blind. Like we could arrange to do the trip in a place where there are pigs at. Like there's a place that I hunted at about an hour from where I am right now, where like pigs would walk underneath my deer stand, and I could have easily killed them with a bow, a pistol, anything. And the same with deer. Like there's deer at my dad's place. I could start going out there and like scouting and seeing when they come out and where they come out, and could go kill one for the survival trip.
We could also just like get in that area around that time of the year, but there should be doves or pheasant or something.
Can you get off work,
You know.
Mirka? Like, I'm trying to plan this for real.
I'll see what.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do.
I don't know if you.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be really good. You're right about the doves and stuff, but once again, it goes back to like how do we limit ourselves as far as firepower? I've always thought that hunting with like really heavy firepower was funny. I always have. Like I've always thought it's hilarious when people go deer hunting with AR-15s and AK-47s.
But
And,
don't
you
you
know-
feel? So I'm trying to think. I hit a bat. I don't even remember if I hit a bat. I shot at a bat. I don't know if I hit one or not. I don't think I did. I think you hit the only bat, right?
Yeah, I killed a bat.
Kyle killed a bat. I shot at a bat. Not exactly the
Seems
same
like that'd be
thing.
hard to get a bat.
It
With
is.
the big shotgun. I did it with the big shotgun, remember? The
I was
one with,
using
like,
a
the 7-foot
22, which is even harder still. Like if people.
Oh yeah, that's
That's
virtually impossible.
it would be.
I've
a
seen it
lucky
done.
hit. Yeah. Whatever. I was
We
trying.
used to We used to sit out there with rifles similar to what you used, but semi-automatic, and we'd shoot at the bats, and we'd hit 2 or 3 bats a night. Like, it's not impossible, but it's a hard
really
fucking
hard.
thing to do.
Yeah, yeah. And mine was a lever action, so you didn't get like quick follow-ups or anything. Not like a semi-auto.
Can you eat bats?
I would guess.
That'd be a funny video.
Do you
If
like eating
we
mice?
ate bats.
But
It was
but
disgusting.
I didn't even want to.
Or
I
we
didn't even want to
eat like
it's
6
not-
bats.
so Kyle, I'm not a real
Yeah.
hunter. That's where I was headed with this. Do you ever feel like sympathy for the animal you killed? Is that a thing that like enters your like? What is the emotional state for killing an animal?
So for me, especially if it's bow hunting or like a high risk reward type hunting, like where, so you got to keep in mind, like you don't just go hunting. You know, you don't just like say I'm going hunting and walk out of your house with your camouflage and your gun and go somewhere. It's a lot that goes into it. Like there's a lot of scouting the location, walking in the woods for hours at a time, and finding the path that the deer are walking along. And that's after you've found the property that you're going to hunt on. You know, you might have properties all around in multiple counties. You know, and a huge area that you hunt at depending on the time of the year. So you've spent all this time scouting your location, figuring out where you're going to be, and then you got all this equipment. You know, you've got $1,000, $1,200 worth of rifle and scope. You've got your camouflage that's really expensive. You've got your deer stand that's really expensive. You know, I use special soap that you know doesn't leave any odor. You have to keep your boots like in plastic bags so like the dog doesn't rub against them or something like that if you're going really hardcore. Like if you're going to be bow hunting and you're in like close proximity with the deer, he can smell you from 15 feet away, and sometimes you have to be 15 feet away without him detecting you. So after you put all of that time and effort, and not to mention all the time you spend practicing, like with bow hunting, I would practice for an hour a day every day because you have to be so sharp with a bow. If you make a bad shot, it's really painful for a deer to get shot with a bow inaccurately, and you don't want to do that. So when you finally see the deer, there's so much adrenaline, so much like it's go time, this is what we trained for. Like the bow, the draw on my bow was like 65 pounds. That's what it takes to pull the bow back. And in practice, my draw looks like this. I would clip on with my release, and I would, you know, I'd really exert some force to break it down. And once you have it drawn back, you're only holding about 10, 15 pounds, something like that. And the better the bow, the less you're actually holding back. That's one of the percentage ratios that makes a good bow. But anyway, it's a bit difficult to draw the bow back, especially at the time. But when I see a deer, there's so much fucking adrenaline going that it's like nothing. It's no effort whatsoever to draw that bow back, and I feel like I must be so strong in that moment that I can't even comprehend it. Like, I bet at that moment I'm literally twice my normal strength. There's so much fucking adrenaline going because I'm so terrified of fucking this up because I have fucked it up so many times deer hunting. Like, when I first started bow hunting, my dad was a big bow hunter. Like, he did it a lot. He shot bow tournaments. He was a sponsored bow shooter. Bow hunting's a big thing for him, and I wanted to be good at it. So when I was old enough to be strong enough to draw the bow, I got the bow and I started practicing with the bow and I got good with it. But when I went hunting, I would choke. Something would go wrong every time. The first time, I was up in a pine tree like 25 feet up in the air. My dad's the same thing, but he's about 30 yards away. We can see each other, and we're waiting on the deer to walk between us on the ground. And so the deer comes. I draw my bow back. I shoot. I hit the deer right in the ass. Right in the fucking ass instead of, the heart or the lungs. So it runs away, escapes. God knows what happened to it. It must have been awful.
Probably died.
Eventually.
For non-hunters, it's not good to hit the deer in the butt. It's not lethal, and they just kind of are wounded. They might starve to death. It's not the kind of death that you were trying to give it.
No, and you don't recover the deer, so I didn't actually get it either. Yeah, it's awful. And the broadheads are like triple-bladed razors that expand out of a rubber band when they hit you, so you want to hit it in the heart. So the next time, not the next time I went hunting, but the next time I encountered a deer that I could shoot at, when I stood up, it's hard to describe how a climber deer stand works, but it's a self-contained unit that allows me to climb up as high as I want into a tree and then create a platform and a chair environment that I can sit in and wait for the deer to walk by. And I didn't clip my my seat around the tree, so when I stood up, the seat slid down and it went like the way like synthetic fabric rubs against each other. Made that noise. The deer run off. It was like I had like 2 or 3 times where I just failed.
So, but when you do get a kill, like I can chop
I'm so
down
happy.
a tree.
I killed it. It's dead. I did it. I'm so happy. I'm relieved because it's such a high pressure thing to pull the shot off. With bow hunting, for me it was anyway.
So that's the feeling, relief. There's no like, his little deer children are gonna miss him. His little deer
no,
wife.
I'm exuberant.
No.
I'm
There's no
exuberant.
Indians here sitting by the side of the highway crying about Coke bottles. It's just happiness and just feels good.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I ever killed anything and felt bad. Like sometimes when there was that deer that time that I had to cut its throat because it was like hit by a car. I felt bad about that. That was awful.
Really? Because that
It was
one
too
seems...
intimate getting up there looking at it, big eyes.
Yeah,
because you had to kill it.
Yeah, like I had to struggle with this thing when I killed it with a knife. It was pretty awful.
See,
It was
that's
pretty
nothing
traumatic.
to me. I won't bore people with the dumb story again, but I had a similar thing with a squirrel. The squirrel was sick. It was a big wreck. I shot it.
Squirrel? A squirrel. This was a baby deer. I had to cut its throat in my arms. It was kicking.
All right. I get that. I get that deer's better than squirrel and the kicking, and I even get the knife versus gun thing is different. But it's the only thing I've killed, and when I did, I felt like I had just done a good deed. I had just prevented this thing from suffering even more. He was going to die soon. I think he had hours left. And they were just miserable, horrible hours. There were bugs on its eyes, and it was kicking. I don't know what was wrong with it, but it was headed towards death. And if I had seen like a wounded baby deer and I shot it in the head so that it wouldn't just have a dreadful starvation death, I would be like, yeah, I don't have the slightest bit of remorse about that. I saved it from a miserable time. It's funny
It's the act of cutting a throat, I think, is what made it traumatic, because that's so much more intimate than, a long distance just boom, and it's just instantaneously done.
Mm-hmm.
With like
It was really awful.
with a, it's just like you're playing a sad nature violin as the
I've
poor
shot.
animals.
Yeah. That's how I was when I was killed. I was just like,
Child
please die
openly
quickly.
weeping.
Yeah, it was bad, and it was awful. But like you said, like through a rifle scope, it's just like
You're way more
you don't
removed
feel
from the whole
anything.
process.
Yeah, you really are. You squeeze the trigger, the scope turns bright orange, and when it goes clear again, the thing's dead.
Maybe I'll get my first kill. I think I can mount a GoPro on a scope and get footage. People might.
You're better with a cameraman. I think if we do
Yeah.
hunting, like we'll do a shooter spotter type scenario. and
Maybe
take-
we can literally bring a cameraman. I know in like I put up a video today and there were some people who suggested that, like, it would have been neat if you had like an actual cameraman.
We can make Chiz our cameraman. Chiz isn't uploading any video to any channels anyway. He said it last time. So, what if we made Chiz our cameraman? I mean, certainly he'd be featured a bunch in there anyway. Just,
Right.
I think it'd be cool if the cameraman's featured. Like, when you see our GoPro footage, there's Chiz holding the camera. I think that'd be cool.
Chiz isn't a bad idea. I just want to make sure whoever does it understands that their role is cameraman and everyone else's role is like actor.
Yeah, we ran into that issue before. I think Chiz is the kind of person who definitely understands that, though.
Yeah.
And I don't think he necessarily has to be. I don't
Who are you thinking of?
think we
Can you type that
there
in?
has to be.
Are
You
you
know who I'm
referring to a
thinking of.
certain cameraman who
Honest-
accompanied us on a
yes,
paintball
yes,
trip?
yes. Wait, I didn't. I'm sorry, Mirka. I talked over
We-
you.
We all know who
said,
it
are
is
you-
who couldn't
Okay.
didn't know
Is
the
that
difference
fellow still
between
making videos?
he
Yes.
was supposed to be behind the camera and he wanted to be in front of the camera, and he didn't even want to be behind the camera when he was supposed to be behind the camera. So it was just a little bit of an issue, a little confusion there, some egos in the mix. But that's not going to happen here, I don't think.
Right. I was actually thinking of
but we
someone
need
else.
a
But yeah, whoever is the cameraman needs to understand that they're coming as the cameraman and not like do everything they can to get in front of the camera and milk all the attention possible, because then you just get bad footage.
Sure.
Yeah, and you look like a
We
dick.
need we need someone who's a documenter.
Mm-hmm.
He's just there to be a third party removed from the situation. Document. Maybe he would like it better that way. Like if he had regular food.
I would
know,
like
if we're
it
not-
better
if
if
he's
I had
not from-
regular food. What was I going to say?
mean,
Oh, yeah.
but-
We need Devin Supertramp.
But if you do, The only thing though is if you pay someone to come in and do it, it's expensive. Like $400 a day would maybe get you started. Like it'd be expensive to have a cameraman, like a professional, come in and be there. Like,
Right.
I don't know if that works, but
I'm not sure
but
even 400.
I'm sure
a day
Chiz
gets
would
it
be
done.
happy to.
It might be $1,000 a day. It depends. I'm not sure.
If it was a friend, maybe somebody who wanted to be involved with the project. But like I said, that's kind of the best part about bringing Chiz and letting him cameraman it, because I would like it if I wasn't responsible for that. When I found that whenever I'm working on anything, if the more responsibilities that I have, the harder that my main job is. So if I'm not just supposed to be on screen, if I'm supposed to be making sure the camera's turned on and making sure the audio's rolling and making sure that the gun's working and everything, then it's really fucking stressful. So if
That's
there's one
always
person
my
whose job,
situation. Like so
Imagine-
I'm not talking about the PKA trip, but like typically when I do anything that has real life footage, my wife or my daughter are working the camera, and like I need to do everything but press the start button. As a matter of fact, I could remove their job if I just press the start button and walked around to my spot. Like it's really hard to do every job at one time. It's you're right.
So yeah, I just feel like if there was just someone over there operating a camera and it didn't even have to enter my mind like if memory cards were full or not, if I just didn't give a fuck, I could have a lot more fun, and I think the videos would be a lot cooler. If I can be like, hey, come over here, shoot this. You get over there. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Now watch me do this thing. There'll be videos. But if I have to be like, all right, everybody come over here, get the tripod. Woody, you'll be the cameraman, and Chiz, you hold up this big reflector. Like if you have to make it a production, then it's hard to get things. I'm not a good self-starter, I guess.
I'm not
if
a
I have
good
to do everything.
delegator for that particular task. Usually because everyone else sucks at it. It's like
Which task is that?
like the camera work, and specifically like if I don't worry about it, then they capture fucking days worth of video with no audio that goes with it, and it's like, well, you're incompetent, goddammit. How can you not know this? Why did you leave the camera on when we weren't shooting for 4 hours? Because now the battery's dead. Don't you like instinctively just turn the camera off when you're not shooting? Like it's hard for me to delegate because I've had so much experience with delegating to people who don't even want to be cameramen.
Yeah, we need a cameraman who is diligent and is doing his job. I think, but seriously though, and it needs to be someone who knows what they're doing. Like I'd like to be able to say, set up a time lapse shot of this shelter. We're gonna get to work, and like have that happen.
Right.
Like if I didn't have to be worried about like how to program the time lapse mode, and like, if it didn't matter if I had the GoPro app on my phone and I didn't have to set the phone just right. If someone else just said, all right, so you're framed up like this, beep beep beep, go, like. That then we can make good videos. But if it's on me, like I suck at that shit. I hate fucking GoPro's Morse code bullshit. And
I'm getting
and I'm too lazy
competent with them. I had trouble with my GoPro last trip.
I like the app. I'm gonna put the app on my phone. I had it on my Galaxy and I loved it, and I just haven't downloaded it yet. But the app is amazing.
But yep, I'm definitely excited for the next trip. I think the videos will get better every time. It depends what you like. There's some people who are going to think like the music montage or like shotgun Russian roulette thing is the best you could do. And then there are other people who think that like more hanging out with the gang is the best kind of video. So
guys, that hanging out the gang stuff is super lame. I promise.
You're broken up. I can't. Merca, can you understand?
I don't know what you're saying. I can't understand
Hanging
at
out
all.
with the gang, it's a lot of
He lost his video
sitting
too.
there.
The
God
video's
damn it, Kyle.
coming. Yes. I think we should talk about Kyle. Maybe he can't hear us. Fun fact, Kyle really lives under the sea, which is why his internet is so bad.
Can you hear us now? I can see him blinking.
Kyle?
He's processing what we're thinking. Maybe he's not.
He lives in a
blinking anymore.
pineapple under the sea. Nope, I'm getting nothing. I think, did he drop off?
I believe he did.
I swear I'm
dropped a few
actually
times
hanging
tonight.
on the edge of my seat. I'm wondering what he's going to say about hanging out with the gang. But he's gone.
I think he started that it was lame, and then he but That
You did that pretty good.
yeah. But yeah, I agree. It is. I mean, but you can't just say it's lame because it's only lame because we are the ones there and we're like, oh, this isn't entertaining. Why would people want to watch this? But for people who are trying to get a look at the inside, that could be interesting for them. Like, oh, that's their little dynamic. Well, not off camera
No,
because
it's
you'll
super
never see
lame.
that.
Oh, it's super lame when we're just hanging out.
Tell me more. Why do you think it's super lame?
Because like we're just sitting a lot of the times. So when we're sitting there, we're like sitting. We spend a lot of time sitting on the porch and just talking about just random shit. And half of it, you can't share with the public anyway. Maybe it's personal stuff. Or there will be long periods of time where we just sit in silence and we like watch videos or something. We watch Wings of Redemption videos or.
We did that. We all
like
watched them
that.
together on my Mac.
Yeah. I almost always do. Whenever there's any kind of a group get together, that's Wings of Redemption videos are usually the entertainment of choice.
Poor Wings. That should count as 3 views or 12
Yeah,
or whatever
I know,
it is.
Kyle is always about Wings videos on those trips where it's like, all right, had a big meal. How about some Wings videos? Everybody gather around. Let's see why hell isn't real or why the highways are cursed or something.
Merca was there for the first one ever, I think. It was like me and Merca and Woody and E. Martin and a few other people, and we gathered around.
Kyle, can you turn your camera off for a bit?
And we pause, say something.
I just think, well, for whatever reason, your bandwidth is weak right now, and your audio will be perfect if you cut off the video. Are you saying?
Seems unlikely.
Oh, it's perfect.
Though.
Maybe I'm wrong. That was a really short mic test. I'm gonna get like 2 syllables.
1 2 3 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Excellent.
Excellent. Yeah, I was right.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember that first video you pulled up. It was about hell, wasn't it? And how there aren't enough carbons to make hell work.
Basically, what he was getting at was that there couldn't be a hell because eventually you would just burn up. Like there wouldn't be anything.
Can you turn your video off, Kyle?
Of you to burn.
Kyle, can you turn your video off again?
So you can't,
Kyle,
burn forever.
Kyle, can you hear me?
Carl.
No.
Hey, Carl.
Can I hear it again? Oh, maybe this time it didn't fix it. Shucks. I remember it exactly. What it was he was saying that hell's not real because an eternal flame is not real. And that an eternal flame needs something to combust. And that you will eventually run out of concrete atoms. I remember that very specifically, concrete atoms. And they will stop burning. Like there's concrete in hell, and concrete atoms can't burn forever.
Well, sure, concrete atoms right next to rubber on the periodic table. Like so.
Next to steel.
Yeah.
They're right next to steel.
So, and I'm sure what he meant was I don't even know what concrete is. A compound. It's not a solution. Whatever it is that the concrete is technically, the atoms that make it up. What were you saying?
It's like limestone, like granite dust, and water. Like there's not much to it. It's like the building blocks of like.
I hear you, but I am in no position to like giggle at Wings, knowing that I don't know what atoms make up limestone. I assume there's some carbon in there and
rock atoms.
Silicone.
Known fact. Rock atoms.
Silicone, yeah, they're
silicon,
yeah.
not silicone, not
Silicone's
the
what you
tits.
put in fake tits.
Yeah, like think the valley, not the tits.
Right. So I'm sure there's silicon, I'm sure there's carbon, and I'm sure there's dirt atoms.
Regardless, it was a silly thing because like what he won't understand what religion is religion. It's faith. It's I'm not you can't change my mind with your periodic table. If I believe that there's a hell that burns everlastingly, then I believe it because there's a being that's so powerful that he makes it burn everlastingly with his mind. Like he just thinks that, and it's so. Like he bends the laws of reality, and Wings doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Like,
Wings doesn't get that.
When you're talking about stuff like that, you have to go into it knowing that, the people who believe that anyway are already suspending their disbelief and saying that it's because of faith. So you're not going to be able to convince them no matter what. But going at it with that odd a specific science angle is like trying to disprove the Avengers, but not because of the warp portal or that Iron Man flies through with the atom bomb, but because like you start disputing nitpicky things about the physics of Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to convince anyone anything. You're just like the people who already believe you are like, yeah, look at all those idiots not believing that Captain America's shield can do that. And everybody else is like, well, I believe that God imbues Captain America's shield with special powers, or whatever they want to say. So it's one of those arguments that doesn't really get anywhere with anyone.
It's adamantium and vibranium. That's
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that actually the lore?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the vibranium came from I think the Black Panther. He's like the king of this African country.
Vibranium what?
Vibranium ore that they used in the construction of the shield. It came to Earth on a meteorite that I think the Kutakandas or something like that. I don't know, some African nation. That's where Black Panther's coming from. He's one of the next Marvel characters they're going to unveil. But that and adamantium, which is what Wolverine's kind of made of. Just so you know.
I think the no video thing's working. We'll see. We'll keep going, keep testing.
Really? Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
I also switched internet lines, so fuck.
Oh.
So when I do that, it kicks Merca offline. So now it's just Woody here.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, so I've been house hunting for ages. You know, we're not that serious about it, looking around, and there's really this balance. You know, like for people watching the video portion of this, you see Kyle right now. Kyle has tons of glorious land, which I envy. It's great, but I have bandwidth that he envies, I'm sure, and you know, it's nice to have like
Chattanooga.
Yes, you could probably get the combo there. My wife is not interested in Chattanooga. She's
That's
like
a shame.
south.
Take her to Chattanooga. Take her to Chattanooga. It's like it's almost a touristy type town. It really is nice. They've got a lovely aquarium. They really do. They've got a nice aquarium in Chattanooga, and it's mountain views and stuff. Like you could get one of those crazy big houses with the huge wraparound porch up on a fucking mountain, with gigabit internet or whatever it is.
I would be on board with you, but this quarter, which means sometime between now and the end of the year, Google Fiber is going to announce whether they're coming to our area or not. So it seems wise, if you don't really want to move, to just wait 3 months. It's not that long, and find out if Google Fiber is coming to me. If it is, that's every bit as good as Chattanooga.
Yeah, I wish I could get Chattanooga's nice. They did their own thing up there, and that's fast internet, and it's a nice area. Like I'm imagining, like you could buy like a whole valley, you know, and have like a shooting place there.
I wonder how much that is.
$400,000 or $500,000.
There's a challenge. That's a lot, right? Like, so your money grows.
I'm guessing. Hang on, let me look. Let me look. Let me see what Chattanooga real estate's. Maybe it's a tenth that.
If people don't know, I know Kyle probably does, but there's this thing called the miracle of compounding, right? And essentially, like, let's say you earn 10%, which is great, but just keep the math simple. On $100, after the first year, you've got 110. And then after the second year, you don't have 120. You have 121. And the reason is you're getting 10% on 110, not 10% on 100. So the first year you have 110. The second year you have 121. The next year you have like 133, I think. Yeah, because you add 12 to it, roughly. And then the next year you add 13 to it, and then 14. And eventually, you know, a couple of years in, you're adding 20 to it, and then you're 100 to it. And the trouble with like let's say hypothetically you've got $1 million or so in there, then you really want to knock 500 off that, because your 10% interest went from your money growing by 100 grand a year to now it's growing by 50 grand a year because you had to dump it into a home. And it's just not the kind of thing I do lightly. Like, you know, if I'm gonna buy a home, I have to you got to re-earn that instead of letting it earn itself.
Property's really cheap.
Is it?
Well, I want to keep digging.
Are you on Zillow?
Yeah.
I like Zillow. They made a nice website.
Yeah, definitely so.
Although they also
Do you
made...
think they used Squarespace to make it?
I'm
I
sure
bet
they
they
used
did.
Squarespace. What else would you use to make a...
There's
Would
no
you
other
really
way
use
it could look
because of
this
the picture
good
integration?
than if they use Squarespace.
What was I going to say? Something about homes? I don't know. All over the place. And then trucks, guns, cameras.
All right, so here is a... Jesus Christ. Here's a house with a house with 320 acres
Holy smokes.
for $265,000. How could
Link
that
it.
be true?
Link it. Is it a house or a mobile home?
It's not the best house. Like, you'd want to build a new house.
Well, then that kind of defeats the purpose of the
It
cheapness
does
of the
not
stuff.
defeat the purpose. Like, there's something to be done with this house. Like some...
Did you
I'm
link it?
sure...
Blow it up for a video.
I'm working on the link, and I
Right.
could have misread the acreage, but it looked to me like it said 320 AC, which I usually take as 320 acres. But I'm going to read deeper here.
I'm familiar with this site. You are right. It is definitely a 320 acre lot. It is a 3,600 square foot house, which to
Very
me,
old-fashioned, though.
yeah, as I look at it, there's like outdated cabinets and floors. Like it would be nice to do something with it.
But look how cheap it is.
That is insane. I'm sure it doesn't have that good internet there, right?
Look, well, the house is actually like right on I-75. Like, I don't know where the land is. I'm a little confused. If you go to the bird's eye view, you can see it's in a neighborhood here, like backed into some trees in a really noisy area. I'm sure, like right by I-75.
Yeah, that's why it's cheap.
with
Where
a
is
loop.
this land? Does it go horizontally for 8?
And it can't be it can't be right here. It has to be like, somewhere else.
Did they
Like, there's not-
enter the land wrong? Is there a typo? Is it
Is it
0.32?
3.2?
Because it
I bet
looks
it's
like
3 point.
it looks like he has about a third of an acre there.
Yeah, I think it's 3.2. That makes more sense. But if you go from here, then you'll see there's a bunch of houses that seem to be really big houses that are fairly cheap in the Chattanooga area.
Huh.
Right.
I don't know. That's
The interior of this house is awful.
It's horrible.
It just
But-
screams the last tenants to live here died 3 weeks ago, and we just vacuumed, tried to make it look okay. Like,
There are some. All right, so if you scroll down, there's a $800,000 house with 81 acres. It's 4 bedrooms, 5 baths, 5,000 square feet. It is a beautiful house. It's the kind of house that like screams success, and it is beautiful. Wow, this is a nice house.
I don't think I have
wow.
the same.
Yeah, I'm
stuff
gonna
that
link you to
do.
this house. This is one of the nicest.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, I'm linking
It's
you
a
up here.
nice home.
This is
So
really nice.
which house should I be clicking on? What's the address?
I linked you directly to it.
Um,
I sent another link if that helps.
Oh,
but
okay.
it's
Let's try this link.
the 1934.
This one's 800 grand,
Wow.
right?
Yes.
And this is a lovely house. There's one in this area that rivals it that Jackie looks at all the time. It's on a peninsula.
Look at the office, dude. Look at that office.
I don't think either I
This
went
is
too
dope.
fast.
This is
And
like
the
where
kitchen?
a Coke Lord would live.
Look at the kitchen.
This is an amazing home, but it's 800 grand.
It comes with 80 acres.
80 acres. That's plenty.
And there's a whole like I don't know.
Look at
Like
that.
I'm clicking.
Does it come with that pool table?
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I'm clicking through all the rooms. The bathrooms are incredible.
The pool and hot tub is great. I'm
The pool
not
is really great.
wealthy enough. I am pretty sure if you go to like the fourth to last picture, the furniture is photoshopped in. That like
Oh, I see what you're looking at.
Yeah. Totally is. And not
Just
well.
throw a chair in there. Let's see how that.
they just
looks
badly
really fake.
photoshopped.
Cut our losses. Keep it going.
But that pool is very nice.
It is.
Built in
The chair isn't even
1996.
sitting flat.
It says the lot is 81 acres.
That is awesome. I wonder if it has the good internet. Typically, places with big acreage like this don't even have cable. On the other hand, $800,000 homes do have, all that cool stuff.
Let's look at the map. It is.
Damn,
It's
the
close to-
downstairs is awesome.
It's close
That'll
to the
hold
interstate
years.
again. Like it's. I mean, it's it's several blocks away, but like
Dude,
it's close to the interstate.
Again, where is this property?
Oh,
Did you look at the bird's eye?
yeah, I see that now. What? I don't know.
What is happening here? I know what 80 acres looks like, and that looks like .8. Are these
Yeah.
It
people?
could be a lot of acres of forest.
No, that not anywhere near it.
Yeah.
Well, they're close to. Oh, never mind.
Does
Yeah,
it
80
own
acres is a
nearby
lot.
Drake Forest or something? What is happening here?
Weird.
Where is this 800 acres?
These might be
Or 80
typos. They may be a decimal point issue.
I didn't expect to see this twice. Maybe
After looking through
Tennessee
that
acres
house,
are different.
I don't give a shit if it has that many acres. It would still be awesome.
But it
That is
depends what you
nice.
want. See, here's the thing that I keep telling Jackie. Look, if we get a new home and the home is nice, it's beautiful, etc., but we don't get more property, then I don't really get any life improvement. My problem is not that our living room isn't as big as it could be. I never complain that my ceilings are 8 foot instead of 9. Like, these are not problems that I have. On the other hand, I don't have a place where I can shoot. I gave away my buggy because I didn't have any nearby places to use it, and it was a pain in the ass. I feel like I don't have elbow room here, and if I was to get a new home, the only thing that would actually fix my life, not fix my life like it's busted, but the only thing that would make me happy, the thing that would be a lifestyle improvement to me is not a bigger living room or extra bedrooms or any of those things. That's not even a problem. This room's tiny. If I were to make it bigger, I'd be minimally impacted. But if I could if I could shoot from my porch, that would be like a really big deal to me. If I could get another buggy and then go rock climbing or, drive up a waterfall or something, that would be like awesome to me. I would be really happy about that. If I owned a Bobcat and had a use for it, I would be excited. I would be so happy. But just, living in a wonderful home like that doesn't really get me anything.
Well, there's there's a lot of areas you could move to. Hopefully that internet comes to where you are, because I know you don't want to move because you've got stuff in that area that's important.
Yeah, we can say it. Kyle's talking about Colin's therapist. Like, this whole team that he works with, we're kind of attached to them. And we'd have to start over with all kinds of trial and error and, maybe not even find people we like as much as the ones we have today. So we'd love to stay within driving distance of our favorite people.
Shooting is fun though.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if you could blow up a toilet whenever you wanted to. I can't wait for that video.
Really?
Yeah, that sounds really cool and dangerous. Really dangerous and reckless to blow up a big porcelain object.
I was hiding behind his truck. I was way behind the truck.
Yeah, I was ignorantly bliss, I suppose. They're all like, yeah, this porcelain, this shrapnel comes at you. And if you don't, blowing up a toilet is a little bit like blowing up a big glass block of something, right? The kind of shrapnel that comes from a toilet is sharp little shards of porcelain.
Heavy porcelain.
Yeah.
It's heavy.
It would be like a glass block. Like a toilet made of glass and a toilet made of porcelain, I think, blow up roughly the same. And Chiz was hiding in my truck. Carl sometimes was taking cover behind the door, I think, of my truck. And, Kitty got in another truck. And I was just out there in the open. But I was prone, like on my belly. I felt safe for that reason.
Oh, so that's safe.
Yeah, you were pretty safe.
But they went high, and then it I wasn't there, but Chiz told me that the sound effect on my truck was a little bit like drizzling, like you could hear the porcelain rain on my truck.
Yeah, he blew the fuck out of that toilet. It was great. It was really great. I'm looking forward to the video.
Yeah, I don't know when I'll put it up. This will go up Saturday, and I've got virtually a new video for Friday, so I might even wait till Monday or something. We'll see.
It's gonna be good regardless. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Do you think the toilet should go last or the watermelons? The watermelons was the most like scripted one. Maybe I'll make.
I
don't
already
know.
uploaded the watermelons one.
He's got another watermelon one.
Got a
I would rather
better
see.
one.
I'm really looking forward to the toilet one. It's up to you, but that's what I want to see the most.
All right. Well, now that we've set expectations properly sky high, hopefully the
Well, I
video.
mean, it's blowing up a toilet with a 50 caliber rifle. It is what it is, but you blow the fuck out of it, and when you're done, there's like nothing left. Like it was
Yes.
sitting on top of a fabricated wall, and the wall is gone, and all the grass is gone, and there's a small crater. Like you fucking blew the shit out of that toilet. It was great.
I'll say
I really
this:
enjoyed that.
Kyle was impressed with it, and
Yeah.
he's not easily impressed. You know?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. That was great.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what I'd never blown up a toilet before because it's so fucking stupid to do it. So it was fun to watch you.
I would do it again. I'd blow up 2 of them. We could put 3 toilets in a row if you think the 50 cal will go through them all. I'm
A
down.
mountain of toilets, shrapnel everywhere.
A pyramid of toilets.
Yeah, I've been planning on doing that. It's just getting them all together. It's hard to find them all.
How much do they cost?
It varies. Depends how you come upon them. Sometimes I can get them for like $5. Sometimes for like $20.
Oh.
But you know, you got to drive around a lot to get them. Just like the TVs. The TVs I get for like $5 mostly.
That's cool. I wish I could have gotten cheap microwaves. I was always buying the.
You could have now. I mean, if you
Uh,
wanted.
I mean, I would look on Craigslist and stuff, and they were asking $60.
Thrift stores.
Okay, maybe I should have looked there more, but they were asking $60 on Craigslist. I'm sure they were better microwaves, but I could get the cheapest ones for like $69 at Target. So I would just go to Target, buy 2 or 3 at a time, and do my thing.
I've found that if I go to a thrift store and I start talking to the people and tell them what I'm going to do with all the TVs or whatever I'm taking, and not just thrift stores, really anything. Like it seems like if it's paint or mannequins, whenever I tell them what I'm doing with them, they always get a kick out of it and they like it and they'll hook me up in some way. Like I get a lot of stuff for free because people think it's cool what I'm doing. You know, I bought the washing machine the other day and I told the guy what I was doing and he knocked $50 off and told me to, tell him where he could watch it or whatever.
I had a similar experience. So I was trying to get someone who would let me shoot on their land. And I was like, hey, yeah, I'd like to make a couple videos. And I'm looking for land really close to mine. And, I'm not new to the YouTube thing. I got this. And someone was like, what's your channel? So I told them. Someone was like, and then they're like, whoa, you're that Woody? Oh, my God. These guys are, a big deal in the gaming community, etc. And then people were literally lining up. Like, I forget, 3-4 different people offered me really viable places to do my thing. One guy was like, we don't care. You got explosives. You got 50 cals. You can do anything here. And it sounded like he was excited to just spectate it. And yeah, so if you do cool stuff like that, sometimes people, they come with open arms.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm looking forward to you maybe doing some gun videos. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, I've got a lot of video ideas actually. I've been, the channel trailer. I've been brainstorming on that a lot, because that's an introduction to your channel, and it's like, I've got some cool thoughts on how I can do that really well, and yeah, and then channel names. I don't know, bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So I could use a new topic.
I'm trying to think. We're getting close to the bottom of the barrel here. Oh, the AMA questions.
Oh my gosh! I'm glad
All
you
right,
said that.
hang on. That's a big step forward, and I'm really starving. I'm gonna run upstairs. I'm gonna grab a snack. Well, I'll wait till Merker comes back, and then I'll run upstairs. I won't leave you here by yourself.
Yeah, I'll just.
You probably go off self-promoting and talking about WoodyCraft anyway. I want to lock that down right now. You just be a real douchebag and be all self-promoting when I left you alone.
I am not gonna jump on board this train because I'll be because it would be the wrong thing for me to do. But I see you. So yeah, we've got a bunch of AMA questions. I'm excited about this. So how long will Taylor be? It feels like he left for more than just a potty break.
I think I'll be back in a second. One thing funky setups because I got some cool stuff I want to do with swinging targets.
I like the number of targets Hickok has. If people don't know, there's a YouTuber called Hickok45 that shoots guns. But a lot of his targets aren't as... Like, when he shoots that tree and runs down it, I find that totally interesting. But the rest of them aren't really reactive. You know? Like, even if it just moved when you shot it. Or... Like, you could tell more. Like, I don't know. Like, I've seen ones where, like, it's a steel profile of a human with a different colored heart. Like, you know, like a cutaway for the heart, and you hit it and it kind of wiggles.
Yeah, I got, that's what I've got coming, I think.
Okay.
Some of those. And I got a couple of the trees, and I got a bunch of gongs. And I'm going to set up some homemade stuff, too. I'll get and I got... Let me grab it. It's on the floor over here. And also, now that Taylor's back, I'm going to step away and grab some. Then we're going to do the AMA questions. But I want to show you this really cool fucking target.
All right. I'm excited about this. Kyle's going to show us a steel target that he's going to shoot. And it's really effing cool. So that'll be neat.
I think Hickok's setup is really cool.
Hickok has the best setup on YouTube. And if I had land, I would.
He's such a good shot. Like,
every
gun he picks up, it's like, let me see if I can hit that gong. And he'll miss once. And it's like he really took note of that miss. And he's like, okay, let's see what we can do. And boom, got it. Like, every time, it's like one or two corrections.
Unlike Hickok, I wouldn't put unnecessary wear and tear on my targets like that. I would shoot around them so that they last much longer. That's a neat thing. Let me put Kyle on the main screen.
So
it'll like the jumping jack things.
Yeah, it'll sit like this, and then you've got this target thing to shoot it. When you shoot it, it'll flip over, and it'll sit like that, and you'll shoot it again. So there's always a target up for you to shoot, so you can make it flip across the ground. You know, shooting it with a pistol or anything, really.
It looks heavy. I wonder if a pistol will flip it over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A
like
22,
a 9mm.
maybe not.
Maybe not a 22, but a 9mm will.
That's pretty neat.
All right, I'm gonna grab something quickly to eat, and then we'll do. We should have done some shooting competitions while we were there. We'll have the targets next time.
Oh yeah, that's great. We can then fuck it. Let's do wrestling too, because I don't want to look like an idiot. I'll do it. I don't care.
I was considering the wrestling. You let me get away too quickly. All right, I'm gonna grab some food, then AMA.
Oh,
all right.
The offer's
like this
still
isn't gonna
out
take
there.
long. Like I'm grabbing a snack. Oh fuck you! It goes bad. It goes bad every fucking time.
How many apples?
It's not fair. Woody always brags about beating me up. It's just not fair. I just didn't know what to do. I still really don't. Like it's just.
I mean, I think it's pretty well documented that both me and Woody kicked your ass.
You were. I was big then, but you were really big then, and you're still big.
Merker was really strong. He still is. Yeah. Like it. I don't know. Like I think that like I saw a picture and people like admire. Like he was just hanging or something, and he's got this giant bicep that like you don't think about every day, but when you see it, you're like, oh, that's kind of abnormal right there. That's not an everyday bicep. Go ahead, Merka. I would like you to make a muscle for us. Show people what I'm talking about.
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm trying to be seductive.
Look at though. Like that's yeah. See?
I work out, man. No, but Kyle would kick my ass now since he started doing those. He's doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu or
he did it for a while. He did it for a while.
Oh, I thought he was still doing it.
No.
Well, then maybe I've got a chance.
I think so. You're very strong. That's where I had the challenge. You got me in what's called like a north-south position. And the fun part about rolling with people who don't have they have strength but not a lot of offense is you just kind of wait, you find your opportunity and reverse it. And I don't know. I remember one time when Kyle's like, I've got his leg. What do I do? Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. That's why there's no danger here.
What do I do? And then you just calmly flipped him over onto the bed and had your way with him.
That's don't judge.
That really is what you can do when you know, like, some sort of MMA and someone else doesn't. No amount of thinking that you're tough, no amount of anything is going to get you out of it. You're fucked if they know how to do that. Like you can't get out. Like if any guy on the street wanted to fight Joe, there's a 0% chance.
I asked Joe, you're frozen right now, I don't know if you know that, but I asked Joe if he could beat Shaq, because there's a size and weight difference there that's just enormous, and he said no. he said that Shaq would beat Joe Lozon. So there is a thing. I mean, we used to estimate that 50 pounds was equal to about a belt, right? So if you're like a blue belt level, you could probably be even with a guy who's 50 pounds heavier than you. If you're a purple belt level, it would take 100 pounds to start evening up with the skill difference. So that's a thing. So Kyle said he wouldn't leave you alone, but here, look at me. I'm all by myself. I'm doing a dance.
Oh, I see you handled solodom well for a couple seconds. It didn't devolve into nonsense immediately. Oh. And what is going on tonight? I can't stay in this call.
So you don't think you're losing your internet?
I've been losing it all day. I think it's just continuing to do that.
Comcast?
I don't know why. Yes.
They have a reputation for drops like that.
For shit is what they have a reputation for.
Yeah, they need competition. They need people leaving them for someone else, and then, maybe they'd improve it.
They need to get cheated on really hard just to realize their own faults so they can reevaluate themselves, come back stronger and better than ever. Which wouldn't be hard because they're already abysmal. There's no way they could be worse.
All right.
So I'm looking through some of these PKA or Patreon AMAs.
Uh-huh.
Let's see which ones are good. Do we have to do all of them?
No, that's not the way. We have to consider all of them, and we'll do our best. Let's do one without Kyle.
All right.
Do you think Twitch TV is a better platform for gaming content than YouTube?
Twitch TV.
Tell me you're.
I don't know.
Do you really not know Twitch?
No, I know what Twitch is.
Oh, okay.
And it's like totally gaming now, right?
It
like
is.
100%. You can't even do anything but gaming.
They implemented that when the PlayStation made it possible to do like just live stream yourself. So people were like smoking bongs, having sex, grabbing boobs, like
Good for them.
You have to picture like whatever low class is, right? That might mean ghetto, that might mean redneck, that might mean whatever. But those guys started sharing their life, and it was hilarious. I loved it. I wish Twitch kept it, because every day it was like somebody like I'm like, oh, I didn't realize bongs came in like 3 foot tall varieties, but this gentleman has one, and he's smoking pot on Twitch, or like. I think those two were brother-sisters. Why does he keep grabbing her boob? But this stuff was cracking me up. And
a little playful incest.
Yes, it was playful incest, but that's a thing. So that was when they implemented the only gaming rule. I don't know if I'm crazy, but I think that people who are like in the gaming community, right, and not random PlayStation buyers, but I guess I'm talking about us. Like, I intend to live stream the Joe Lozon thing, and I think we're welcome on Twitch. I know PKA was welcome on Twitch because I'd like run it by the people I know, like the Fuzzy Otterballs, Earnestly, and be like, hey, we want to do PKA live stream on Twitch. Is that still cool? And it always was. It always has been. So I think, provided that you're in the gaming community like we are and it's all cool, then it's a different set of rules. But which one's a better platform to answer this AMA? YouTube, I think. I think.
Yeah, definitely YouTube. Can't be YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's YouTube, but that's changing too. Twitch is a much better platform than it used to be, and the culture are different too, right? Because on YouTube, if people think you're making a buck, then they call you out on it and they sort of nail you to the wall about it. On Twitch, you can shame. I know there are millionaires on Twitch asking for $5 donations to do their live streams, and everyone will just throw $5 for the glory of seeing their name on your screen, and they like the culture on Twitch is much different in terms of making a buck than it is on YouTube, and it's just much better on Twitch that way. Like, people connect and like and support their guys, so that's a cool thing. And I don't know if I just inadvertently talked about hate, like we talked about how I should never do, but it was relevant to the question. Yep. What do you think the punishment for swatting should be? think we covered this a little bit the other week, but
you know, there was that fake news article where the guy got like 25 years.
yeah.
I didn't think that was so bad.
You know what
I was
like?
yeah, take that.
In all seriousness, I know I'm, Mr. Puts Kids in Jail, but in all seriousness, Cosmo was a computer hacker. I barely knew him, but I knew him a little bit. And they took his computer away until he was 21. I think that's the kind of punishment, like that's the scale that should come at you, right? They should track you down. You should be on probation so that if you keep messing up, the trouble gets for real. But the first time you get caught swatting or something and you're whatever, 15, 16 years old, you have to go 5 or 6 years without your computer, without a smartphone, without that kind of stuff. Strip that stuff away from you, remove your ability to create that kind or to do that kind of crime again. And that's that. Because swatting is no joke. There are people who are listening to this, oh my God, 6 years without a computer. Well, the first time I got swatted, I greeted the SWAT team with a shotgun, right? My kids could have no dad right now, because of that joke. It's not a little thing. And so yeah, that's where I'd come down. Someone else take it away.
What would you like to see, though? Because that's a very reasonable, level-handed way to handle it. What do you think?
Caning.
What would you like? What would give you the most?
Yeah, I would like caning while they have their head in the stockades. I think that's what it's called.
Yes.
That thing?
Jesus.
Yeah. So they drop their pants, of course, and cane their bare ass while they sit in a public area. I think that would be...
Bare-assed, he said. No
Bare
pants
ass.
allowed.
Yeah, while they cane their ass in the stockades. I think that would be a wonderful punishment. And they wouldn't do it anymore.
No, they would not. If you're
You only
getting
gotta cane
around
once.
caning in public
Yeah.
and your naked ass, you're not going to do whatever you did before
In the
that.
stockade?
Yeah, in a stockade.
Yeah, I'm good at this stuff.
That's humiliating.
And they make you do it at a Renaissance fair, so it's really in character. A bunch of people around.
And the children don't know. The children don't know it's real, so they're throwing fruit, and you're just crying.
So devoted to his character.
I think it's one of those things where, like, if you do it once, it should be pretty serious. It should be a hefty fine, maybe something weird where they take away some of your electronic rights. But if you do it twice, I think it's like in there where you should be doing some jail time, like close to 3 years, I think.
Yeah, the only thing I don't
definitely.
agree with fines for kids. I feel like it's not even realistic. It like, what does a kid do with a fine? Mom pays it.
Tells his parents to pay it. Yeah.
Yeah, like, or does it literally stick with them for years? Hey, it would be neat. Reparations. Like if there's a fine, it should go to me. That's how that should work. No, don't pay the government. Pay your victim. Kyle, I have 2 questions here, and they're kind of related. Kyle, what inspired you to finally show your face on camera for PKA? Woody forced you into doing it, I bet. What a dick. And then the other was, as you've recently come clean about your alter ego, do you have any regrets about leaving it this long? Or are you happy with how it turned out? So can you talk about your decision to be you on camera?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I just thought it was about time. Most of the people here already knew, and everybody always. I love seeing the comment. Everyone already knows, but they don't. They really don't. And whenever you say we all knew. It's like I really think to myself, like, speak for yourself, because not everyone knows. I've got a really good judge of it. About 50% knew as of the other day, and about 50% didn't. I run into fans all the time on the street, and rarely do they know. Rarely do they know my name's Kyle. So I just thought it was about time, and it was going to free me up and allow me to be more flexible here, and I think it frees me up and allows me to be more flexible with the stuff I do over there too. So maybe it's easier for me as my regular Kyle self to talk about a gun in a more technical, detailed, serious fashion than it is for Dmitry Potapov to do it.
Is that what inspired you to show your face? So you could do it differently?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. Do you wish you had done it sooner, or was the timing just what you were hoping for?
I would have rather never done it. And like the people who did know that I was Russian, who did know that I wasn't Russian, had just played along and played it cool. because I love the idea of the reading the comments of the people who think that FPS Russia is like Spetsnaz Commando and stuff like that. But if it's the timing's fine, I suppose.
But I forced you into it, and that was that.
Oh yeah, it was totally your fault. Yeah. Yeah.
How would you feel? I think he says, how would you guys feel about a Wings of Redemption Dr. Phil special? As him appearing on the Dr. Phil show and him trying to fix and diagnose Wings.
Now you have a problem with food in your life.
So Dr.
Is how that
Phil,
would go.
if people don't know, is actually like a food addiction specialist. Like that's one of the on the show. He deals with all kinds of wacky things.
Really though? Is he really?
I mean, I don't know what he really, really, truly is, but food addiction seems to be one of the I think in real life that's one of the things he thinks he's especially competent at.
Is he really a doctor?
I don't believe so.
Ooh, all right. So let's. I'll Google it.
I mean, I think maybe he's Mr. Phil, and we've all been duped.
I think he's a doctor.
I don't know if Mr. Phil is the guy for Wings.
It says Dr. Phil is a talk show hosted by Phil McGraw. It doesn't say Dr. Phil McGraw. Dr. Lying douche.
Okay, he's actually a doctor.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, I thought he was. He has a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology, a Master's in Experimental Psychology, and a PhD in Clinical Psychology.
Experimental psychology. He's a fucking Ghostbuster over there.
He was guided through the doctoral program by Frank Lewis, who later became the primary contributing psychologist for the Dr. Phil television show. So he has, I guess, his mentor helping him on the show.
I can't picture Wings being very receptive to Dr. Phil's advice at all.
And he used to work in a private psychology practice. So I'll drop it, but he's a doctor.
Okay.
Sounds like it. He's very much so.
So Dr. Phil, I don't watch a ton of his stuff, but I have seen his stuff, and I feel like I know the gist of what he does. He has a knack for telling the truth in an undeniable way, right? He sees right through you and says what's what. Wings has a knack for accepting and realizing the truth on his own schedule, right? I think we went on him on the iced tea thing, right? And he's like, no iced tea, no iced tea. Hilariously, he told Joe Lozon he needs to step up his iced tea game, right? I love that. But you catch him 6 weeks later, and, he doesn't like being, quote unquote, beaten in a live environment, but he did listen, and he did, drop the iced tea thing. He just, did that. So if you would have put Wings on Dr. Phil's show, I think he'd cross his arms and make it seem as if Dr. Phil couldn't get through to him. Wings is good at that. But 6 weeks later, maybe we'd find out that he did. And would I like to see that show? Absolutely. I think that would be awesome.
I would watch it just because it'd be two guys fighting the whole time to no effect.
They'd need just Wings on
Wings wouldn't
there.
concede anything at all.
Yes, he wouldn't. He would. Yeah, he would absolutely not give an inch, and it would be hilarious.
I'd just like to see him on daytime television where he belongs.
You think Wings belongs on daytime TV?
Yeah, I totally do. Wings needs to be on TV, in one way or another. I don't know where. There should be a Wings of Redemption show. It's better than Honey Boo Boo. It's good. It's great stuff over there. Really fucked up. What's the next?
For
question?
everyone,
I'm reading ahead.
I was gonna.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to another one of the Patreon questions. I didn't know you had something else to add.
No, I was actually also looking at one. I picked a big one, so I'm reading it carefully. You can go first.
Yeah, I was saying, for everyone on PKA, have you ever been caught masturbating? If so, when and by whom?
Never.
I'll go last.
Damn it, because I've never been caught, and I was hoping you guys had some really humiliating ones.
I have a story. So, when I lived in Ocean City, New Jersey, we had neighbors who were around for the summertime. and I was maybe 16 or something like that. And
With that lithe swimmer's body.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're making it. It's sexy for gay people, I hope. And we had like I would sometimes play with these kids that were younger than me, whatever, and they looked up to me in like a worship way, and they were going home for the summer, and they came to my house to say goodbye. Now, I lived on the top floor of my house. It sounds like it was super rich. It really wasn't, but we had a house with 3 or 4 stories, depending on how you count them, and the top floor was all mine. So I was like laying on the couch masturbating with a comforter on me, and to a magazine, I think, because this is old school. And like they knock on there's a door that led to my stairs, that take you to my floor. And they knock on it, but they don't wait or anything. They just like knock and enter, like a fucking SWAT team or something. But I did have enough notice in that, like I tucked away the magazine, and now I'm pantsless under a blanket. And my mom and this, like, I don't know, 11-year-old boy or something come in. So he's saying goodbye and everything, and I'm sitting up using this comforter to hide my boner, which is just not going away. And he's talking about how he'll miss me, and I'm like, yeah, it was really great, and we had some good times. Thanks for coming up, and but then no one was getting it. And I'm looking at my mom like I don't know if they know to this day.
I'm masturbating.
Yeah, it's like and I so I'm laying down, and then I get up, and the sound of me like sitting up sounds like this. Right, as the magazine like crumples and crinkles under the comforter, and and I'm like, I don't know if anybody knows what's going on here, but I feel like everybody knows what's going on here.
She knew,
even the 11-year-old. Yeah, probably. And there's not much more to it than that. I think there was this subtle sort of like, aren't you going to get up and say goodbye? And it's like, no, because I'll be fucking standing at attention, if I were to do so. And I just kind of made small talk and thanked him for coming, and sent him on his way. So that's about my only got caught masturbating story that I have.
You just had to FDR it, sitting there with a blanket over your lower half, cordially saying goodbye to people.
I wish I had that line, but yeah, that's totally how it went down.
Oh man,
I have. Yeah, I've honestly never been caught.
Nice.
I've come close, but never been caught.
Next question. All right, so Merc is frozen. He'll be back. I was just offered an internship till I graduate in December. So keep in mind, it's 3 months. Then I will be offered a full-time position. The internship pays $20,000 under what my starting salary would be, which is just over the national average. It's a Fortune 500 company and a nice place to work from what I hear. Should I work hard and risk getting offered a low salary, or should I devote more time to getting other job interviews? So he has an internship that pays $20,000 under what he's targeting, and he doesn't know what his salary will be when they offer it to him.
So what's the alternative to that? Not taking it?
Not taking it and continuing to get more job
jobs.
interviews. Yeah.
No, take the job.
Yeah, take the job and then look for more jobs in the meantime.
Yeah, exactly that.
Oh, that's so cutthroat. You don't think he should work for it's just 3 months.
Yeah, that sounds good. 3 months.
Yeah, you know what? Here's what I would do. I would take that internship, and then towards the end of it, right? When he graduates in December, he should be applying for other jobs and getting other interviews. And then when he considers the offer that he gets from this Fortune 500 company, it'll just be on an even playing field. But having an internship and a degree will put him in a nice spot to get a salary. So if he gets lowballed by this company, they won't be his only chance. Go ahead, get their money, get their experience, and then get their job offer in December, and and then compare that job offer to the other things on the table. My concern is that if they're used to paying you, I don't know, 30 grand a year, it seems like about what he's talking about, and then they offer you a job for 40, then they're kind of fucking you. With that internship and a degree, you might be able to make the 50 that you're targeting. And yeah. So I would take the internship, and then don't sit there and act like the offer you get in December is your only one. There it is.
I agree. Yeah.
Sound
All right.
nice. What else we got here?
With the departure of a particular host, I would like to know who now has the biggest balls on PKA. Shucks, I feel like my testicles are normal size. Does anyone have extraordinary testicles on the show?
One of mine is a little bigger than the other.
I think that's normal because I'm in that same boat.
No. One of them's definitely like about this big. Yeah, and the other one's like that big.
So
like, there's
perhaps if we
definite
rephrase
difference.
the question to who has the biggest ball, singular, then that would be
Oh.
all about Kyle.
Now the one on the left, he is very large. I feel like he's making up for the guy on the right. I feel like if he weren't, like if that weren't a super ball on the right, I don't feel like I would have enough testosterone to even have any facial hair or like, you know.
So is the right one like the runt of the litter, like a little
Yeah.
bit?
Yeah. I feel like he's small. Yeah.
Oh. Well, then that would kind of average. Well, no. If we change it to the biggest ball, doesn't matter if the average is. We can still win that one.
Hey, lefty is a huge ball. It's huge.
I thought you were talking about the guy
Yeah,
for a
I
second.
No,
I
I'm
had to
talking about my
process.
left testicle. No.
Um,
Very large. I don't know if it's Wings Redemption size. It's certainly not an egg. Maybe like a quail egg.
Honestly, I don't
not
even
like
know
a-
the story behind him talking about his balls.
you don't know, because
I
a lot
don't
of
even
times
know.
Wings says things for either comedic effect or, because it paints him in a very good light. But what he said was that he had gigantic balls. He said that his penis was normal length but thick, the thick six, but that his balls were, gorilla sized or whatever has big balls.
No,
I know-
gorilla has tiny balls.
Humans have the biggest penises of all the primates by far.
Yeah, the gorilla's got like a 1-incher.
Yeah, it's not good. I could
Yeah, but you
totally
wouldn't
steal
make
a
fun of its
gorilla's
face.
girlfriend.
Yeah, so all of you who have been like fantasizing about fucking a gorilla,
You'd be
Nothing
very
there.
disappointed. Yeah, take it from me. If you could go back and relive a part of your life, either because it was a great time or because you'd like to change something that happened, would you go back to it, if at all?
I'd go back to when I first started YouTube, knowing everything I know right now about where it's going to go, what's going to be successful, and I would just pander and sell out so fucking hard. So hard. Just everything for money. Pandering. And,
would
I'd be
you also
better
make
off.
videos?
Yeah, I'd make videos.
Would they be zombies videos?
Probably not. I don't know. I don't know what kind I would do. I mean, I'd have to, go back, think about all the viral videos that came out in the meantime. Recreate
Okay.
a lot of those. All of those kids react videos, I'd make all that first. All the Ray William Johnson stuff, I'd do the =3 first. I'd have a channel with every popular series on there. People would think I was a dick. I was coming up with every good idea. God damn it! We can't even do rap battles of history. This fucker thought of that too.
Mercadurka did something called Epic Rap Battles of History. It was terrible. We can't do that.
Yeah, I just make a terrible version of every show to monopolize the
yeah.
market awfulness.
Just ruin it for everyone. YouTube would just decline as a whole, like because
Yeah.
you took all the good ideas for yourself and ruined them.
Ruined it with my lazy editing and using the same gameplay for everything.
Right. You do this brilliant stuff, like, I don't know, epic rap battles of history. Like, he came up with Nyan Cat 2? What the fuck? Everything he does is a giant hit.
Everything. I found about Charlie's finger first. I did everything. That would be my goal.
He bit my finger.
I don't know. That's a hard question because, it depends on how you phrase it. Because what's to keep me from doing some sports almanac thing or some sort of lottery ticket thing? It kind of taints any kind of time travel because that's where I go to immediately. It's like, who cares if I know how to make good YouTube videos? I know how to win the lottery like 5 times in a row if I want. I know how to I could take $100,000 and turn it into 50 million in a month with a sports almanac. Just
See,
go
the
to Vegas
sports
and keep moving it
almanac,
around.
Like, I don't. In my head, I just have to do it from memory, and with that, I could only do a couple things: a bunch of MMA fights, some Super Bowls and stuff. But what I do know, I could like tell you which companies to invest in over what periods of time. Like when to invest in Microsoft, when to shift that out and into Cisco, when to shift that out and into, Apple. Just like I could make a lot of money doing it that way. Not as much as Sports Almanac, because that's like whatever, double your money every
Doubling
time.
your money.
But also they'd let you keep doing it. Whereas Sports Almanac, you might just get like busted and sent out.
Yeah, you'd
You're
have
gonna
to
get
be a
your
little
knees
bit.
broken after your 10th correct guess at a Super Bowl.
You'd have to be a little bit sneaky about it. Maybe
Yeah.
start a business.
Intentionally
Maybe
wrong.
start a business where. Here's what I would do so you wouldn't get caught. I would start a business where I gave betting advice, and I would have like an 85% accuracy rate, and I just fail 15% of the time on purpose, so I didn't seem like I was a time traveler. But I would still have. But I would still have the best.
Yeah, once you get kicked
sports
out of the
betting.
casinos, that would be part of your marketing package, right? Like, all right, the casinos won't let me bet anymore. My new business is
Casinos
casino advice.
Hate him.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great.
Casinos hate them, right?
So
Perfect.
it's just a license for infinite money. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'd like to go relive some fun part of my life when some crazy part where I was doing a lot of cool things in a really short period of time. Probably go back to one of those times. That'd be cool.
I feel like I could do high school again. And see, this is my mix, right? On the upside, the old, apparent cliche, like if I knew then what I knew now. But if I went to high school now, I would have a much better idea of like how to be popular, how to be funny, how to get girls. I would just be really good at high school today. That would be, I'd be hugely successful. Having said that, if I was, who would I be right now? Perhaps not being cool for the first 2 or 3 years in high school helped me a ton. I know that getting bad grades sent me to the same college as Jackie, and I'm really happy about how that worked out. Who would I marry if I ended up at Harvard, right? And probably someone not very much like Jackie at all. So that's the challenge I have. Like, yeah, if I just redo some years and not think about the consequences, I'd kick ass at high school today. It'd be a blast. But then afterwards, like, now what do I got? Like, I feel like my life as a whole, like the package that I have going is top 5, top 1%. If I were to change things up, I don't know that I could do that again. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of an issue. I think I'd go back and relive one of the fun times though.
All right. I'm trying to pick a good... Oh, what do you think of the fappening? We talked about that last week a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of drilled that into the ground.
If I were to answer it super quick, I feel their invasion of privacy, although if for some reason Jennifer Lawrence is watching our show, it's not going to hurt her at all.
No.
I don't think anyone was really damaged by it. Like sometimes someone's exposed and you find out that celebrity's not who you thought they were, and it's really a problem for them. That didn't happen in any of these cases. We just turned out that good-looking people look good naked. There's a shocker.
Yeah. It should have happened like the opposite of how the Andy Weiner one happened. Where like for this, it's not going to damage him at all, really. But everybody's freaking out like, oh, what an invasion of privacy. But then something that completely tarnished that guy's legacy and career because of it was invading his privacy. People are like, oh, that's hilarious. Let's all laugh at him. And, didn't really. I think it just matters who it happens to, and people just happen to be more sympathetic to Jennifer Lawrence because she was in the Hunger Games or whatever. But
what's your
Who knows?
memorable quote in a movie? I've got mine. There's something so tough but anti-tough about I'm Your Huckleberry. If people don't know, the movie is Tombstone, right? Actually, Kyle, can you lay out where I'm Your Huckleberry comes from? You're going to do it great. There's a conflict. One guy is trying to fight Wyatt Earp.
Yeah, so Ringo wants to fight Wyatt Earp. He wants a final showdown with Wyatt Earp out in the woods, and Wyatt Earp knows he can't beat Ringo, and so Val Kilmer goes instead, and Val Kilmer can beat Ringo, and Ringo knows it, and they had this argument in the past, like about playing for blood and killing for blood, and Ringo's people had to pull him off because he was too drunk, and they knew that if he fought Val Kilmer at that point, then the Doc Holliday was just going to kill him then. So Doc Holliday shows up. Ringo thinks that he's Wyatt Earp, and he's like, didn't think you'd show. And Val Kilmer's just kind of like looks up from his head, and he's like, I'm your Huckleberry. And it's a huge moment. He's telling him, he's like,
Did you tell it right? Wow, I hate to go against your movie knowledge, but I think they're in a saloon. And
well, he does it twice.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the thing.
Depends
He's like sort of egging Wyatt Earp on. Let's go. And he's like kind of on the edge about it. And Doc Holliday, Val Kilmer says, I'm your Huckleberry. Like, bring it to me. You're looking for a fight? You're in luck. I love fighting. And they no, I don't have no quarrel with you. And then he had like some loophole, like, no, you forgot that one time at cards we did a thing, and now we have a score to settle. And he's like, no, we don't. Blood. Yeah, we played for blood. It was, I'm your Huckleberry. And we started using it where I worked a lot. Like, it was great. Like, whatever. Guy A would ask Guy B if we played ping pong. And when he didn't, you'd hear from like around the cube, I'm your Huckleberry. Like, you looking for a fight? But okay, everyone else, favorite movie quote?
Go ahead, Taylor.
Carl? Oh. It's not just one quote, it's that whole beginning of Reservoir Dogs where Steve Buscemi is defending why he doesn't tip.
Why he doesn't tip.
Yeah, it's not just one quote, so I guess that's kind of cheating, but I'm sure everybody knows that whole procession where he's just like, adamantly defending his right to not tip because he shouldn't have to. And I just think that's
I like that too. That's really good. Mine's also Tarantino. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the inequities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. The whole thing that Jules says right before he kills that kid in Pulp Fiction is my favorite. The whole quote. I love that thing.
What does he say near the end where he's like, I didn't used to know what it meant. I just used to think it was a stone cold thing to say to a motherfucker before you shoot him.
I just thought it was some stone cold shit to say to a motherfucker before I pop a cap in him. But he's got like a couple of ways that you could interpret it, and finally he's like, but that ain't what it really is. The truth is, I'm the evil man. It's really dark and scary. That's a great movie. Tarantino writes a lot of cool lines like that. Like, you could find a lot of really memorable quotes in any of his movies. Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, the Kill Bill movies, Inglourious Bastards, all that stuff.
Speaking of movies,
let's
the
pick a movie
suggestion for the movie week. Yeah, let's pick one.
So one of the suggestions is that we pick a movie, we all watch it during the week ahead of us, and hopefully a lot of you out there watch the movie too, and then we get back here next week, we discuss the movie, and we pick a new one for next week.
All right.
So
Any
while we're doing
suggestions?
these, I think while we continue to do the AMA questions, maybe we should take a look at what's out and maybe think of some of our favorites, and we all suggest a movie and come to a decision.
So, do you think that it should be a movie in the theater or like a movie on Netflix?
I think it could be
Netflix.
anything. I think it could be any movie. I think it would be better if it was something that we could get at home, though.
Yeah, then something on Netflix. Or whatever.
Let me look on that. What's the next AMA question, though?
Next AMA question. If you had the superpower to transform in and out of being any object, what object would you choose to be able to transform into? And why? His examples were rock, TV, chair, fleshlight. Just, you could be anything.
If I could be any object, I think
I'd turn into a fucking airplane.
Yeah, fighter plane in particular was on my mind.
Yeah, like a transformer.
Yeah, I want to
No,
be...
but you couldn't fly yourself, though.
Fuck
You
your
just
shit.
have to sit there until some fuck got in there and flew you around.
Bullshit, I'm
okay,
a plane with a
drone.
mind of its own.
I'll be a drone. I'll be Yeah, and wait, I still have my brain, right? I could fly me. I just move my joystick like I do today.
Yeah, I'll be a fucking jet plane. Blow shit up.
I'm trying to think of something cooler than a jet plane. Do I need to be a space shuttle?
I don't know. As far as finding, adventures, you could just be like $100 bill. Only a matter of time till you get tasked to a stripper or some crazy party and someone's snorting coke through you, and then before they know it, you're there because you changed back, and everybody's like, "Oh my god."
I think you're just gonna spend a lot of time in drawers and pockets and shit.
Well, but then you can change out of the object, so it's not like you have to stay there for 10 years as some old lady hoards you. You just turn into yourself, walk out of
I'd
the
rather
house.
be a fucking jet plane, and then the people that want to hang around with me are gonna bring their own cocaine, and I can experience it that way.
All right, well, fine.
You get offered a lot of cocaine when you can turn into a goddamn jet.
Okay, well, now we're just picking the coolest objects we can think of, and I can't beat that.
Apache helicopter!
I'll become the moon!
All right, I like this one. It seems like all three hosts live their dream job. Woody runs a server that greatly helps his son. Kyle plays with games and guns and makes videos about it, and Mirka is a stripper. Now they know. With that said, what advice would you give to a person who wants to chase his or her dream? Should they remain in school and get a degree? Should they pursue it out of the gate? And most importantly, should they accept failure as a possibility?
Failure is an inevitability. Inevitability? Yeah.
You said it right.
If you
Inevitability, huh?
Inevitability. You will fail. It's about going on and picking your shit up and keeping moving on with your ideas. And your idea should be what kind of life you want to live. You should say, I want to live a life where I have all of these things, I can do all of these things, and then try to make the rest fit around that. Figure out what you want that's going to make you happy. If it's a lot of free time to yourself and a lot of free space and nobody bothering you, then make that so. If it's having a really big group environment that you're living in and working with lots of people, then make that happen. Just figure out what makes you happy and do it.
Yeah, good way to put it.
See, on one level, that sounds great. Hey, figure out what you need from life and make it happen. I kind of accept. There's this thing, like a lot of times, like an artist or an actor or an athlete will be like, never give up, follow your dream. But they are that 1% that actually caught their dream, Chase your dream of being an NFL quarterback. Well, Peyton Manning, that sounds fine for you. It's there's a really low percentage that I'm going to succeed at that. I'm 9 inches shorter than you, and I have 1/4 your strength. It's not going to happen.
Well, you have to be kind of upbeat when you're talking to kids. You can't have Peyton yelling at them, being like, "Statistically, you're all going to be fucking failures."
I didn't say you could be whatever you wanted. I said here's what you would do. You would never say I want to be an NFL quarterback. That's what I'm going for. You would say I want my job to be about football. I want to maybe I'll aim for being an NFL quarterback. But my fallback is definitely to have some sort of degree that's going to get me on a sports team or involve the sports team. Maybe you're in the front office and you do the marketing for the Braves, or maybe find a job involved that's part of the. I said the Braves. Obviously, that's a baseball team, but you could find a job that's near what you want to do without being Peyton Manning.
Here's my take on it. Right, I firmly believe in betting on yourself. However, I think what you're targeting should be something you have a chance of attaining, right? So if you want to be the next, Slash, right? A guitarist in a huge band. Are you good at guitar? Do you have what it takes to be Slash? Do you have a stage presence? How are people reacting to your music today? I guarantee you, let's say you want to be the next Taylor Swift, which is unlikely because we have so many guys watching this. But if you want to be the next Taylor Swift, at 16, Taylor Swift was awesome, right? She could already sing. She probably had like 10 years of experience on the guitar by the time she was 16. Bet on yourself, but don't be stupid and make yourself a really lousy bet. you need to put in the work and have realistic expectations for your own success. Don't bet on yourself when things are going wrong. And I don't want to, like, I feel like I'm getting oddly specific with this next part, but like I see some people make videos on YouTube and they get between like 1,000 and 2,000 views a video and they say, I'm going to bet on myself. And I think, well, you need to change something up to make yourself a better bet. Because if you're literally making like $4 a video, then like, I don't know, alter the formula, find a new space, whatever. If you're going to bet on yourself, that's okay, but don't make a bad bet. Make yourself a good bet. Bet on yourself that you're going to be something other than a YouTube person. Bet on yourself that you're going to be, a YouTube person, but change up a formula that's not working. I don't know what that is. If you want to be a rock star, if you want to be an athlete, if you want to be a doctor, go ahead and believe in yourself that you can achieve stuff even if someone else doesn't, but don't be so silly that you can't figure out it's a sucker's bet. And that's where I stand on this thing. You wanted to specifically know if you're going to college? Well, I think that ties into what you think your odds of success are. If you suck at guitar and you want to be the next Slash, stay in school, kid. If you think that you're somehow going to make the NBA without going to college, you better be 7 foot tall, or whatever it takes, 6'9" or something. So yeah, bet on yourself, but make yourself a damn good bet through either hard work or realistic expectations.
So I've been thinking during all that about what I want my movie suggestion is. It's The Master. It's got Philip Seymour Hoffman and Joaquin Phoenix in it, and it's on Netflix.
Are you on complex.com?
No.
Okay. I see it on there too. All right, I'm down with that. The Master. It came out in 2012. It's on Netflix, and like you said, it has some fantastic actors in it.
Paul Thomas Anderson directs it. He actually wrote it, apparently, which is a little worrying. Amy Adams is also in it.
Well, all right. So everybody watch The Master before next week, so you can listen to us talk about it.
Awesome.
It's on Netflix. It's I don't know anything about it. I think it's about a cult or something, but that's all I know.
If it's got Philip Seymour Hoffman, it's going to be good.
Yeah, and I think Joaquin Phoenix is a great actor too.
He comes off as really crazy.
Yeah, he does, right? I think he might be really crazy.
There's a distinct possibility.
It's a little bit long. It's 144 minutes, but I'm sure Woody won't fall asleep.
When you make bets, make sure they're good bets, Kyle.
It was nominated for 3 Oscars. So
it can't be bad.
Maybe we won't. If I was throwing another one off the top of my head, Punch Drunk Love is also
I'm excited about your first choice. Can I vote for it?
Yeah, I want to vote for that one too.
Okay.
All right.
Maybe we'll take turns picking them.
Yeah.
Or I like the way we do it now. Proposals and voting. Maybe next time I won't suck and come up with no proposal at all. But yeah, anyway, we'll work it out. This is mainly for Woody and Kyle, as Mirka has a full-time job. Stripper. Woody and Kyle, what are your plans for after YouTube? Is retirement next, or is a job in the future? Thank you for answering or not answering, and keep up the good show. Plans for after YouTube. I'll go first. And you can go first.
I want to go first. Yeah, I've been
Please
thinking about there's a lot of cool things that I could do with some of the licensing that my YouTube that is sort of secondary to my YouTube thing. So maybe I don't know, but it'll be something that I'll enjoy. It'll be something with firearms or explosives or both. Maybe I'll put on fireworks shows, or maybe I'll run a business that comes to your house with machine guns for your family to shoot and rent. I don't know.
No 9-year-old girls.
Yeah. Maybe I'll no 9-year-old girls. God damn you.
You caught that.
I just caught on. Oh God. Oh, that was awful. Yeah, nothing like that. Like, that was terrible. That 9-year-old killed that instructor with that Uzi. I watched the video. It just looked to me like I would never hand a kid that small a machine gun. That just
could have been handled better.
Especially that one. I remember the first time I shot a gun, and I think I was like 39 or something. So I was a full-size person. And I had like a special forces guy with his hand on my shoulder kind of keeping me in check. I think I started with like 3 at a time, 5 at a time, worked my way up to shooting like all 30. And they seem to just give her an Uzi, which is especially difficult to control.
She shot 1 round semi-auto and then went full auto.
Okay. And if I saw the video right, it just immediately tracked left towards the instructor and she shot him. And it was the instructor's fault, but she'll feel terrible about it, and he's dead. And the whole thing was it's a shame that it went down. It's a firearm accident like any other.
Yeah, they ruled it an industrial accident. That's mean.
My dream of finishing YouTube, it was like when YouTube started going really well for me, it was like, so what's the plan here? And the goal was always to do the YouTube thing. The YouTube careers go like a bell curve most of the time. There are a few exceptions. Shay Carl seems to have come back. There's other ones too. Sexy Phil seems to live on forever, Philip DeFranco. But by and large, when you watch the people on YouTube, their careers go in a bell curve, and I expected mine to do that. And then I was like, I think I would be wildly successful if YouTube, like I finished YouTube with like $500,000 in the bank, a house paid off, and then I went back to my job as an IT manager, but further advanced on like the path towards retirement than I would have been if I just stayed at work. And in addition to that, I'd lived the dream for a while, right? And the example I always make is like, imagine you were a minor league pro golfer, right? You're one of those guys that doesn't make the cut every tournament, but you're there and you spend a couple of years making way more than you would have made in IT, and you're living your personal dream, right? Maybe you want to be a hockey player, golfer, baseball, rock star, whatever, but you get to taste that for a while. And then when it wraps up, all of a sudden, you're good financially and you've had your dream life for some period of time. That's what I thought. It went even better than that, right? I've got more saved than that. My career lasted longer than that. I have ideas that I think would, reinvigorate my channel or make a new channel or something like that would be really exciting and fun. And it would be the next, like, living the life. What I didn't know was going to happen is that self-employment would be so satisfying for me. I'm not sure if I ever want to work for somebody again. And I'm fortunate in that, like, businesses that may have seemed like they were expensive to start prior to this are now in my grasp. If it took a couple $100,000 to launch something, like, I could do that. So that this thing is an opportunity magnet. Not only do I have a platform to, like, tell people about things, but I have investments that I could make to make them a reality. And so, to answer your question, I always thought I'd go back to work, maybe be a manager in IT or something like that and guide projects and work for a company. And now my ambitions are a little higher, either a longer run on YouTube or a whole new business, maybe something not even in the public, but I have silly ideas like a storage facility. They're popping up around here and they're always full. And it seems like renting out garages is an easy as hell job. I know you gotta, like, collect payments and people fall behind. You have to clear out the garage or whatever. But goddamn, that seems like passive income. And, I could buy land, put garages on them, rent it out as self-storage, and that could last forever. So yeah, anyway, I don't know. It's been great, and I'd like to keep life great. But if I had to go back as an IT manager, I'd be fine. I'd just be way better than I ever would have had I not done YouTube. My question is, what keeps you guys motivated in life? I'm currently at a stage in my life where everything seems boring, and I think to myself, is this it? Merca, what keeps you motivated in life?
I don't know. That's a hard question. I guess just I want more things. It seems really shallow, but I want more stuff. Like, I want really nice car. I want a really nice house. I want a nice pool. I want, a nice TV in a theater. Like, I want nice things, and that makes me want to, this sounds so awful, but it's honest.
I like it though.
I want nice things.
I remember I was talking to Kyle about a person.
Being honest, that's a big incentive for everyone, I think.
I was talking to Kyle about a person that works for me. I won't give anything away, and works or worked or whatever. No clues, but seriously, no clues. And they're like, I'm not really feeling motivated. This is going to take longer than it otherwise would have because I'm not inspired by this task that you gave me. And Kyle was like, you want motivation? How about fear of losing your fucking job? How about your motivation is you need this for money? You don't like this? Then try getting a fucking real job. And you'll really hate that.
I'm just imagining, like, I'm paying you to push this broom, and you're like, but I'm sweeping up glass. I'm just going to let you know that I hate sweeping up glass, so it's going to take me a while to get this all swept up. If this was clay pottery, I could get it. I could enjoy it. I could really get into it. And no, fuck you. I'll find somebody who will go double time on glass, you piece of shit. Like,
yeah.
A job is a luxury. It's a privilege. Like, fucking work your ass off because you're happy to have it.
You're working in video games. Do you know how many people want this job?
You're not sweeping glass. It's a cool job.
And I pay you more than any other server would. And, why? Why? We'll get a guy who, is excited to do this, not motivated. Yeah, that's the thing. So, what keeps me motivated? Well, shucks, partly it's just a sense of responsibility. I've got a wife and I've got kids. And, like one of the things we talked about, lack of job security is a thing for me, right? Like, if I don't keep pushing, then things fall off. And I'm not done yet. So that's why I'm making videos. That's why, So yesterday, Minecraft 1.8 came out. That was a big deal for us. Now there's a new client to support. We got all these games. You start upgrading stuff. Things break. Fix. And, while I'm doing that, I'm working on videos because we did a PKA adventure. And I want people to be excited about this. So I want the videos to be good enough that people think they're cool. And when we go on the next trip, they're like, yeah, something's good going to come out of it. These are all the things I have to get done if I want to keep having what I have. Well, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about flexibility in my life. Like I spent 15, 20 years working in, offices and cubes. And I think it's amazing that, like, now I'm not. I love working from home. That's worth a lot to me. And more than that, I can, whatever, like, go take Hope to lunch or something if I want to. And, so I work to maintain that privilege. I like being self-employed.
Yep.
So, do we need another question?
I guess I should answer that one. I think it's a mixture of, like, both of those things. There's the whole, like, I like to acquire, money thing. But, another cool thing about my job is I oftentimes acquire material. I get goodies and I get guns and stuff like that. And I really like getting that stuff. So that keeps me working. Get a bunch of silencers soon. If you're in the market for a silencer, check out a Silencer Co. silencer. I'm going to be shooting a lot of them. I've shot the Tyrant 45, and I've shot a lot of the 45 cans, but so far I'm really impressed with the Silencer Co. one.
Do they work with Quiet Riot? Do you know?
I'm sure he can get silencers from them.
Huh. I need to call. We should get that cooking soon.
Sure.
For people that don't know, you need a special trust that owns the silencer, and there's some paperwork involved, and it takes like 8 months. And every day I don't do it, I'm wishing my clock started. I wish it started 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's hard to say when how long it's actually going to take. I hear them talking about 8 and 9 months, but I would 6 months seems more likely. But yeah, the trust thing is fast. That's just a thing a lawyer has to set up for you. It's the actual form that goes to the ATF and then like getting back to you and saying yes that takes so long.
Okay. So anyway, I need to get that cooking so I can own amazing things.
Yeah, silencers are fucking cool.
Yeah, short barrel rifles, shotguns, stuff like that. You talked about having a car gun that is basically a shotgun that's so short the end of the shell sticks out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what that does.
I'm gonna take an over and under shotgun, a breakdown, and I'm gonna cut it off so it's just the pistol grip, and the barrel's gonna be about this long. Like the whole thing's gonna be like this long. Like the shells are gonna go in, and they're gonna stick out the end of the barrel if I can cut it that close. I'm gonna cut it as close as possible, without damaging the frame or anything.
You go first. That interests me. But I
It's
don't
gonna be
know.
cool.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I want?
A 12-gauge pistol.
Dude, a triple barrel shotgun.
Why not a quadruple barrel?
Because I don't know about them.
Because I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna make we're gonna make a quadruple barrel shotgun.
It's hard. So you probably know more about this than me, but are you familiar with like regulating the barrels? This term? It doesn't matter. I didn't want to like have you not know a thing, but when you put the barrels together and like weld them, it makes them somehow slightly not straight. So like the top one might shoot a little low, the left one might shoot like across the center and stuff. So I guess somehow when you make a triple barrel shotgun, it's extra difficult to make the rounds come out straight because there's welds along like the top and the side. And it takes some sort of special expertise. And I would guess that a quad takes the same thing. Again, I'm assuming there's two welds or a big middle weld. I don't know how to do it. But yeah, so you might get a quad barrel shotgun and find that like if you were to put it in a vise and hold it straight, it just goes all cockeyed everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But
I guess that's definitely going to be a concern. I'm doing two things. I think we're going to do like a quad-barreled shotgun that's like a breakdown thing where you just put 4 shells in, and I think we're going to do a double-barreled pump, which I've been talking about forever.
Who's going to weld it together? Do you weld or braze guns? Do you know?
It'll be TIG welding.
TIG welding. Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
I've got a TIG welder. And Scott actually got that welding job, and then he went and bought a $45,000
truck
F-150. Yeah.
You know, that's a curious choice. He bought the F-150 right before the awesome F-150s came out.
Maybe he got one of the awesome ones. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I hope so. You know what? I'm sure it's awesome. You know, even today's F-150s are great.
Yeah. But if it's not, I won't pull a Wings of Redemption and be like, that ain't a Z-71.
I knew what you were talking about.
Taylor, he did this to my friend Jeremy. Like Jeremy had this new pickup truck he bought, and it was like a $4,000 truck. So it wasn't a gem or anything, but it was his new truck, and it's a Z71 stickers on the back and everything. And Wings pointed out that it wasn't a true Z71 for some reason, that it just had the stickers, and just like hurt Jeremy's feelings. Like that's the first thing he did when they met. Like first thing he does. Observation. Yeah, he's just a real asshole.
Well,
that is just kind of mean. It's like if I go over there and Kyle's excited to show me a gun, I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen that gun before. I saw a bunch of fags shooting it. Only fags shoot that gun. Something.
That's nice there, but I see you got the 6 barrel. You realize that's not a true handgun, faggot.
Yeah.
Like he pulled a real neckbeard move on Jeremy's truck and just hurt Jeremy's feelings.
Just neckbeard things.
Poor Jeremy.
Jeremy can take it. Fuck Jeremy.
Really? Are we mad at Jeremy now?
No, we're not. I need to get in touch with Jeremy. I need to head over there tomorrow, and I need to go over there, set up the shooting range, and I also need to like talk to Jeremy about getting him involved with PKA, because I really do want to do some sort of Jeremy Wheel of Pain or something like that. I want to see if I want to see if he's got a job, because if he's got a job, it might be easier, believe it or not, to bend him to our will.
I have a thing.
Go ahead.
I think I'm getting a Jeremy.
Your own Jeremy?
Mine's going to be called Josh. And we've alluded to my next channel idea, which I might even just use as my current channel. I don't know. But there'll be guns involved, and of course it's not going to be a self-filming thing. I'm going to try to do really high production qualities. I've been investing a lot of money into my next channel. And for that I need a cameraman. And we have like a friend of the family, and this guy Josh is like out of high school, He was going to be a Marine, but I don't know the details on that, but it didn't work out for him. And he's really country, and he's really knowledgeable about guns, which helps me because while I like guns a lot, compared to like some people who have had passions for like decades, they trump me in knowledge. You know, they'll see a loaded up AR-15 and know every piece of kit on it. And I'm not one of those guys. But if Josh is around me, then I stand a fighting chance of knowing even more, not saying a wrong thing. And he's firearms friendly. He's not scared. He's tough. He's just going to help me out on shoot day. We'll see. I'll have my own Jeremy. I know he was a fan of mine, but we know his parents, and it turns out he was like texting his friends the day he met me the first time. And, but he seemed like a really good guy. He's a, I don't know if he'll like this thing, but do you know that cartoon where there's like a really giant duck who wears a diaper? Like he's massively strong and tough, but so gentle-hearted that he typically doesn't pick on people. No one knows this?
No, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Sounds like a shitty fucking cartoon, though, if you ask
Yeah, that sounds
me.
boring. Why wouldn't the strong duck hurt anyone? Who cares?
Why is it wearing the diaper? Who cares where a duck shits?
I'm Googling it.
It's a good point.
Oh, I immediately found him. Baby Huey. You guys don't know Baby Huey?
Oh. Yeah, I know Baby Huey.
The duck?
Yes, I will give you a link to Baby Huey's Wikipedia page. This is a cartoon from the 50s, so of course, you know, I was...
No, I've never seen this thing before, ever.
No? Okay, I'm totally dating myself. Here, I'll put the image on here for people who are watching the show
This
live.
1940s era cartoon character that apparently you know about, Woody.
Yeah, well, you know, I was probably 32 at the time. And Baby Huey played, like, he was always really sweet, and, you know, he was clumsy, but he was tough, and it seemed like at the end of every show, he would make the bad guys pay by, like, I don't know, kind-heartedly kicking their ass, and you'd be happy about it. That's kind of what Josh reminds me of. He's, like, big and strong and a teddy bear most of the time. And we'll see what he's like to work with. I'm excited about
So you
it.
compared him literally to a big retarded duck. Because that's what this appears to be. It says full name, Baby Huey,
I
species
don't know
duck,
him that
abilities,
well.
strength, clumsiness.
He's a big retarded duck. That's what you compared
Yeah, he's
it to.
a big retard duck.
Well, good
It's
luck with your
endearing.
retard duck, Woody.
I really like him. We met at a Christmas party, and he seemed really sweet, but he's like big and country strong, which is where the Jeremy thought process comes in. And anyway, I'm excited about it. My next dream job. So, are you guys ready to call it a show?
Did we get everything
Yep.
covered? Did we get all our sponsors covered? Any Patreon information we wanted to get out there? Anything like that?
Actually, I will say one more thing about the Patreon. So we have been slower than planned on the Patreon stuff. And I talked to the guys who manage that, and it's cooking now. Well, I know we got postcards in the mail. I actually had Sharpies to write postcards show up for me today. The next time we do a Google Hangout, we will either do like 3 a month or something like that to get people in who missed it, or a new technology. We're talking about WebEx that maybe allows more people to join at one time. And is what happened the first time we held a like private hangout, we had 2 people for most of the time, and then at the end it got up to 3. The next time we held it, you know, it was pegged at 10 the whole time, and there were more people knocking on the door. We didn't anticipate so many people not getting in, since, like I said, the first time we had like literally 1 or 2 people for most of it. The next time, I think if you count Kyle and I and stuff, yeah, it got as high as 3. But 5, okay, including Kyle and I. 3 plus 2. Anyway, the next time it was pegged at the cap all the time, and there were a lot of people, you know, figuratively knocking on the door that couldn't get in. So we're gonna do a tech that either supports more people, or we'll do the same tech and we'll do several rounds of it. and make sure that the Patreon's getting what they're supposed to get. So anyway, it's all cooking. It's underway. We've got postcards coming out. We're doing Ask Me Anything questions. We're going to revise the way we do Google Hangouts to make sure that people can get in. We've got all sorts of stuff rolling to make sure that that the people who do Patreon get what they were hoping for, and there you have it. So I'm excited that this stuff is all underway, and I just needed to, I guess we all had to poke the guys running the Patreon to make sure that that we get it cooking. So
absolutely. But if you pay for something, you're going to get it. And that's kind of the end of the story. This is our first Patreon, just like it's your first Patreon. But if you pay for something, I promise you'll get it.
There it is. Ready for the outro?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll be quiet while this plays.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, and online store. For a free trial and 10% off, visit squarespace.com and enter the offer code PKA at checkout. A better web starts with your website.